outside one of the busy pubs. I'll let you know too. They're watching the football. They're not watching the election, and my team's getting smashed. Tim will point out that those Caulfield South booths are important. Of course, that's where the Jewish population in this electorate would be. I'm sure Tim is hoping that their staunch stand on anti-Semitism makes a difference. It's really worth pointing out this campaign's been pretty nasty. I've spoken to one of Zoe Daniels' supporters who was derided as a self-hating Jew. Some of Tim Wilson's posters have had homophobic graffiti. We've even had, and I can't believe I'm saying this sentence in 2025, Nazis outside one of the pre-polls in Brighton. So it has been a pretty willing, pretty angry, pretty nasty campaign. On the plus side, I did go on Thursday to the pre-poll, one of the two pre-polls, and I met both Tim Wilson's mother. She's lovely. And I also met Zoe Daniels' dad, and he was a delight as well. But I am not too surprised that there's an increase in a Liberal vote in...
Hello there, folks.
...that part of the electorate that Tim is keen to point out. Going out on a limb, I would say that they're both sides in this contest, as in both camps in this contest, weirdly are both pretty confident. I'll be interested to see if either Monique Ryan or Zoe Daniels will choose their seat on the basis of those.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Koo.
Please say hello. Oh, and
I know you're there in Goldstein, but the other, Melbourne independent seat that
let me just get the volume.
Keeping an eye on. It seems like, out of all the independent seats nationally, these are the two that are going to be most line ball tonight. Would you agree, Goldstein and Kooyong? What's the sense in Kooyong?
I think definitely Goldstein's the most line ball because the lack of demographic change and the issues that Tim Wilson's been camping on.
Try and have it so that you can hear me. But
feel on Kooyong is that Monique Ryan is safer because
I think we'll be sticking mostly with the ABC
the big redistribution that happened because of the abolition of Higgins. That gives Monique Ryan a whole lot more people who rent, who live in flats, who are younger. And I think also Amelia Hayner's campaign in Kooyong was derailed when she says she's a renter, but she actually owns property in Canberra and owns property in London. Whatever the merits of that, that damages her in the new parts of the electorate that Monique Ryan picks up.
But they are more liberal parts, aren't they, those new parts of the electorate that have come into the redistribution?
So hi, YouTube.
Toorak and Armidale.
Nice to see you. Let me
they are more liberal,
just say hello.
They're
That'd
also
be nice.
up,
Hello.
Bits near that
let me know where you're watching from.
That have lots of
maybe share your...
so if you look at it, actually, the footprint of
share
the house
your
is a lot bigger. So big geographic area. In Grand, smaller geographic area, a whole lot more people who rent.
Ref Epstein, thanks very much indeed for joining us. We'll talk to you later in the evening, perhaps.
As you can see,
we're going to go to some first figures, and we're going to start, Anthony, in the ultra-marginal seat of Gilmore, where we have Fiona Phillips
is that even in the early voting, there seems to be a nationwide swing, or so far, East Coast swing, and Central Australian swing for the ALP. So that's good
enrolled voters in Gilmore voted pre-poll. So that's probably 58 to 60% of all votes are pre-polls. So this
hi
is
Twitch, nice to see you. Hello YouTube.
Places.
Pop in the comments and let me know where you're watching from.
Well, this is a corrected
Tell us what you're
from where the
hoping for
figures are
tonight.
from. And his primary vote is well down. There's an independent.
Doesn't Anthony Green look dapper there?
67% of preferences, I'll come back here, 67% of preferences.
Chip in with anything.
From everybody else is going to Labor. So if Labor's ahead on the primaries, they're getting a lot of preferences, so even if they're slightly behind.
I've got a sample
just to look
comment.
at the two-party preferred, an estimate, this is actually 5-4 actual preferences, and there's a 4.7% swing to Labor. But as I just said earlier
if you haven't been here before, I'm Brad.
Of the votes in that electorate are pre-polls.
I present the
They may behave differently and may turn around that swing.
I'm a bird nerd. Conservation nut.
They're encouraging figures for the Labor Party in Gilmore. Now, in Leichhardt, of course, Warren Lynch is set up here. Warren Lynch is retiring. Jeremy Neal is the Liberal candidate. And Matt Smith, the former basketballer, Taipan's basketballer, is the candidate there. The votes that we're seeing there now, he's well ahead. We've got 9 polling places in. He's got twice the Labor, the LNP vote, 12% there for the Greens. If you look at the change in votes occurring, that's a big increase in the Labor vote. The LNP vote down, and that's translating into a two-party preferred swing 9.6%. So I think that's an estimate rather than actual. But there's another big swing there. Now, Leichhardt's another seat with a big pre-poll. So, you know, it may be we're going to be buckling in for a lot of swings early in the night, and then we'll have to wait for what the pre-poll does later. Now, Bean, this is not as encouraging for the Labor Party. We do only have 2.8% of the vote counted. David Smith.
My seat is in Victoria, and it is Fraser.
The Labor members on 39%. Jessie Price is the, she's got Climate 200 backing from memory. She's an independent there. The Liberal Party have recommended preferences for the independent. So, and I think we've got an estimate of preferences. No, we've got, yeah, this is an estimate of preferences, which has the independents ahead in Bean. So that would be the 4th seat in 35 years that Labor has lost to an independent. Independents are traditionally much more of a problem for the coalition than for Labor. Let's go on to Bradfield. Now, this one is interesting. You've got 3% counted, Giselle Kaptarian, the Liberal, the new Liberal candidate replacing Paul Fletcher. She would do the setup. Paul Fletcher is the retiring member.
Giselle Kaptarian
is a Liberal member.
I'm glad he's gone.
Nicolette Buller is running for the
he's a shocker.
Second time in that electorate. If we look at the first preference votes there, as you can see, the Liberal vote's only 39%, and that puts them in a great deal
3% counted.
Danger. And in fact, continues, they're in a great deal of danger in that seat.
That would be good,
the change in vote there, this is corrected for where the figures are from. Big drop in the Liberal vote, translating to a 2-candidate preferred swing, which would deliver victory to Nicolette Buller. But at this stage, we're not calling that seat. It is only 3%. At the moment, that's what we're seeing. And now another seat, which is not looking good for the Labor Party at the moment.
Facebook have got in here. Hello, nice to
Collins,
see you.
the Agriculture Minister, is the sitting member.
Sorry,
Josh
just
Garvin
checking. I've got
is
a
the
lot
Liberal
of,
candidate. Peter George is the independent, former ABC foreign correspondent, many years in the Middle East. Well, he's dealing with salmon farming in southern Tasmania is his big issue in this electorate. And let's look at the votes here. As you can see, we've got 7 polling places in. He's got 32%. Julie Collins, 31. The Liberal, 15. Owen Fitzgerald, 12.6.
Pop in the comments, tell me where you're from, and maybe your electorate. At the very least, your state, that would be nice to know.
Because the Commission
if you're watching from overseas,
versus Liberal
why? But welcome, that would be
George is polling over 30% of the vote. We won't get any preference counts tonight. So at the moment,
if I'm not loud enough, tell me. If I'm too loud, tell me. I want you to enjoy the coverage
tonight. So there's a couple of seats there where Labor didn't do particularly
well. I'm not going to be jumping around between. I thought I would, but I'm not going to be jumping around between
so we
different
hang on
coverages.
to
We'll
that
stick
word
with
caution for the time being.
Anthony
Just going to go
Green
over to
since it's
Jeremy
his
because I think he's
final
got a change
election
there
night
on the big board.
on the ABC.
Yes, a momentous part of the night where we can colour in the first rectangle on the big board. This one goes to Maranoa, the safest on the coalition side of the ledger. That's been retained by David Littleproud, the leader of the Nationals, Minister for Agriculture. Perhaps no surprise that the safest seat is the one that's being coloured in first. I just want to explain why we haven't coloured in any other part of the board yet. We are still waiting for the count to basically get up. So we're only going to start colouring in seats when we're in a position to make a projection if the count is above 10%. So that's why the board is largely empty at this time. It starts with a trickle, but the flood will come as the night progresses.
Thank you. I want to go back to some of the seats Anthony was just updating us on. I think what we're seeing here, all the caveats around this is still early days. The pre-poll might be different.
Tell me where you are.
I think it's pretty hard to see how you would... I mean, look at Leichhardt. You've got a 9.6% swing to Labor up there at the moment. Pre-poll might be different, but it's hard to see it being that different, right, James and McGrath? We'll see more of on the day vote coming through still, and that might bring it down too.
These are early figures, and I've spent a bit of time up there. And remember, it's quite a unique seat, you know, taking it in the cake in terms of some of the community, the Indigenous communities up there.
But are you worried at all about things like that swing in Leichhardt, Gilmore as well, swing to Labor? Andrew Constance is trying to win a seat, and it's not looking good at this point of the night for him. What else did we see? Bradfield, the swing to Nicolette Buller there, the independent. It's so far all pretty hefty swings away from you guys.
and these are on the
day. But the good news is that there looks to be a swing towards Labor. I was thinking that there might be like a 1.5% swing against Labor, which would possibly lead to a minority government.
I fight on a goat track.
So you are worried about these numbers?
These numbers are close, and I
prefer
to be sitting here with big swings to us, and that's not happening at the moment, is it?
So that's good news, right? Well, it is for me. If you're a Liberal watching along, I'm really sorry.
And there'll be a number of seats who will not know the results.
I'm sorry for you for a number of
next week. It's going to be that. It's going to be that close.
If we just look at the seat of Bradfield there, what does that mean for the Liberal Party if its last
I won't be crying
heartland seat on the North Shore of Sydney goes to an independent tonight?
It shows the challenge that the party is facing when Climate 200 spend money against us. You know, in the seat of Bradfield, we've had someone
it's terrible. Climate 200. Which is raises community money, is spending money against us. But we get funded by the mining industry and Gina Reinhardt.
You asked the question.
I hate these fuckwits. They can't be honest about
I'm pointing out
where their money comes from. Oh, it's terrible when people spend money against us, but we like to spend money against everyone else.
And now we've got, on this other flank, fight with the Teals. You know, Teals in the city of Wannon have 6.
I hope the Teals obliterate you in
Wannon. That are staffed.
But is there anything you're getting wrong in reaching these voters, or is it completely out of your control?
No,
it's just because everyone else is being
more organised and better funded.
Let's see what my party will need to do after this election, should it not go the way that I want it to go, in terms of what are the lessons from this election, what are the lessons from the last election.
We might be able to have a little conversation
shouldn't you be at the lessons from the last election by now? I think that was the point
UK
of my question.
council elections
there was a phenomenon in the last election attacking
yesterday,
Liberal heartland seats,
disastrous,
particularly in that northern part of Sydney. You had one left; it's under threat tonight. Did
take
you
over a couple of councils and win the by-election?
We've got a brilliant candidate there in Giselle, someone who's part of that committee who was
UK electorate now seems to be
Sydney, but
30% Reform, 30% Labor Party, 30% Tories, with
what would it mean if that seat
with a bit of Greens and a bit of
the Teal
Lib
puzzle in
Dems
northern Sydney were to go?
hanging around as well? But they have first past the post
what's going to happen first in relation to that seat.
Here we're safeguarded against all sorts of crazy results.
We're all waiting to see.
Because of our preferential system, and particularly with the Senate using proportional representation as well as preferential.
Similarly, Jim Chalmers' early numbers out Franklin at the bottom of
if you don't understand our voting system, let us know and we can talk about it and
significant ground to
maybe make sense of some of the graphs that they put up and the vote totals.
Or majority is the question. That's what the polls are pointing to.
Because
but at the moment, if you're losing seats like Franklin and being to independents, and again, this is early days. I'm not saying this is what will
happen.
And
I'm seeing people coming in and out. Hello, welcome. I'm Grant. I am a bird nerd, horticulturist.
But
my main interest in electoral politics,
we think that the
in this cycle
early voters will behave
very
differently to the on-the-day voters, and we're seeing on-the-day voters so far. But even in a world where if we did well, we still wouldn't anticipate that it would be one-way traffic. Because of all these different kinds of contests, there's a much greater element of volatility and unpredictability. You know, I didn't have Julie's seat bookmarked on my ABC site to keep an eye on. So there'll be a lot of there'll be a lot of unpredictability. It won't all be one-way traffic. Even if we do well, even if James's party does well,
I'm looking forward to seeing how McEwen in the northern suburbs of Melbourne and
based on these very early numbers. We've got no doubt about that. And seats moving in different directions. Let's go to Chinchilla now in Queensland. The local RSL, where the Nationals are holding an election night evening, and our reporter Steph Dalzell is there. Steph,
so
what's
comments? Jump in. I really want to know where you're from, where you're watching from.
In
sorry,
his electorate of Maranoa,
pointing
but
at you,
of course, as evidenced
trying
by
to
the fact
keep you
it's already
involved.
been called. It's a very safe
So
seat,
let us
and
know
his
where
focus
you're
will be
watching
elsewhere
from.
tonight. There's a
Just
key
jump in the
contest
comments. It's
in
simple.
the New South Wales seat of Clare,
If
the
you don't,
Nationals versus
and then
the
I can
defector,
put them up, and
former
everyone
MP
can join
Andrew
in.
G, who
That's
quit
the
the
whole
party
point
over its
of doing a
opposition
live
to The
stream,
Voice,
right?
and is now recontesting that seat in what's been a
Nice to
very
see the
bitter
Facebooks
battle.
jumping in.
There's
That's
also
great.
the New South Wales
Great to
seat
see.
of Cowper. The Nationals are holding it, but it's under threat from
I
an
was going to dump
independent.
Facebook,
In
but
Victoria, we've seen an unusual situation in
so
the seat
hard
of
to dump
Bendigo,
a
where
social
the
media
Nationals are
platform.
really talking up their chances of getting that seat, even though it's a safe
Very
Labor
nice to
seat,
see more.
and
And
Labor thinks it will retain it.
if you
And
know
also
that
in WA,
you
there's
have
a three-cornered
friends or
contest in the seat of
acquaintances
Bullwinkle.
who
Now, David
occasionally
Littleproud
jump
has
into
claimed
the live
credit for
streams,
leading the
share it.
coalition's agenda on a
Share
number
it.
of fronts.
Share it with
and
your,
if the Nationals have a bad result tonight, it
your
could mean trouble for his
platform
leadership.
buddies.
Yeah, well, we'll see. The Nats pretty confident, though. Steph Dalzell, thank you. And I think that is, in fact, the safest seat in the country. David Littleproud's
On our side,
yeah,
yes.
Okay, 4%.
well, certainly on the coalition side. Let's get
Of
to
the
Anthony Green
primary
now with
vote
some more
counted
numbers for us. Anthony Green.
Yes, we're having there's a lot happening. It's we're struggling to actually illustrate it in some sense because there's a lot happening, a lot of seats, but some of them we're just doubtful about. The Labor Party is currently projected between 34 and 35% nationally, with 4% counted. The Coalition on 31, Greens on 12.4, others at 12. Now, the change in votes since the last election at the moment is Labor's up 2, the Coalition's
from
down
last
4,
election, down from
and
the
the two-party
opinion polls,
preferred
which
swing
showed it
is
at around
3.1% with 4.6% counted. So we're seeing a lot going on. I just want to, I'll do Queensland as the state figures first. We need to go to this one first. The Labor Party's projected to 31, the Coalition at 35, the LNP in Queensland 12.8 for the Greens. If we look at the change in vote, the Labor vote up, the LNP vote is down, the others 2.5. And Queensland is turning into a swing of 3.2%.
Wow.
Now, we're going to look at a couple of seats at the moment. To do that, I go to the map, and then I go to the seat run. The first one is Peter Dutton's seat. No, it is only 5% counted. It's a very low primary vote.
That's good.
Labor's primary vote is low. Ellie Smith, who's one of the Climate 200 backed independents on 14%. It's 9 polling places. Look at the change in vote in those polling places. A big drop in the LNP
One
vote,
nation
and a rise in the
down.
independents. And I think, this is an estimate of preferences on those numbers. We estimate a 5% swing. Now, it is 5.2%. But this is the sort of swing we're seeing in every seat at the moment.
That's
is
encouraging,
Petrie,
folks.
8.2% counted. Emma Corner, who I must admit was one of the last announced Labor candidates, and to see her ahead of a long-serving Luke Howarth is quite a surprise.
If you want to have a chat
again,
on
it's that
the
rise in the Labor vote,
on
the
the
LNP
socials,
vote down, and the two-party preferred swing of 6.8. The one
here,
reason
but I would like you to
I'm not
comment
saying what I will say at the moment.
It's much easier
I've
for
always said
me.
that when there's an election where nothing's
that you
happening,
can
it's the hardest
me
to
up
call. When there's an election when you're
Twitter,
not expecting a big swing to Labor, of course,
or Blue Sky,
you're surprised to see it actually occur. But that's what we're seeing at the moment. There's nothing which is looking good, particularly good for the coalition at this stage.
Well.
I'm not prepared to call it with what's the national figure with only 4.9% counted, but
so we're already
with all
seeing
those pre-polls, with all those posters,
like Greg Jericho
these are looking
from
good for the Labor Party without
the
being
Australia
anywhere near
Institute, an
calling
economist.
this election.
No, okay,
and
that's
a pretty
important that we're still
astute
early, just
commentator
under
in my
5% of the vote counted, but none of it
Blue
so far,
Sky.
none of it is looking
Can't
good
see any
for
hope
the
of
coalition.
winning
That primary vote
anything
that
near
Labor's
enough
sitting
to
on
form
there
a government.
is, if
No
anything, I
swing
think
there.
above
It's all
what
about
polls
if
were
Dutton
suggesting.
can
It'll
win
come
enough
down,
to
you
stay
would
as
assume.
leader.
If Labor finishes
And to
ahead
be
on the
honest,
primary
I
vote,
doubt
Yeah,
it.
it's all
That
they will
to
have a
me
significant
is
victory.
music
Yep.
to my
And I
ears.
just want to go to the seat that really jumped out there, I think, for everybody on this panel, and
just
that's
checking
Peter
my
Dutton's seat at
socials.
Dixon. James McGrath, does that concern you, those early numbers there?
Let's see. Let's wait for pre-poll. You're going to hear me say that for a while. But remember with that seat that Peter's had it since 2001. Every single election, it has been a very close election. I think in 2007 he won it by like 100 votes. It is a classic fight there. The fact that the Teal Independent has behind Labor, I think will help us. I can't recall what a how to vote card said in relation to, or whether it was just an open how to vote card.
Yep. Jim Chalmers, what do you think about the seat of Dixon?
My phone's blowing up about Dixon, but again, we think that the early voting, which will come in huge chunks later in the night,
We'll bring it back.
will be better for him than on the day. but there's a lot of interest, as you can imagine.
Yeah,
that big early
that
number.
would be
Well,
that would be good.
certainly we'll keep coming back to Dixon. You can be sure of that. Right now, though, we want to go to Adam Bant, the Greens leader, who's standing by at the Greens function there in Melbourne. Thank you for joining us. How are the Greens feeling about your prospects tonight?
Because I can see people are coming in and out, cycling through. Hopefully you're watching some of the other good fun election coverage around the place too. I'd like to know where you're watching from, if you know what your seat is, if you're in Australia, and if you're not in Australia, if you're somewhere else, for instance Canada, or the UK, where elections have just been. Give us your thoughts. Give us your thoughts.
We were certainly getting the sense that
just checking. No?
A bit of noise in the background here, but
yeah, so do please jump in. Facebook, I'm especially interested in where you guys, or you people, you folk are, and of course the regular YouTubes and the Twitches. Please let us know
told them to have a bit of shush while we
what your hopes are
just for a few more questions.
Election
I'm really curious, what are you predicting
Tell us
for
anything
Wills
about
tonight?
elections.
You've put a lot of resources
You
into
like
this seat in Melbourne's inner north.
I'm really glad that this is going to be over
the booths that I was on felt
tonight,
really good.
and that we can get back to like normal stuff tomorrow.
And of course, I think there was one pre-poll booth in Wills, and that's going to come
I won't be
chunk.
distracted.
But the feeling from the booths that we were on was really good. And of course, in that electorate, in the council elections that we recently had, like in
at least let me know what state you're in.
They turn into two-party Greens areas where we saw big
so that I can pay
swings to
special
Greens
attention
in
on the broadcast,
elections. So
and you can.
feeling so far is good, but as I understand it, there haven't yet been numbers.
Maybe you can get
in,
a lot more interest from.
In that seat, like many others, we're probably going to have to wait a little while.
And what about those all-important seats in Brisbane, Adam Bant? Are you at risk of losing a couple of those tonight? Those are tight contests. I know you've put a lot of resources up there as well.
Look, we're always clear. I know this from experience.
And just so you know, my TV screen is over here. You are over here.
The three MPs up there have done terrifically and run amazing campaigns. And it seems on early indications from what I'm told, our vote is holding up there and holding up quite well. So again, we're just going to have to wait and see.
To form government, a party needs 76 seats.
If there is any risk there, the risk is potentially that we
in the
see
lower house of Parliament
a
here in
drop in the
Australia,
LNP
call
vote,
the
and
House of Representatives.
Labor people elected on Liberal preferences, but it did take a while for those seats to be counted last time, and the feeling
and
so
we have
far,
a Senate made up of states,
well.
state representation, 12 senators from each state, and 2 from each territory.
And
we have 2 territories.
Peter Dutton out, we need to keep Brisbane green.
Just if we can go back to Melbourne for a sec, Labor's pretty cranky about its view that you decided to put out open preference how to vote cards today. Did you do that, and why?
I think the Victorian Party's put out a statement very clearly about that. Like, if you go to the Greens website, like even now, you'll find that the Greens are saying vote 1 Greens and preference Labor above Liberal in every seat across the country, and we've run really strongly the message that vote 1 Greens, preference Labor above the Liberals as a way of keeping Peter Dutton out. And I think
Hi
the
to any of the new folk coming in on YouTube. I'm Grant. I'm a birdman. I'm a horticulturist.
And if you go to our website and look at our how to votes, that's what you'll see.
And I'm eagerly awaiting
Adam Bant,
some more results. It looks like there's a nationwide
of what happens
swing
if we do see
on
the LNP
towards the government. Now that
seats. Are you underestimating
is
the
a bit
danger
surprising
to the Greens for
from
those
the
3
last
Brisbane
election.
seats if that's what happens?
But it's good news for anyone like me who is concerned about conservation and biodiversity, even though the government has not performed anywhere near as well as I would have wanted. And certainly most of the scientists and conservationists that I've interviewed over the years about Australia Australian
And if Labor and
certainly
Liberal work
been
together on
disappointed
preferences,
with
that's a bit out of our control.
Labor Party,
we're really
Tanya
proud of the
Peterson,
campaigns that we've
Environment
run there.
Minister in
Adam
particular.
Bant, thanks very much indeed for joining us.
Perhaps they'll
Thank you.
get some motivation and some gumption
to reverberate through our nation's public spaces.
if
Australians of all
they are returned. Let's turn this.
ages and walks of life are
Let's mute the.
taking to the keys. We've searched the.
There we are. So yes, okay. That's. So do let me know. You can help me out in the chat. How is my microphone level compared to the broadcast? Am I talking too much, or would you like more of my commentary? I will probably have more to say about certain candidates as more of the results are coming through. It's still very early. I mean, there's only about 6 or 7%, I think now, probably about 6% of the nationwide vote counted. But it is looking positive for, here we go.
In Western Victoria is the
Oh,
state's
is it loud
second
enough?
biggest
Not loud
electorate.
enough?
It's
Let me know.
named after a local river.
I've also got to
Encompassing
keep an eye on the
Victoria's
football
famous
because
surf
my
coast, Great Ocean Road,
footy
and also
team
takes in the
is
regional
playing
centres
tonight.
of Colac and Hamilton. It's been a safe Liberal seat since former Prime Minister Malcolm Fraser won it from Labor back in 1955. You're watching Australia Votes live from the ABC election
live
centre.
on the bird emergency and
I'm Sarah Ferguson. It's 7:33 on the eastern coast. 5% of the votes have been counted. Over to Anthony Green.
All right, here we
the
go.
primary vote. 4.9% counted still. The Labor Party projected to be 34.6, Coalition 31.3, Greens 12.4, One Nation 6.3, others 12.4.
That's good. One Nation is
change
down
in vote that's going on at the moment
polls.
is 2.1 up for Labor, 4.4 down for the Coalition, and smaller swings to the other parties. And all at the moment, that's translating into a 3.2% swing to Labor. Now, Labor is everywhere outperforming what the opinion polls are saying.
Yeah,
now,
that's good news, eh?
This projection here is based on the fact that by the time all the votes are counted,
folks,
with the pre-polls,
let me know where you're watching
factored
from.
In that 1.6%
tell me what you
drop in the Labor
think
vote.
about
so
the election.
For that swing of 3.2 to come down to 1%, then there'll have to be a huge swing.
Use your thumbs or your fingers in the
better
comments.
Result for the Coalition with the pre-poll votes. Now, it is only 5%, but...
or if you're having trouble, like if there's some reason, some technical reason,
before the election, there was a lot of talk
hit me up on...
Victoria would be the Labor Party's worst state, and at this stage, it is the Labor Party's worst state because there's only a 0.6% swing to Labor in Victoria. If you look at
that,
New South Wales, there's a 3.8%
the lefties were
swing
supposed to lose.
Victoria off, and
we're supposed to have a big swing against.
In Queensland, there's a 3.3% swing at this stage.
This is looking too good to be true.
I'll add Tasmania. This is a very odd figure for Tasmania. It's affected by the fact there's 2 seats where independents are well ahead, but there's still swings to Labor in both Lyons and Braddon at this stage. Now, again, let's put all that caveat there about pre-poll votes, but this is a significant swing that's going on, and it's going to have to be the pre-polls to turn around what we're seeing at the moment. But it's quite remarkable. Either all the Labor people voted on the day, and all the Coalition members have turned up at pre-polls, so I mean, we won't know till later in the evening.
Anthony, can I just get you to recap for anybody who's joined us who wasn't here at the beginning to explain why the pre-polls favour the Liberals?
There's a traditional, postals favour the Coalition, that has been the way for a century. Pre-polls, they've grown in recent years, have also favoured the Coalition. It seems to be something about why people pre-poll, which presupposes people who are Conservative votes to go and vote pre-poll. I mean, there's numerous reasons for that. But for that reason, you get this gap between the two. And at the last election, on the polling day votes, Labor got 53.7%. At the end of the count, that had reduced to 52.1%. At the recent Queensland election, the Labor Party won the on-the-day vote, but they then went on to lose the election. If anyone's watching tonight who remembers us watching on the Queensland election, when we only had the polling day votes, it wasn't a lot going on, and then the pre-polls arrived. But at the moment, there is a lot going on here.
And that's the thing, Anthony, I'm not going to push you to make a call. You'll call when it's right to call.
They can only sack me.
Brilliant. But the fact that there is a movement, I know this is the on-the-day vote, but a movement to Labor in Victoria, and as you rather ironically said, their worst state is Victoria because the swing to them is smaller than other states. You've got to say, it's pretty hard to see how the coalition wins government from here, isn't it?
Yeah, look, it's hard to see them winning government. I must say that. Whether this is going to translate to Labor having a win or a big win, it's going to take a lot more to go. But while we're just talking to the Greens, and I thought it was worth bringing up these figures for the 3 inner city seats. This is Griffith, and at this stage, the Labor Party is ahead, Greens are second, and the LNP's third. If those numbers continue, and we're projecting that they will finish in that order, then if that continues, then Renee Coffey will win that seat for the Labor Party, defeating the Green.
Goodbye,
the next seat is Brisbane. Same situation, Madonna Jarrett's ahead. Greens are second, the LNP third. There will be a lot of pre-polls in this seat and they may affect things, but that's the order at the moment. And on our current projection, looking at where the figures are from, it's projecting that order as well. Not calling those seats, but that's what the position looks like there. And in Ryan,
let me get my glasses on so I can read.
If that continues, I'd be surprised personally if Labor leads in Ryan. But at this stage, Labor is ahead, Maggie Forrest second, the Greens third. So all 3 of those seats at the moment
trip
held
6.
by the Greens.
Yes, the counting
if that
has
trend
started.
continues, they will be probably won by Labor.
Amazing. An hour and a half into the count, and the movement is all towards Labor across the board, and none of the news is good for the coalition. I want to bring in Patricia Carlos, Tony Barry and Col Samaras for some thoughts on where we're at, PK. We need to keep those caveats there about the pre-poll could look different in an hour or 2 from now. But what we're seeing so far, what do you make of it?
A nationwide swing to
but does actually
the government.
Speak to the campaign we've already had. It was really obvious to anybody, including everybody in the coalition.
So what's your gut
I
feeling?
respect James immensely.
And where are you? That's the main thing I want to know
and they
tonight.
all conceded they had one of the most
where are
terrible
you
campaigns
watching
on record.
from?
And so
do you know your
the
electorate?
campaign has had an
and
influence.
If you're not in Australia,
the Prime Minister had 4
welcome
debates.
and tell me where you are.
Don't forget this, 4 debates with Peter Dutton. His strategy was always to allow people to see Peter Dutton more, thinking that they would see more of Peter Dutton and they would make a judgment. It seems that his assessment is right. And if you look at some of the swings, I just spoke to somebody in the senior person in the Labor Party who said if you look at Reid, Bennelong and Chisholm, very, very, very positive swings to the Labor Party there, all places where there are high levels of Chinese Australians. So the demography is still in the same place we were at the last election, particularly when it comes to some of these multicultural communities.
Coles, I want to bring you in there. You heard what Anthony said before. He thinks it's hard to see an alternative to the outcome that we're starting to discuss.
There are 2 states that determine election results now. It's New South Wales and Victoria, and the coalition is getting absolutely hammered in both of them. And pre-polls will need to be absolutely extraordinary. India. Another wonder weapon.
I'm interested to know what is your interest
election campaign,
from India. Do you have friends and family
at the
in
moment,
Australia?
It's pretty clear that they are struggling with diverse communities.
Do you
they're
have
struggling with young voters in the outer suburbs.
Do you have a gut feeling?
And they're struggling with even
if
older
you've watched
Australians
any of mine,
who they lost in our polling,
I'm a
who
lefty.
are renting and have a mortgage.
I'm hoping
They've
for
gone
the
to
Labor
minor
Party
parties
to
and not coming back to the One Nation like they predicted.
And
Tony Barry, even Peter Dutton's own seat of Dixon is in trouble at this point of the evening. How worried are you about what's happening to the coalition right now?
Well, I think my biggest concern, and we saw this in our research, was the Liberal base is now basically boomers. And I don't say that in a pejorative way. I'm spiritually a boomer, but it's too narrow a base to win an election on. And we've failed to expand the base. And if you can't expand the base, you can't expand the electoral map. So I think, notwithstanding all the caveats that I'm sure viewers were getting tired of now about the pre-polls having a differential to today's vote, but Victoria should be the exception to the rule. In Victoria, the coalition should have raced away to an early lead on ordinary votes, today's votes. And the fact that they're not, notwithstanding it's a very small sample size at the moment, would indicate this is going to be a thumping.
That's great news. It's going to be a thumping, and that's the Liberal dude telling us that.
Look, I think Labor will, on projections, sail past 76, but then start coming back. as the pre-polls and postals come in.
And we have the situation here where
or not,
our
to be seen, but it's
party
very
that
close
calls
to that
itself
number.
Liberal Party
Thanks
is in
very
fact
much
the
indeed, Tony.
conservative
We're going to bring in, we're going to speak to Tony Burke in
party
just a
of
moment
landlords and industrial
in his seat of Watson, Casey.
Yeah, thanks, Sarah. Tony Burke is standing by for us. He's held the seat of Watson in Sydney for quite some time, 21 years.
So if you're popping in and you're new,
2004, he's standing by to speak to us, but let's first take a look at the figures. Look, this is a really early count, just a couple of
please let us know. I know we've got someone from India. I'm enjoying that. If you're in Australia and you know your electorate,
him, and there'd be some backlash
seat,
against
let
Labor
us know.
over
Or tell us your state at least.
in Gaza.
And if
At
you're
this
from
stage,
overseas,
Tony
welcome.
Burke's primary
I'm
vote is
Grant.
down, but
I'm a
he will be
bird
easily
I'm a conservation
seat on those figures.
Nut.
But again,
I'm a horticulturist as well.
Time now to talk to Tony Burke. So as we just heard there, Tony Burke, an early count, some early
if I'm
numbers.
talking too much,
How are
tell
you
me that
feeling
too.
tonight about retaining your seat?
I'm not going to skip around between different coverages because it's too difficult to maintain the sharing. You'll just see a lot of me switching things around and getting dead air. So,
I'm not sure if you can hear me. I'm going to try to keep talking. No, please.
Tony Burke, this guy being interviewed now, is a minister, currently a minister in the current government.
If the support in this room was
and he's
as
from
good as that the whole
Sydney.
electorate, then you wouldn't be wanting to talk to me at all. What I'll say though.
Now, if you're watching this and you don't know much about Australia, certainly you're from New Delhi, have a look at all the faces of the people in the crowd in a suburban Australian electorate. I can see one, two people there that I can identify apart from the politician. I can see two people in that crowd, and they're both young people, younger than me, who have the skin colour and face like me. So that might give you an idea about how diverse urban Australia is now.
Me to be as positive as the rest of the room is.
I mean, polls always come with a significant caveat, but certainly coming into the year, the government's fortunes look to be down somewhat. There looks to be, if the figures we're seeing
still only
are a trend,
5% of the vote
certainly
counted.
a turnaround since the start of the year. What do you put that down to, Tony Burke?
With a 4.4 swing against the opposition.
Look, I think
for me, that's
the
great
reality
news.
for people is their lives will be better if Anthony Albanese is Prime Minister than if the Liberal Party takes over. And, you know, whether it be we had people on the birds, like the main conversation across the birds would have been Medicare, but we also had students coming up letting volunteers know what their student debt was and calculating what 20% of that would mean as a reduction. The cheaper medicines policies of the government have been huge. So I think very much the shift has been, as the course of the year's gone on, it's been less a referendum on the government and more a choice.
Well, most of the commentators that I follow
and that's
on the
been
Blue
part of
Sky
the positive shift back to the government, and hopefully it continues.
Are already calling it.
All right,
That
Tony Burke,
is
thanks for your
done.
time.
James
That's
McGrath, I
such
think
a
we're going to
good
have
news.
to. James McGrath, I think we're going to have to bring
It's
you
a
in
shame I
here
don't
with
drink
around
anymore.
the table of
This is
bad
the
news,
kind of
and
night where I
can
would
see you
really,
looking at messages on
really
your phone.
enjoy
Some of those are coming from Victoria,
having a
aren't
drink.
they?
Oh, lots of new people coming
yes,
in.
and everybody
Great.
is
That is
saying,
great. Hello.
James,
I'm
remind
Grant.
the panel and remind everybody in the room
The
that
news is
early figures,
it looks like
and let's
the
wait
Liberals
till
are
pre-poll comes in.
toast.
That's what everybody is saying. And I think everybody should just calm down a little bit.
But here we go, Labor trying to tamp it down.
What's the chances that you'll end up losing both your leader and a prospective leader in Keith
If you're just coming in
these sorts of numbers?
I'd love to know where
Menzies
you're
is not
watching
looking
from.
good either.
If you know your electorate,
As I
if you know your
keep
seat,
saying, let's wait for the
please let us
pre-poll
know,
figures to come
and we
in.
can try and pay some special attention
Let's
for yours.
wait till
And
we
if
get a
you're
good
watching
vote
from
in rather than
overseas,
5%. I think everybody
where are
should
you
just,
watching
whether
from?
at home,
and what
on this
makes you
table,
interested in the
over there,
Australian
just
election?
wait
Fair
for
enough.
those figures to
Can
come
I
in.
ask then, can you just explain why you think the pre-poll, record number, is going to be substantially different to the people voting on the day, just so people can get an understanding of why you think there's
Well, it's my experience from the Queensland election when I was on, one of your competitors on Sky, we're at a similar situation where on the day figures strongly favoured the Labor Party. And it was the pre-poll figures and the postals.
Someone like me who's old enough to remember the Kennett
now, I don't know what extent that's going to be, but we know that the figures everyone's seeing now will be ameliorated somewhat, in some instances by quite a lot, by the actual figures that do come in.
And do you anticipate that will include Peter Dutton's own?
Although I do know one very nice
Dixon, we're comfortable about Menzies.
I do personally know one of them.
Let's just wait for those figures
Jim,
to
you were
come
going to say something?
Can I just briefly support what James is saying? Yeah, that's our expectation too. The reason we think that early voting will be stronger for the coalition than on the day voting was we think that overrepresented in that group
looks like Bridget
is
Archer's
older
done
people,
in Bass.
people who already own their own home and people who've had a history of voting for the LNP. And so I agree with what James is saying. I mean, we're very encouraged, obviously, by these numbers that are coming in, but we have the same caution that we had at 6 p.m. We have at whatever time it is now, 7:47 p.m, and that is we do expect that these good numbers that we have been getting so far will moderate.
But Jim Chalmers, do you really think it's possible the coalition could find a goat-tractor victory tonight?
I think it is looking increasingly difficult for them, but you know, as we go through you flick through the various contests where Labor is currently ahead with only 5% of the national vote counted, I just think caution is the order of the day.
Yes, caution.
All right, a lot of caution down this end of the table. In case
Be very cautious.
Sure.
Laura, what do you make of the numbers?
I don't want to get carried away
I think
because
overall,
it would be devastating.
the grand strategy was to pick up a lot of seats in Victoria. That's not happening. The sort of assessments I was getting about Queensland through the week were that, essentially, having sort of thought that they might pick up a couple of seats, that it was probably going to be neutral. Now it's possible that they might be losing a couple of seats. And then New South Wales isn't delivering either. So, we all await Anthony's call, and I note the two gentlemen know a lot about pre-polling, but none of, as you have said, like there is nothing to suggest that the swing is on to the coalition in any sort of way.
And pre-poll might be a little different, but is it going to be that different? I guess is what.
I mean, 1.1% is it for Labor to lose its majority? We're looking at, as Anthony said, at 3.7, and that it does require quite a shove in the other direction in the pre-polls.
Yeah, and I think even if you look at that Queensland state election difference between the on the day and the pre-poll, I mean, it was significant, but I couldn't really see it obviating what we're seeing early on. Anyway, I'm happy to be corrected.
But remember, more people have voted in pre-poll too. I think it's over 50% of Australians have voted. And I'm going to do a policy lob here. I think pre-poll should be, it used to be 3 weeks. We agreed to reduce it to 2 weeks. The Parliament made the decision. I actually think it should be 1 week.
So why do you think that? Just explain.
Because I think people should have as much information as possible in order to make an informed decision in relation to how they vote. This is me being a public policy nerd, and I think instead of having Australia shifted from having a voting day to having a voting period, I think we should try and, as much as possible, return to having a voting period.
You could put your policies out nice and early.
Yes.
Well,
you knew when pre-polling was. We had lots of policies. You knew when pre-polling was going to be in this campaign, and yet you left some of your biggest policies after pre-polling.
Someone who was responsible for our local election policies across the country, they were all out by basically nearly all were out by early April, and most of our major policies were out by the time.
Your defence policy, your biggest spending policy was after early voting had begun.
By the time that people were making the decision with 2 weeks to go, most of our policies are out, and I think it would be nice for Australia to return to having a voting day rather than a voting.
Had you made a decision on defence that it wasn't going to be a vote winner? So
let me know where you're watching
from. I don't think that's the issue.
Then why have it?
I think with Peter Dutton being a former Defence Minister and Andrew Hastie being a former officer in the SAS, you've got two people who understand the importance.
So why not put that earlier in the campaign?
When the summaries and everything come up, because that's always fun. I'm in the seat of Fraser.
Let's try, James, but the policy itself with its thin announcement, couple of pages and a little bit of costings.
That's because a lot of our policies were already out there.
Very late
and a lot of
people
understand that when it comes to the issue of defence, they will trust us over the Labor Party. And
listen to this guy.
Yeah. Talking point. Hang on.
Let's argue about defence policy a bit later. Probably. I think maybe.
Should we go to the list of things? I've got a list of things too I'd like to raise later.
Can I say a couple of things unrelated to that?
Yeah, sure.
Just very quickly, we feel better about
the guy
Franklin
talking now
in the
is
south
currently
of
the
Tasmania.
treasurer
There are good reasons to think that we're in a better
sort of
nick
like the finance
in
minister
Julie
or
Collins'
the
seat than
chancellor
what the early
of
numbers
What
would
is
show.
that? Because what we were seeing was Peter George obviously had picked up some votes early there. What makes you think it's...
He's a much tougher proposition in the rural booths than he is closer to town, and so some people I trust on these issues say that we obviously we're watching it very closely, but we feel better about it than I indicated half an hour or so ago.
Yeah, just looking at the numbers, that has come back in.
And the other really important thing is about Victoria.
And if you're watching from overseas,
so if you look at
the reason
Deakin
we
and
have
Menzies,
primary vote
where we're making a run at those two ultra-marginal seats,
every
the really key consideration there is I think the Greens ran an open ticket in both of those places, and so we shouldn't anticipate that we get the same disciplined preference flow from the Greens if we might have if they were directing in both places.
Just on that, the Greens, we did ask them about this because Labor was concerned about it. They've said
their votes get distributed to the next
were handed out was an open ticket, but
to the next
material. And Labor's done this as well.
So if there are 6 candidates,
shot at them, I'm saying that it introduces another layer of complexity and unpredictability.
But you would still anticipate.
No, sorry,
above 90%
after their first vote.
I'm not sure about that.
Their
I don't think
second
so.
vote gets
others would be more
put out into all the different piles, and then the lowest
I guess my point is
pile then gets distributed out to number 3,
about the Chinese community,
and so on and so on and so on.
We need to be
so
careful not
all
to assume that we'll
votes
get the exact same discipline
distributed.
there
That's
that we're
what
getting
the
elsewhere.
preferences
And just
are.
on the 1 week of pre-poll idea from James
That's why
McGrath,
even if
Jim
your
Chalmers,
candidate
honestly,
finishes
I don't care.
last or
Just
second
tell us
last,
well enough in advance so that we can
your
get the
vote
people
still
there to
counts
talk
towards
to
who
the
wins.
people we're begging to vote for us. If
Not
it's
like
2
the
weeks,
first
I'll be there
past
2
the
weeks,
post
3 weeks, 1
system
week.
where
It's not really my favourite.
if there's 5 candidates, then there are 5 totals,
That goes on the Don Farrell.
and perhaps someone will win by getting 21%.
They'll cast their wisdom on that.
That's not how it works.
My instructions from that rather than
good approach. All right, let's go to Senator Jackie Lambie, who's joining us from northern
Jackie
Tasmania
Lambie
tonight. Senator, thank you for joining us.
She has
what
her
are
own
you making of
party,
the results there in Tasmania so far?
Sorry, mate, I missed that. What did you say?
I'm just asking you generally what your thoughts are on the results so far in Tasmania.
Yeah, very interesting. I was expecting Ann Urquhart. You could see her; she was doing some really hard work down here the last 6 months. There's no doubt about it. She's thrown it all out there. So I think she was nearly doubling over my time at one stage. So she's done really well down here, and she's also well known. I did think that it may be a problem for Bridget because she obviously didn't have Scott Morrison in, so she wasn't crossing the floor. So probably haven't heard as much, even though she's doing the work on the ground, just haven't heard her out there as much being on the media and that sort of thing. So for Bridge, so I was a bit worried about her seat down there, but it's good to see Julie Collins finally getting challenged because, quite frankly,
remember,
she needs to be
let
challenged.
us know where you're watching from.
We'll just see how
your
Peter George goes down there. But other than that, I think I see the upset. I imagine that Labor's going to take Braddon, Lyons and Bass.
Wow.
And obviously probably still keep it down there in Franklin. So, so that's a bit of a problem for
Labor getting 4 out of the 5 seats in
can you just talk to us about how crucial salmon
Tasmania.
farming and that debate
is a
has
big
been in Tasmania during the campaign?
Yeah, so it's been a little bit like the football stadium down here. You know, you've got 65% of Tasmanians who don't want salmon. It's not that we don't want salmon. We're just asking you make all those profits, get it out into the sea, get it out of that bloody harbour. That's what we're asking. We think that's a fair ask. You know, and then, of course, we've got this stadium at $1.2 billion, you know, and that's on a good day. So
not very often I agree with Jackie Lambie.
Doing with it.
Well,
Certainly,
good call, Jackie Lambie.
we just cannot afford that stadium in Hobart. We know York Park's the centre of Tasmania. That's where the AFL's always been. It's always been northern Tasmania, and it's in the middle of everywhere. So it's fair for those kids that are with the AFL Academy and the travel. People down here don't have a lot of money, so so that cost of going to Hobart, spending the night there, a lot of people will drive home, and that's dangerous in itself. And you know what? They just never did it properly. They just decided over some frothies they were going to have this goddamn stadium.
I don't know if anyone remembers, Jackie Lambie started out in Clive Palmer's United Australia's party. So she was well and truly a cooker.
The swing to Labor that we're seeing tonight, what do you put that down to? It's early figures, albeit.
Yeah, I think, I think Peter Dutton, I think them not coming out with their policies, they're not explaining them not costing them, has been a real problem the last few weeks. I think it's really cost them, to be honest with you. They just didn't look like a team that was hungry. Labor's been out there. They just seem to have red shirts everywhere down here. It's been quite amazing. So I'm assuming that's all over Australia like that. But it just looks like in the last few weeks the Liberals just haven't wanted it. It's been quite amazing. So, you can see that turnaround. I think Labor's just been out there and hit it harder and done better. Let's be honest.
Just further to that, Jackie Lambie, I mean, you always tell it as it is. What have you made watching both Peter Dutton and Anthony Albanese through this campaign? How would you rate their performance?
Yeah, so I think it's pretty lacklustre, as I like to say down here. It's a bit, it hasn't been like the normal elections in the past. People just haven't been excited. It's been quite weird. So that's been very interesting. They just let's just get this over and done with so we can get on with it. So that's the sort of attitude I've seen on the ground.
But has one been any better than the other? When you line up Albanese and Dutton, how would you?
Yeah, I think Labor's just been the bigger and smarter outfit. They've just done it a lot better. They look like they want to run. They look like they want to rule. Liberals do not. That's the problem. They've just been slipping the last few weeks and not coming out with your policy and your costings still. Towards the end, I mean, that's just ridiculous. What were they expecting? You want to govern, but you actually don't want to tell us how you're going to do that. That's just ridiculous. I reckon they've lost a lot of, those people that thought they may have voted for them, I reckon the last week they've lost quite a lot.
Jackie Lambie, thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you so much for having me on.
The Jackie Lambie network supporters there.
Can I just say, we need more balloons in the ABC studio.
We need more.
What about the little antenna as well? I'm one of the supporters there.
James, you've been very resistant to this through
Again, I'm going to keep asking. Let us know where you're watching from. If you know your seat, your electorate.
Are you not seeing what other people are saying?
Tell me what it is, and let's take some special interest in
until we
the
get
results.
some voting figures in.
This is a reflection on the campaign.
That's
for
yes,
you.
Exactly.
I feel sorry for this Liberal
with all due respect to Jackie, is a political opponent of ours. She's not going to say nice things about the Liberal Party. She never says nice things about any Liberals down in Tasmania, so I'm not surprised by her comments.
Trying to polish it.
What we will do as the Liberal Party, we will always look into any election campaign that we've run. I've done reviews myself in the past. I'm sure I don't know if Jim's done them, but the great and the good will do it. Win or lose tonight, that's what will happen.
So what would be your word, single word, to describe Peter Dutton's campaign?
Solid.
Solid, OK.
All right.
That's
solid.
What we're up to.
OK, well, we are up to...
That's why
we are approaching
some of these
8
people
o'clock
live in low
Eastern time, and that
really
means
do.
the polls are about to close in the West. And we'll
13 seconds until the polls close in Western Australia.
Hold the seats it won at the last election.
Now, that'll be
What about
really
the new
interesting
seat
because
of Bullwinkle,
Western
the
Australia
KK
is
seat of
often
Curtin? Stay with us.
a real Liberal stronghold, but they've been in their state politics have been obliterated the last 2 state elections. So I'll be quite interested to see how crops up. If you're watching from somewhere else in the world and you've got questions about Australian politics or how the Australian system works, pop them in the chat.
You're watching Australia Votes live from the ABC Election Centre. I'm David Spears.
And I'm Sarah Ferguson. Let's get the
We are
latest
watching
on
the
count
Australian
with
National
Anthony
Broadcaster, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation.
Can't bring up any
This
graphics.
dude is a guy called
Currently,
Anthony Green,
got a sort of
and he's like
server
the
problem.
election
So we actually
whisperer,
haven't had any updates
the
from
guru,
the current
and this is
looking
his
elsewhere.
swan
Current
song.
is about
He's retiring
13.7% of the vote counted. The swing is a bit
And
lower
he's
than what I
developed
was
this
showing earlier.
fantastic
It's about
system
is currently projecting to the Labor Party on
over
54.8, which is about 0.7 lower than the projection I had earlier. That's because that count I'm using is much more progressed. But at the moment, we're chasing down Jeff Bezos or somebody at Amazon to try and find out what's going on. But yeah, there's nothing that I'm seeing on other sources of figures
in the
that are
chat
suggesting anything
Peter
other than the
Dutton,
picture we were painting earlier.
thumbs up, thumbs down. Or let's phrase it another way.
Okay. Other servers
Peter
are
Dutton,
dickhead.
dickhead.
We had one
yes or no?
right now, but anyway,
can I just check?
Those numbers come back.
We did see Franklin come back a bit for Labor, so
yes, yeah, and look, it's that's looking a little better for Labor. I don't know if the seat of Bean in the ACT's come back at all for Labor based on those early numbers.
No, it was. It got to a higher count and was still looking like a really significant swing towards the independent there. On more than 5% counted, significantly more.
There's
I mean,
a really
I think there's
strong
a possibility
independent
here,
in the seat
allowing
of
for
Franklin
the buffering that's going on around us, for there to be
he wants the salmon industry taken out of
entrance of
Macquarie Harbour.
Yeah, sure.
So the Labor Party's on 37.
I'd be
I
happy
don't know
to see him
percentage
win.
counted because the Electoral Commission no longer publishes percentage counted on their website for reasons to do with, it's a long story. The Labor Party's on 37%, Peter George is on 24%, and the Liberal Party's on 17%, and that's with 27,000 votes counted, which would be about a third of the vote.
All right, we're back in Tasmania.
Yeah.
Yes.
So at this stage, on those numbers, if that trend continues, Labor would hold Franklin. The Electoral Commission has stopped counting preferences in that electorate because they believe that Peter George will be one of the final players. But on the numbers, primary votes I'm looking here at the moment, he's not good enough to win because the Liberal Party did issue a harder vote card.
I just saw your post on Blue Sky.
The Labor Party.
Anthony, can I just ask you about that
looking good, Stan. The results so far for the conservation and biodiversity looks like being a winner.
Into second position there.
Hope you're enjoying your camping trip.
Because I have to sort of navigate the Electoral Commission's website for the moment.
Looks like
in that seat,
nationwide swing
the
to Labor, even in
Labor's
Victoria.
on 30, and the LNP's on 29. It's a three-way tie between those candidates at the moment. So it would come down to who finishes third.
Stan, I know you'll tell me how's my level
compared to the TV coming through that we had. It's that LNP dropping into third.
Oh, you'll be on your phone, so
I thought they'd bounced up to second, but let's wait and see.
That will be a devastating result for the Greens. They've put a lot of resources into those seats, and it's been part of their longer-term strategy to try and get more lower house seats. So
this is one of the vagaries of these preferential three-way situations. Sometimes the position to be in is to be number two when the party that's being eliminated is going to support you more than the number one, right? That's the come from behind
Can you
situation.
set that onto music?
I could give it a naughty calypso rhythm for you if you like. So, I mean, it's kind of a bitter pill,
Stan, I've been
I imagine,
commenting on
for the Greens to find themselves in a situation where
it's got the wide leather
LNP
tie.
candidate is third, and then
I'm not sure that's a winning look
pushes Labor over the line because they're preferencing away from the Greens.
That's how they won last time, though. The Labor candidate elected the Greens MPs in Griffith, Ryan and Brisbane.
I'm not claiming a moral failure here. I'm just explaining how it works because we talk about these preferences a lot.
In relation to Ryan, we expect to come first. On primaries. So we think the magical word for those who are playing pre-poll bingo at home in terms of having a sip each time, they're under the table now. Pre-poll figures will put the LNP first.
I'm glad you're not playing that game right now on this table. What do you make as a campaigner, James, from the Greens and the campaign they've run this time?
If you can hear me while I'm still getting the TV,
I understand your idea.
Anti-Semitic party, and when you deal with them on pre-poll, they are just horrible people. I would happily take the Labor Party and, with all due respect, union thugs any day of the week compared to the Greens. They are horrible people.
Tell us what I love how the Libs
the things they were
say
saying
the Greens are
to
horrible
Maggie Forrest
people.
in Ryan.
I don't know if you've ever looked at your own party,
things they were saying to
and
Trevor
your
Evans
coalition
in
partners
Brisbane
and
were just
nationals.
appalling because they don't believe that we have a right to express our views as Conservatives. They try to deplatform us and don't accept that we do have that different view. And I think
appreciate that comment. I can't watch the ABC anymore. It's too right-wing.
Of politics
I think
in
that's
Australia.
correct with the
They
news.
steal signs all the time.
But
they deface signs.
Channel 7 is extreme right-wing nowadays. They may as well be Sky News.
I mean, there's been some very
and
bodgy
9 is
tactics
just a
across the
Liberal
board
Party
in
outlet.
all sorts of different electorates we've seen. I mean, there's too many.
And I didn't want to watch
list
the
now.
Australia Institute.
I think
just wholly and solely
that we're
because
looking for here is
I wanted to do something of my own.
is
So I've
the
settled
other
on the
Greens going to be in a
ABC.
position
I was
to
going
add
to chop
their
and
stock
change,
of
but
lower house seats, which of course
too
they had
much
hardly any
hassle.
until recently.
Look at that.
Recently
6% counted in Dixon.
So the Greens
and
are going
Ali
in Richmond.
France.
That's another seat that they've been looking at.
Wills.
6, nearly 7%.
Yeah.
Don't know yet.
No, we don't. We'll see the data on that. We can see the votes being counted, though, at Bibra Lake there in WA. The polls having closed there just in the last 5 or 6 minutes. So that counts.
But yeah, Western Australia is closed now, so
as soon as we can from
we're off to the races, folks.
Let me just ask you, Jim Chalmers, about that. And I'm interested to note that someone just rang Jim Chalmers, so I want to know who that is. Because
one of my booth captains, actually, who's so focused on getting the booth results, he's rung me on the panel.
That's allowed. That's okay. Anything to report?
Look,
one thing I like about election night is when all the insiders, all the people counting the votes, the scrutineers, are calling in to the
we feel pretty good
to
about
the party
Brisbane.
operatives
really
on the
quite
panels.
Confident
Saying,
about Brisbane now winning that off the green.
Looks like we're stuffed here, or we're looking really good here.
Very good show in Griffith. Most of the traffic I'm getting,
and I'm following Cheryl Curnow
people in South East Queensland,
some
particularly
others
at the
on the social
where
media
the gathering is.
To see if they're getting any extra
places, especially Brisbane, look really good.
Extra info
so those
coming
early
in.
numbers against
again,
for Max Chandler Mather.
Stan, what's your seat?
I'm being told that certainly in terms of the primary, in Brisbane, very
I was
strong
tempted to
showing
watch
from Madonna Jarrett,
Punters.
coming first in a lot of booths. And in
I don't know,
Griffith,
Aussie man. I
the
was
Liberals
tempted to
are
watch
well
Punters.
clear on third. And in Griffith, obviously, the key for us, the point that Annabelle was making earlier, if we come top 2, we are a good show.
Got to carve out my own presence,
and
mate.
we are comfortably in the
so
top
what's
2.
your electorate,
What would you put that down to in Griffith?
Are you in grey?
A candidate with a high profile.
Yeah.
Made a big name for himself.
Yeah, he's a polarising figure. And I think the CFMEU stuff that he did was a big mistake in some of those more well-to-do parts of Griffith.
You're in Mayo, Rebecca Sharkey.
One of the best first-time candidates I've ever seen in Renee Coffey. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it's good. I love watching the Liberal dudes trying to explain
so all of those
why
factors,
they're going so badly.
I'm not
and
calling
still
either
not
of
trying
those
to
places,
dump
but my
on,
friends in both of those
on
elections.
Dutton or any of the leadership before they've conceded and resigned, etc. So they're all full of bullshit.
Brisbane, Griffith, Ryan, would they have done better?
I'm waiting for them to cross to the polls.
Would they have done better than the Greens?
Well, I think if you think back to
mostly,
what was happening in 2022 for those Greens, I mean, it was a surprise to see 3 city seats going to the Greens in Brisbane.
Nearly 5%
there
counted
were local
nationwide
factors, aircraft noise, wasn't just about Scott Morrison.
So, folks, you can see how easy it is. Stan just told us, Stan from Kangaroo Island TV, do give him a follow.
Those seats are mobile now in the way that a lot of
just
seats
let us know what seat you're in if you know it.
Across the federal
and if you don't
landscape.
want to tell us that, tell us what state you're in. Or if you're watching from overseas,
what's going on.
hello, New Delhi.
To hear from both of you.
Tell us
moving away from the
why you're interested in the Australian
What are you hearing about
election?
The seats like
especially if it's because you like watching
because
the
I think our
devilishly
early
handsome
voting is
host
showing a much stronger Labor presence there than I was anticipating. And also, we'd all like to hear a bit more about Dixon
like
and what you're gathering about that.
Before we get to that, I was going to say in Solomon, the figures there in the Northern Territory is that there's a 10% swing to the CLP and a 6% swing away from Labor. So Labor on 30% and we're on 38%. So
that's that in the seat of Darwin.
So it's Darwin and Palmerston. And crime is a big issue up there. Leah Finocchiaro is a really popular chief minister up there. And I've been door knocking up there with Lisa Bayliss, our candidate.
That explains it.
And no, it's just, senators should never door knock. So I was like, but it's just you could tell that there is a mood there.
James, I'm a trained observer. I just asked you about Queensland, and you've gone straight to the Northern Territory. That tells me you don't have anything good to say about Queensland.
All right, let's go straight to Anthony Green instead. Anthony, what can you tell us?
That the Labor Party is still going very strongly at the moment. Just trawling through the Election Commission's website, they've got more than 50 seats, but it's very unclear that the coalition's got more than 25 of them. There's 15 coalition-held seats where the Labor Party is currently leading. Now, without all my fabulous technology, I can't see how close they all are at the moment, but everything that we were talking about earlier looks like it's still occurring with the later numbers. But at this stage, it's a bit hard. We haven't any ability to turn that into a graphic for you. But at this stage, the figures are still looking good for Labor.
This Liberal Party dude on ABC will cry within the next 2 hours.
Do we know what national percentage of vote has been counted? Because I think earlier it was about 5%.
The Election Commission, I think it's about 16. The Election Commission doesn't publish a percentage on their website anymore.
But that's getting up a little higher.
So 15 coalition seats where Labor's ahead.
Where Labor's ahead at the moment.
Yep.
We'll see if that holds up. Perhaps we can go to Tony Barry, Collis Samaras and PK for any info they're hearing at the moment as well. Tony, to you first. You were obviously quite concerned about which way the coalition was going half an hour ago or so. Has your level of concern eased at all?
No, and Victoria continues to look very bad for the coalition. I can see a scenario where Jason Wood is the only Liberal MP in Melbourne.
The only Liberal MP in Melbourne?
Yep. And I think Wannon will be probably okay, but it's early days yet.
But you're therefore saying people like Keith Wallahan and Michael Sukkar are going to lose their seats in Melbourne?
I think it's going to be very hard unless there is an extraordinary flow of preferences.
Wow, that is great news. I hate
heroic assumptions even. So big questions need to be asked of the Victorian Liberal Party once again. They continue to find new ways to fail. And I think
because they got shit candidates.
Just 8 seats out of 38 to start with.
All they can do is find property developers,
even further.
Real estate agents.
There is simply no pathway to victory in the near future, in the next couple of elections.
Scummy landlords.
Unless the Liberal Party can be semi-competitive in Victoria. And I'm talking 15 out of 38 seats. I'm not talking about, a majority of seats. So there's some soul searching to be done.
David Spears is surprisingly,
we don't want to have an autopsy just yet while the body is still alive, but it's pretty clear that Victoria, where the great hope was for the coalition, and there were potentially up to 10 seats on the table in early polling.
I mean,
all the
Spears
way
is having to rein it in tonight
potentially
because
Isaacs even, Gorton and Hawke were all in the frame.
It's a result that he
can't
the
Labor Party have run
negatively for the ALP.
To Paul Erickson.
So far, it's a smash.
Fantastic campaign. They leveraged off the nuclear campaign message there with the $60 billion cost that will come out of Medicare. On our polling, that was net 43% agreement, which is massive. Now, there's some dubious claims about the $60 billion.
I think it's 600
billion.
That was a Labor figure.
It was obviously fairly dubious, but the thing with good campaign directors is they're tough but unfair. And Paul Erickson is a very good campaign director.
We'll come back to Cos and PK, get some thoughts from you. But just on the Liberals, don't want to do the autopsy while the body's alive, says Tony Barry. Let's go to Olivia Casely, who's at the Liberal Party headquarters tonight in Brisbane. Liv, tell us, what's the feeling there at the moment about the way this is going tonight?
Well, I'd love to be able to bring you some of the reaction among
they won't let you in on
faithful to these early swings we're seeing towards Labor. But the truth is, I can't. Up until the past 10 minutes or so, there were very few Liberal supporters in this room. Indeed, this room was just filled with journalists and Liberal staffers that have worked on the campaign. I had been told that there'd be people arriving around 7:30, and so I actually went outside to investigate and see what was going on here. And indeed, VIP supporters and guests, friends and family, I should say, of Peter Dutton are actually away in a separate room. I did try and get in behind that velvet rope, but they didn't let me in there. They say that there was just those close supporters there. But I did see former Attorney General Christian Porter making his way into that special area. I'm also told that former Prime Minister Tony Abbott will be arriving here at some point this evening. But when we look look at Dickson more generally, it is the most marginal seat in Queensland, held on 1.7%. And indeed, that is the location that Anthony Albanese chose to go. It was his first stop on the campaign trail almost 35 days ago now. He was joined by Treasurer Jim Chalmers, who joins you there on the panel. At the time, it was considered a bit of a mind game, if you like, but perhaps
Hello.
it is certainly, I should say,
Gina,
in Labor's
not Rena.
sights.
Would that be
I've
right?
spoken to lots of sources,
what do you
both
mean,
on the
Gina
coalition
Reinhardt,
side
as
and
in
Labor.
Rena?
While the government would like to pick up
yes,
Peter Dutton's seat,
I agree.
I am sort of told that it is unlikely.
It's
an
Trump
outside chance, and I would also add that
having
caveat
a dip at
that ultimately
Canada
we haven't seen
and
those pre-poll
Australia
results coming through just
has
yet,
been
but Labor would certainly be happy
fantastic.
about some of the figures we're seeing so far.
Liv, thank you very
I'm
much indeed
tempted
for
to
that
go over
update.
and watch
We're now
Sky
going to cross
to
to
watch
Jane Norman, who's
Rita
at ALP
Panahi and all
headquarters
those
in
other
Sydney.
dickheads.
How's the contrast? Liv just described a very
Carry
quiet
on.
room at
this
party
Labor
headquarters. How
reporter
is it
in the
in
red,
Sydney?
she's dating a Liberal Party operative, and they
Sarah.
never
I
ever
think
disclose
the mood
it.
is buoyant. There's one of excitement and expectation.
She'd be hating
You
it.
might not be able to see because of where our camera's
Waiting for
positioned,
her
but
to
there
cry.
are hundreds of people in this room, all wearing their red T-shirts. They're kind of gathered to my left around the ABC broadcast because that's the audio that has been playing. But when we first arrived tonight, people were just pure anxiety. They were terribly anxious about the result, and they've certainly become more and more optimistic as the night has unfolded. And I just actually had a text from a Labor insider who said that if the Labor lead is maintained when the pre-polls are counted, then we're bound for glory. So certainly a contrast with the Liberal HQ. And I think it's worth reflecting that at the very start of this campaign, Spearsy, when you and I were on the panel together as the day the election was called, we said that this election would be decided during the 5-week campaign because there were just so many soft, undecided voters. Well, Labor has pointed out that unusually for an opposition leader, Peter Dutton's standing has actually gone backwards during this campaign, largely due to his missteps and mistakes, but also a pretty big character assassination sort of launched by the Labor Party.
It's not a character
the last time
assassination.
they said
No
that
one
Hutton was likely
ever
to be
liked
Shorten
him.
in 2019,
No
Mark
one
Latham in
ever liked him.
2004, but certainly the campaign hasn't helped Peter Dutton. And so, you know, we'll see what obviously happens tonight. But as, you know, the panel was remarking, Labor has run
I don't
really
know how
a
long it's
textbook
going to
campaign
take
for the past
until
35 days.
The campaign has not been kind
the Liberal
and
Party had
not
this
been a
wrong
helpful period for Peter Dutton.
right
That's very
from the
clear
day
in what
that
we're
they
seeing
made
so
him
far.
the
Jane,
leader.
thank you. Let's go
They
back
would
to
have
Anthony
been
Green
better
for
with
the
someone
latest numbers.
I've just been trying through the
milk
Election Commission.
toast as
The
Dan
Labor Party is
Tehan.
currently heading Hughes, Banks and Bradfield in New South Wales. There's ahead in Aston, Deakin, Menzies, Casey and Flinders.
Wow.
In Victoria.
Ahead in
Labor's
Flinders.
ahead in Bonner, Leichhardt, Dixon, Petrie, Longman, Ford.
And Dunkley.
There's a Mick now. I'm not sure which, and Bowman.
Not McPherson.
I haven't looked.
Dixon, Peter Dutton's seat,
Yes.
Anthony. What can you tell us any more about that? Labor's ahead there still?
Both major parties' primary vote is well down, but the Labor Party is currently ahead on that primary vote. If Labor is ahead on primary
that's
votes,
good
there's
news.
preferences from the Teal Independent.
That's the
I'd
one
have
we
to
all
go and
want.
have a look at
Okay,
Dixon,
do either of you have any
I've
intel
got the AEC page for Dixon up, currently showing projected two-candidate preferred at 57%
UAT.
to Labor.
57%.
57%.
Based on how many voted?
It doesn't say, but it's looking at this stage a 9.57% swing.
9.75 swing against
which makes
Dutton.
us Canada, if that's what's happening.
Sorry, Laura, did you say there was
43%? About 43% of the vote counted in Dixon.
Wow,
So, James
that is
McGrath, are you
amazing.
still
43%
confident your
counted
leader,
in Dixon.
Peter Dutton, will be in Parliament?
Yes. Let's wait for
What gives you that
confidence
confidence right now?
getting all the pre-poll figures in. Let's wait for the
let's wait. Let's wait for the good news.
Several times tonight. Dixon.
Remember last election, they were all going, "Oh, wait for the pre-polls, wait for the
He was
pre-polls,"
held it by less
and
than
it just
100
didn't
votes
happen.
after the 2007
Because more idiots like
election.
me are
Peter
going
will be
pre-poll
there.
now.
A number of seats,
And I'm not one
whether
of your
ours
blue blood
or Labor's or the Teals, we will not know the
people who
results
are
of
away at their
tonight.
beach
Do you
house.
think the
We will have
pre-polls
to-
will be
on the
good enough to
weekend.
reverse a 9% swing?
That's what it always used
Yes.
to be. People will be
Wow.
away at the
Okay.
beach
I think so.
house.
Has that happened before, ever?
We noticed that pre-poll was particularly good in Queensland for us.
Jim Chalmers,
field
just
was
on
very
that seat of Dixon, you were cautious earlier. What do you think now?
Oh, look, I'm still cautious, but that's a hell of a swing, and it's a big chunk of votes that have been counted. And so Ali France and her amazing campaign team would be feeling encouraged, but I don't think anyone thinks we're home and hosed yet. If you look at another Queensland seat, which I've been following very closely, it's my neighbour, the seat of Bonner. We have built a very substantial lead there as well, about 36% of the vote counted there, and it's looking like broadly a 60-40 contest. That will close up because of early voting. But Cara Cook is in a very, very strong position.
Look
in
at him,
Bonner,
he
and
looks
I
like the
feel
cat that got
relatively
the crane.
confident
Do you
that
feel
we can
relatively
get there.
confident Labor's going to retain government?
Oh, we're very cautious, but look at the grin
look,
on.
it's looking harder and harder for the
Jim Chalmers.
coalition. I think that's been acknowledged in different ways.
I don't think he
am
thinks
from
that
the Richard Marles School.
they're not going to
as
form
he
government.
explained to us earlier on, I'm extremely cautious about this. I do genuinely think, as James does, that this will tighten up considerably. But I am surprised that we are holding on to some of these big leads as we get into the kind of the 30%, 40% of counting.
You're all about the pre-poll, James McGrath, but are there conversations happening in other parts of the party now about Peter Dutton's leadership, with or without? Leave Dixon aside for the moment.
No.
Too early?
It's an hour and 23 minutes after polls.
No. Peter has
sorry.
one of the
2 hours and 20
characteristics
minutes after
of
polls
the
closed, and
opposition
they're already
since our
having
loss
the
in 2022
public discussion
has
on the
been
panels
a
about
unified team.
and people
what
starting
happened
to call
in-
you
after
about ditching
2007
Dutton.
there was a lot of...
You might not have to ditch him.
It was shambolic. That's probably a polite way of putting it. He's been able to keep the team united. Peter will stay leader as long as he wants to be leader.
There's been quite a lot of discussion about that unity, obviously. Some congratulations for the way he kept the party together, but at the same time there were accusations that it led to a squashing of proper policy debate within the opposition, and that's how you ended up with a less than well-developed policy slate going into the campaign. Is there any truth in that?
I don't think there's any truth in that. That's not my experience with policy development within the coalition.
Just on something you just said, James McGrath, Peter Dutton will remain leader as long as he wants to remain leader. Doesn't the party room...
Hello, Nicholas Hay. Haven't seen you in here before, so welcome.
If it's gone disastrously, we should have a say on who our leader should be.
Let us know, Nicholas, where are you? Aren't they going to make... They're going to build the AUKUS submarines, I think, in South Australia and Western Australia. Does that mean you're in
So that's your message
South
to the
Australia
party
or
room.
Western
They
Australia?
should stick with Peter Dutton,
Or
no matter how bad this gets.
Or are you going to be
my reading is the party room and
an American gloating
read
about
things
how
like
much money
numbers
we are
is the party room would
stupidly
strongly
throwing at
support
you
Peter Dutton.
for
Peter has done a good
subs
job keeping us together.
Trump's basically already said
colleagues about that? Have you actually talked about
Well, no, because no one's actually talking about it because
Fill
we're
us in.
focused on Labor.
And if you're in Australia, what do you see?
We've been in politics a long time. You don't get to look like this by not being
But explain to us this reading of people without talking
because
about
we've been focused on the Labor Party and focused on the Greens and focused on the Teals.
Sorry, I'm just keen to answer a question on this. You're reading people and you're confident that no matter what, they'll stick with Dutton.
Calling that guy out
but
for
you've
his
never
bullshit.
had a conversation with them, and you don't think, look, you should have a conversation.
There's no need to have conversations because the party room for 3 years has been so strongly behind Peter and will continue to be behind Peter. He's kept us together. And
we believe you.
Having these types of conversations, I don't think is helpful while the votes are still coming in. At such
Sorry,
early
Jim
stages.
Chalmers, hold that. Anthony Green's got something important for us.
I'm not sure it's important. I can't see how the coalition wins from here.
That sounds important. Well, that does sound important.
Is bad for them.
Don't let me interrupt you, Anthony.
Is that they've just gone backwards everywhere. I can't see... It is bad news everywhere for them. There's seats all over the country, all over the eastern states they're losing and they're behind in. No, they need to get 19 seats for majority government. They need to gain 10 seats for Labor. They're currently in the process of losing 12 to 15.
Yep.
The trend is all the wrong way. And I am a bit limited in the amount of data I can see at the moment.
There's a reality check
It's impossible to see how this turns around. This isn't necessary. I mean, at the moment, it's a bit hard to work this out. Let's just say that. I can't see how the coalition wins from here. Now, does that mean the Albanese government is won? Well, yes, it's a binary contest. Have they got majority or minority? On these figures, they are going to have a substantially increased majority.
So you are categorically ruling out anything other than a minority or majority government for Anthony Albanese tonight?
Probably. I mean, I'm a bit hindered. Look, I can't see how the coalition...
He doesn't want
gets
to
into
call it
government
just yet,
from
but
the
I
numbers
think
we're
he
seeing at the
basically
moment.
just
Therefore,
called
the
it.
coalition can't form government. Therefore, Labor will form government in the next parliament. So you're helping me form my words by asking great questions.
You heard what James McGrath said. He thinks the pre-poll is going to perform a miracle.
So hang on, just to be clear, you're saying Labor has won, either in a minority or a majority government?
For pre-poll to turn around from here, they'd have to have a lot of loaves and fishes, I think. I think it's a big swing that's on at the moment. I can't see how it turns around. Now, I'll put the caveat on, I'm a bit limited by the numbers, but it's just, this could be a big win for Labor, but it's certainly a win.
It's certainly a win for Labor. I think we can take that as Anthony calling it as a win of some sort for Labor.
828,
and
Anthony Green.
Look, this will be the final call that Anthony makes, and he might firm up that call as to whether it's a
Oh,
minority or a
breaking
majority.
news. Labor wins government. There we go.
Our chief elections analyst. But that would make... But that would also make it, for Anthony Albanese, the first Prime Minister to win back-to-back elections in more than 20 years. He has taken Labor from being behind in the polls before the campaign began to now being in this position where he has won either in a minority or a majority government, and that's despite the frustrations of voters over cost of living and all these issues that we've seen over the last 3 years. And we can see someone with the Anthony Green T-shirt there celebrating that call from Anthony Green just now. That would be at the Labor headquarters tonight, and they'd be celebrating that moment from Anthony Green there.
Twitter starts going crazy about.
Congratulations to you.
Oh, thank you. Can I pay tribute to the Prime Minister again? The way that he has led our team in these circumstances has been nothing short of phenomenal. And the fact that we are at 8:30...
Apparently Channel 9 and
night,
Channel 7 were prepared to call it earlier.
Peter Dutton will not be the next Prime Minister, where there's still an element of uncertainty around seats and majority and minority. The fact that we're in this position at 8:30 on election night is a tribute to Anthony Albanese. And I think his campaign has been extraordinary. It has been phenomenal. He has dragged us back from a difficult position to what looks like it will be a winning position, and he deserves the credit for that, and I congratulate him.
And we're looking at some pictures here from Labor HQ with the breaking news: Anthony Albanese returned as Prime Minister. Labor wins government. Looks like they're waiting for someone to appear, possibly from the back of the room.
I think they're listening to you right now, Sarah, and a shout out to those in the Labor crowd, because this news has just broken. And look, first-term governments, we know, for nearly 100 years have been returned, but we have seen a lot of difficulty for this government over the last 3 years, as I mentioned, through the inflation problems that they've faced. The polling did show things started to turn before the campaign began. The campaign has been, as many have noted, a textbook one for Labor.
And how the independents
it's pretty clear now that they have won the campaign and they have won this election. We don't yet know whether this will be a minority or a majority government. All the numbers so far are in Labor's favour. This will begin a lot of soul searching for the coalition. James McGrath, I assume you're still
going to
stick to the line of waiting for the pre-poll numbers.
A number of seats, we won't know the results tonight or next week, or we'll have to wait till week 2. But if it continues in this trend...
Asher Wolf on Blue Sky, one of my favourite Blue Sky contributors.
And the party will need to take a good hard look at itself. We will do that in the normal fashion. I'm not going to do it live on the ABC. A lot of my people across the country, I should say my people, a lot of party supporters and members will be hurting at this. They've done a lot of work
I'll try and
for their
stay
candidates, and we will need to take the coming days and weeks and months to look at what we need to do to make sure we do our return to power.
Well, indeed, whether you're going to have Peter Dutton, I've just heard a senior Labor source tell me that their reports are from Dixon. The pre-poll vote in Dixon are moving to leaning Labor. That's the pre-poll. So Peter Dutton on the day votes have broken Labor's way. And now the pre-poll votes, I'm told, are also leaning Labor. So Peter Dutton's future in the Parliament is right now in real trouble.
On the early counts.
The argument that we were having earlier about the party room's opinion may be completely
made up for them by the voters, the electorate.
So, let me remind everybody that in the Canadian election that we just saw, you saw a Conservative leader riding high in the polls, struck amidships by Donald Trump, and an amazing turnaround that involved the leader, Pierre Poilievre, losing his seat.
Yeah. And a few days later, here we are with a similar result. It looks like. Laura, let me get your thoughts on this. I'm not saying he's lost the seat of Dixon, but all the signs are pointing to him right now, losing that seat of Dixon.
They are all pointing to him losing that seat. And I think more significantly, David...
There's more good news.
This is an opposition that was essentially an LNP opposition more than anything else. I mean, Queensland was the heartland of the opposition.
And they've never had a leader from Queensland.
They haven't, and it was, you know, it was very much an LNP operation, if you like. And their losses in Queensland, I think, are, you know, their likely potential losses in Queensland at the moment are staggering. Labor is leading in a lot of seats that weren't really sort of
Petrie.
Which we just haven't been talking about. Huge. So to lose, and particularly, I suppose,
back to being a swing seat.
Queensland is a resources state. This should be a state that the coalition is really sort of bolstered in for a reason. Now, I'll be very interested to see what happens in Western Australia, but I'm quite shocked by the extent of the likely.
Well, whatever happens in WA, if Labor Jim Chalmers is gaining those seats in Queensland like
so how you feeling,
and maybe Dixon,
chat,
the Tasmanian seats we were talking about earlier as well, you may not be sweating on those WA seats as much.
Yeah, well, the one that's really leapt out at me as I sort of
one
really
word in the chat, or a thumbs up, or a thumbs down, or
a huge surprise for us. 55% of the vote is counted. We've got a 5.5-point lead in Petrie. And Emma Coleman is an amazing person, but I don't think a lot of us had Petrie bookmarked tonight. And so I think that gives you a bit of a sense of the broader range of possibilities for us. I just wanted to say something about the Liberal leadership. I don't pretend, obviously, to be an expert on that, and I don't intend to dance on Peter Dutton's grave. I think the big missing part of this story we're talking about tonight is Angus Taylor, and so many of the issues that the Liberal Party campaign had can be traced back to Angus, and so I think we need to be careful as we go through this result, cautiously and conservatively as we continue to do. Obviously Peter Dutton did not have a good campaign, but the main alternative, Angus Taylor, arguably had a campaign which was at least as bad, if not worse.
I just want to bring James McGrath in there. I mean, it's a big call to say.
I think the Greens will actually go
Has
backwards.
to carry a large part of this loss, isn't it?
So you'd be disappointed if they don't gain
I think
seats.
we're all getting ahead of ourselves.
They might win one,
looking at the figures
lose one
in relation
to
Petrie and another.
They might pick up in the Senate, though.
The pre-poll figures are still coming in.
The Liberal guys still saying the pre-poll. It's still looking good for the Libs.
Very, very tight, but a number of these other seats, those pre-poll figures are still coming in. So I think we just need to still be calm in relation to where these seats are going to end up.
Right. Well, so we
keep
can
putting
talk
lipstick
about
on a
the
pig,
campaign
mate.
that Anthony
Good on
Albanese's run, and I think we should spend a little bit more of a moment on what's just happened, because it happened in a quiet, almost in a quiet way in that moment. So I just want to stay with the campaign and the achievement of the Prime Minister at the moment. Okay, I think Anthony's going to have... Actually, hold that thought. He's back. He's got some figures. He's a very happy man.
Let's see some more updates.
We have figures. We kicked off the backup system. We normally
all
use
right,
the test system. 20.7% main one. You've got 21, just under 21% of the vote count. We're still projecting Labor 35, the Coalition 31, the Greens 12.9, others are 11.8. The change in primary vote that's occurring 2.7, 4.6 down for the Coalition. And the two-party preferred swing is 3.9%. Now remember this, I was saying that that's a projection.
Nearly a 4-point swing.
The current figure is 57.6. We're projecting it will come down to 56.
Still huge.
Now, if the coalition do better on pre-poll, it might come down to 55. It may get down to 54, but it's not going to get down to 53 or 52 on those numbers. So this is has all the potential to be a substantial victory for the Labor Party. And what I'll do is I'll draw the champ. Look, it did 20%, so I won't go too far into this. But we're pretty confident that Labor has definitely won we've got them on 76. That was the first time I've looked at it, I must admit, for a while.
That's a majority for those running at home?
So, look, just because we haven't looked at these figures for a while, that's a pretty... I mean, as I said a few minutes ago, when I didn't have the figures right in front of me, the Labor Party, the coalition is not winning from there. They're not winning from 34 seats at this stage when the Labor's ahead in 76. Say you turned around 15 seats, that still gets the coalition to 50. 50, maybe 60, but that's a long way behind at this stage. Again, we'll say 22.8. Let's look at that primary vote again at the moment. It's been pretty stable like that for a while. Those numbers will start to shift. If you remember the Queensland election, they were pretty sort of level pegging or Labor slightly behind before they moved. At this stage, Labor's substantially ahead.
I'm just happy to see that the One Nation vote
that would be the lowest coalition primary vote ever.
The opinion poll.
Yes. It may come up a little once the pre-poll comes in.
Do this as well? This is changing. I've just had I haven't been through every one of these seats to double check. But we've got Banks where the Labor Party's ahead, Bass, Independents gaining Bean. I haven't looked at the numbers there, but Labor's holding Bennelong, winning Bennelong, gaining Bonner, Braddon, Brisbane. Look, there's a whole page there.
So you're knocking out David Coleman, the Shadow Foreign Minister, gone, Bridget Archer in Bass as well.
Michael Sukkar.
Look how many front benches
haven't looked. They are struggling to hold on. And if they're struggling to hold the seats they hold, they're not winning the election.
Yeah, and they're losing both front benches, but also emerging talent, as well as perhaps their leader.
Emerging talent.
Yes.
But Jim Chalmers, just
that's an
back to you for
in the
a moment,
Party.
because you started talking about the tribute that you wanted to pay to the Prime Minister a month before the campaign. He put healthcare at the centre of the campaign to come. He put women at the centre of the campaign to come. How important a decision was that in this result?
Yeah, and the cost of living. We decided that to win the election, we would go through that rather than
all over a bit earlier
than
any of us expected.
I think the biggest reason for what looks like a very good result tonight is Anthony's leadership. I think second is that we won the argument over the economy, particularly the cost of living. And I think those two things together are responsible for this outcome tonight. Again, not wanting to dance on anybody's political grave, but clearly the leadership contest, the one-on-one leadership contest in what is a relatively presidential system was decisive. And if you look at all of those polls, the opposition leaders' numbers tracked down substantially over the life of the campaign. The more that they saw of him, the less that they wanted to support him.
Footy update.
And that's a relative judgment that people are making.
Can I just tease out what you're saying there about the importance of Anthony Albanese's leadership in this win? And he is the first leader, as I mentioned, in more than 20 years to do this, win back-to-back elections. Does this bestow him with greater authority as a leader now in the party, and how does that change the dynamics of a second-term Albanese government?
Well, I think he had extraordinary authority before, and I think one of the defining characteristics of our government is Anthony sets a tone of being an inclusive leader, and we all enjoy working in that context. We like working in that system. There's probably never been a better time to be a senior minister in a cabinet than with a leader like Anthony. But he has led from the front. And when things were looking dicey towards the end of last year, the way that he came out of the blocks, into Gympie, making the big announcement on the Bruce Highway, that rolling kind of campaigning really from the first week of January, I think in 10 or 20 years' time, they will be writing about this Albanese effort.
So for those who wonder whether he should serve a full second term and contest a third election, or whether someone like you should take over at some point during this term, what would you say?
What's he going to say?
My expectation is that if we get the result that Anthony's expecting tonight, that he'll serve a full term and run again. That's my expectation.
If he remains popular,
I would back that absolutely, 100%. Yeah. And I think we make an effective team.
What a
not
dumb
just Anthony
question
and I, but
from
the
someone on
whole
election
cabinet,
night.
the whole party room. I would defy you to find a more unified government that enjoys more working with each other
so many people think than
our government, particularly our cabinet. Whether it's Katie Gallagher and myself, the way that the senior leaders cohere, really right through the cabinet. This is a very effective cabinet government. That's a deliberate choice made by Anthony Albanese. I expect him to go the whole way and run again, and that'd be a good thing.
Right, I think we're going to go to Anthony Green for some breaking news right now.
Oh, breaking news, breaking news. That's a shit graphic, just quietly.
Well, the story at the moment is the opposition leader seated of Dixon. At this stage, Peter Dutton is on track to lose his seat. Now, I think I can, let me see, I think they've got the seat ready for me. Dixon, 32% of the vote counted. Now, this is basically
a third
nearly
done,
all of the
Ellie
on-the-day
Francis
votes.
still 4.
Labor's ahead on 34, Peter Dutton's on 30. The independent Ellie Smith is on 13. The Greens are on 8.6. Now, we haven't got as many preference counts in, and I'll just show that. It's a 9.2% swing. I took the preferences that we've got from those 23 polling places, applied it to the larger number that we got primaries for, and it turns out that the swing is about 10%.
Are you liking that, Stan?
There is about 70% of preferences flowing to the Labor Party.
70% preferences
Every time
to
you get
Labor.
independent on the seat, you get this strong flow of preferences. But at this stage, we're saying that that Ali France at her third attempt should go on to win that seat, and Peter Dutton is I'm naturally cautious, almost certain to lose. But we've called it. We believe that Ali France will win Dixon.
All right, there you go. Anthony Green's called it.
James McGrath, a massive repudiation.
I'm just seeing a
of the leader.
post
Your
on
response?
Blue Sky from Nettie B.
I think
Graham Richardson
let's
on
wait
Sky
for the figures to come in.
who will leave the Libs now.
We
And
respect
the quote
Anthony
is,
Green.
if Angus Taylor's the
Dixon
answer,
is a tough
it's
seat. It's always been a
stupid
tough
question.
seat. As
Love
Anthony Green said, this is on the day figures. We need to get the pre-poll figures.
It's a repudiation nonetheless.
But this seat's always been a very tough seat for Peter Dutton and for the Liberal National Party and the former Liberal Party.
But
Remember that he did hold it by less than 100 votes before the 2007 election.
You know politics. This is your life. This is your career. You're a master of reading numbers. You look at those numbers and you honestly think Peter Dutton can still win?
It's going to be tough. It's going to be very tough. But what I've learned in politics is wait till the numbers come in.
Stan Dutton's not going to be in Parliament, mate.
Jim has pointed this out.
That's
and
the
other
good
people have
news.
pointed out. We've got to wait till the numbers come in. It will be tough for him to hold it. It'll be tough for us to hold a number of seats and win a number of seats. There are seats like Bradfield, for example, that before everyone was saying is basically gone to the Teal. I'm pretty sure it's coming back to us. So let's just wait for the figures to come in for this week and next week, and before we get a final count of where the numbers are at. But it's not a great night for the party. So
it's a fucking disaster.
James, you're in Queensland. Your house is on fire.
Yeah.
You're defending Longman, Leichhardt.
The house is on
Ford,
fire, and you're going,
Dixon.
"Oh,
I mean,
it's all right. I have a bucket."
Bowman.
And what I'm saying is wait for the sorry to interrupt. I'm waiting for the pre-poll figures to come in for these seats, and then we can have a frank discussion about where we ended up in Queensland. But it's not. It's
I
not
respect you, but this is starting to sound a bit chemical alley.
It's
really
not.
is.
It's not a great
chemical
night.
alley. Good
what
call.
I've learnt in politics, having worked on many losing and the odd winning campaign, is wait for the figures to come in.
I mean, you have a job to do tonight, but we know that if I were to lean over and grab your phone, it would not say, we've got to wait for the numbers to come in.
Well, at the moment,
Yeah, hand over your phone, dickhead. Called out, you wanker.
You thought about going to
I'm going back to the farm tomorrow, and I've got to collect chicken feed apparently.
Okay,
So
well, that's important.
life goes on.
That's important. Look, what you're seeing is this was when Anthony called it, and the mood and the scene at Liberal headquarters. It's a little different to what we witnessed earlier from the Labor headquarters.
Look at the crew sitting on the stage.
As you can see there.
All the photographers,
that was
maybe the
seeing
sound
Anthony
crew.
Green's call.
And there's some going,
Yes.
well, there's not going to be much to do, is
I respect you too, James, but I think that position on Dixon's harder and harder to hold, obviously. We think we've won Bonner and we think we've won Bass. And those were really two very, very key targets for us. We thought if we were to get to a majority, we needed those two. We've been very, very
Patterson's got to
both
get
of
some
those
chicken
seats for
feed
some
on the
time
way
now,
back
and
to
we're
the
really
farm
confident that
tomorrow.
we have both of those.
Did you think you'd sit here tonight and watch Peter Dutton lose his seat?
No.
They're going to be gutting the chicken and pulling out the entrails to find out, to work out who the spirits think should be the next leader.
But I thought it was 50-50 at best.
What do you put it down to?
There's a bunch of things playing out there. The nuclear stuff was bad for Peter Dutton there. I think he made an egregious error on the Sunday night of the final week, saying he'd be comfortable having a nuclear reactor in his suburb when Mark Riley asked him.
And Labor was quick to point that out.
Big mistake.
Dixon.
It was a big mistake, but that's not the only thing. There are foundational issues here. I think that they lost the argument on Medicare. They lost the argument on the cost of living. And Peter Dutton trailed away as the campaign wore on, and we shouldn't expect that would be somehow different in his own community.
That should be the first
despite the
thing
fact that, as James rightly points out, he has clung on when we've been confident before. But Ailey France has had 3 cracks at this now. There is a special place in the Labor pantheon for people who keep going again and again and again with persistence and perseverance. And Ailey France, if she's won Dixon, is genuinely a Labor hero tonight.
This is a pretty seismic event. First-term government extending its majority is what we're looking at the moment, but also an opposition leader losing his seat. I mean, John Howard obviously did in 2007. And I might get some thoughts from Tony Barry and Cos Samaras and PK on this as well, just the significance of this. Tony, Peter Dutton losing his seat, was that on your bingo card?
Yeah, I mean, I thought Peter had to get a very high primary vote because he had everyone preferencing against him, so he needed something in the high 40s. He had 42% last time. But I think the real issue here is obviously Trump had a massive effect in changing people's perceptions about risk assessments. And when you're voting for an opposition, there's a risk involved. And at a time of global instability, where it's 9/11 or COVID, people want to go with the incumbent. So incumbency worked against governments up until very recently, the last couple of years.
Thanks to Donald Trump, that's flipped.
That's flipped.
What about things like nuclear?
Yeah, nuclear was. So I'm not suggesting that the coalition were having a great campaign until Trump came along with tariffs and sent this sort of shockwave through the community about their superannuation balances, which have all taken a hit. But certainly the coalition were having a very poor campaign, turbocharged it. But the stick that they gave to Paul Erickson to beat them to death with was nuclear energy. And it's a $600 billion claim, which, was tenuous at best. But that scare campaign was incredibly effective. On our polling, when we put that proposition to voters, 56% agreed with the proposition that nuclear energy, $600 billion plan, would come at the cost of Medicare and education.
So those adverts, he cuts, you pay, they were devastating.
Devastating.
Yeah, I think it's a bit deeper as well. I don't think the Trump factor is as simple as Trump got elected and instability meant everyone thought,
with that
the coalition is frightening.
It's not all about
Trump. Last week we had
it's also about this
Sarah. We've had the coalition spend days off message talking about welcome to countries, talking about the
Susan
voice
Blake,
again.
talent.
When everyone's pretty much
and look how many of them on the front bench
the Prime Minister
had to resign.
I spoke to some very senior Labor,
ministries when they were in government.
At this key time where voters were making their minds up, and there were a lot of undecided voters, they heard Peter Dutton talking about welcome to countries and culture wars. And I think it's been diabolical for their campaign. They have barely been able to stay on message.
Good call there, PK.
Every single day they have struggled to talk about the economy and cost of living when all of your research for many months, as you've told me, Tony, has been it is the only thing that matters. Labor made the case for the future. It wasn't just a referendum on the last 3 years. It was how you were going to be better off in the future. They recast the question.
Why doesn't she sound like this on a show?
Are you better off? People answered it. Not
during
really,
the week.
But I think I might be better off in the next 3 years. It's been diabolical for Peter Dutton, and I'm not surprised he's lost his own very marginal seat because of those issues.
You're right, PK, because that is the remarkable turnaround. It was so potent everywhere else. The fall in disposable income was still a figure they used here, but they managed to turn it round.
Well, they changed the conversation, Sarah. I mean, Labor successfully, and Jim's next to you, I mean, he's been part of that story. They recast it, they made the case. We had the coalition going to the election telling us they were going to increase taxes, which has been their historical strength. It has confounded me that they would do that. The genius of it was, well, the petrol cut will mean that, you know, people will come to us for that. All of these petrol
excise, temporary
people
petrol
got
excise
the message, and Labor
success.
actually articulated and landed the message that it would run out in 12 months and it wasn't permanent. They didn't land the cost of living message. It was grievance, but they didn't provide the answer.
Right now, I can't see whether the
she doesn't look happy,
won a seat
but she
from
got it right.
Labor.
Anywhere.
James McGrath?
Solomon?
I'll check on that. And we'll get some latest from Anthony shortly on that as well. But is there any seat you've won?
Okay, so a two-seat majority with
so.
27 still to
and
be
at the
called.
risk of turning everyone at home into alcoholics, let's wait for the pre-poll figures to come in for some of the seats, but it is a good
all
night
your
for
people
us.
are
so,
watching
you know,
Sky
there'll be a lot of soul searching in the party as to how we take the party forward and what we need to do to make sure we are an election-winning force, remembering that, and the people in the Liberal National Party in Queensland know I say this all the time, but the Liberal National Party exists to fight and win elections in order to implement our policies and our values. That's what we do. And when we don't do that, we let down ourselves, but more importantly, we let down this.
Just getting comments here that
could I just ask you,
apparently the
how
ABC
should we
website
regard what your policies and values are as a result of tonight's outcome?
Networks.
I mean, PK
I
was
don't
just
care
talking
about that now because
you know, all of going back to the culture wars and all those sorts of issues.
We're not getting a
Do you think that those things ended up hurting you in the final days of the campaign? I mean, what are your policies in terms of tax? I mean, you know, as we've discussed, you were basically putting a proposition that taxes would go up.
Capital gains
well, that's not correct. The proposition that we were putting is that overall people would be paying lower taxes. That people would be paying lower taxes. In terms of why do people vote for the Liberal National Party, they vote for us primarily because they know we are good with the economy and primarily because we are good with issues of national security. And,
how many surpluses
and
did
what we've
you
got to do is make
deliver
sure
in 9
that
years?
those primary issues are at the forefront of our policy development. But what we also do is, I'm not going to do a post-mortem tonight
and I'm not on the Labor
campaign
squad, by the way.
and the last 3 years. It's very important for any political party to take stock of the election results and what worked and what didn't work. And that needs to be done not in the hot air of an ABC studio in Sydney, but in terms of a serious, considered look at the party and how we need to grow. And we can look at Adrian Schrinner in Brisbane as Lord Mayor in terms of how a low tax, a pro-service administration. I think it's the longest serving administration in the country. You look at what David Crucifulli's victory in Queensland on October 24, where Labor have run Labor.
These are all reasonable points, James McGrath, but may I suggest it's a little early for you to be celebrating these successful governments around the country. We're just going to go in, we'll come back to that, but just for now, we're going to go
I was pointing the pathway for what my party needs to look at doing in terms of framing
we want a little reflection on tonight before we allow you the pathway, but we'll come back to that in a moment. For now, we're just going to go and look at some seats that are flipping in New South Wales, starting with the ultra-marginal seat of Bennelong. Anthony,
Jerome Laxale, his seat has become marginal Liberal in the redistribution, up against Scott Young. There's been a lot of noise about this campaign. Let's look at the first preference votes here. And you'll see there's a big increase in the Labor vote, 46.7. Now, some of that is because a large part of this seat had an independent last time. So probably about 10% of that is the disappearance of the independent. But still, their vote is up. And if you look at the change in, I think we've got the two-party preferred swing, there is a 10% swing there. The Liberal primary vote is down, and there's a 10% swing. And in the seat with a margin of 0.02%, I think it was, that is a Labor gain.
Let's have a look at the seat of Banks in Sydney's southwest, held by the Shadow Foreign Minister David Coleman. Jisoon is the Labor candidate who migrated from Malaysia. He worked for DFAT, was posted in Afghanistan.
Yeah, I think there's going to have to be some reflection.
Yes, and look at the
Labor don't clean out the ABC, then mental.
Basically neck and neck there.
They really should.
We've got 12% with the Greens, a small vote with One Nation and the Trumpet of Patriots. If you look at I think we're going against the two-party preferred swing here. What we're seeing is a swing there of 6.3%.
Wow.
Labor Party on 53.7.
That is amazing.
A bit slower in that one. There may be some swing back, but that's a pretty
Coleman's
substantial
gone.
swing,
He's
6.3. And
another lightweight.
we're projecting will be 53.7. He's actually currently on 53.5. We're projecting his vote will go up from here.
Anthony, in the Sydney southern suburbs, the seat of Hughes that was held by Liberal Jenny Ware, what's happening?
Well, this is a seat I always had a rough eye on because it's been heavily affected by the redistribution. It had a series of areas around Campbelltown and Ingleburn added to the electorate, which halved the margin. Jenny Ware was elected last time. It was a very late pre-selection for all those reasons everyone's gone into the 2022 election. It was a former seat of Craig Kelly. Now, she was elected last time, but this time her primary vote, we're projecting she'll be behind on the primary vote in this contest, and that translates into a two-party preferred swing of 8.9%. I mean, Labor hasn't held this seat since they lost it in 1996. This is the classic tradies seat, which Labor hasn't been able to win since they lost it in 96. But at the moment, at this stage, it looks like David Moncrief, who I must say was not one of the higher profile Labor candidates. This is not a seat that I think Labor...
When he was
It was a seat I had my eye on just because the redistribution made major changes. But at this stage...
Well, we're at the business end of it now,
folks. For the first time in, that's nearly 30 years. That's a big change.
Yeah. It is. Let's go to Richmond. The Greens are going to be celebrating this, Anthony. This is Justine Elliott's seat, the Labor local member there in northern New South Wales.
But here's the Green pickup
Mandy Nolan is a comedian, author, writer, artist and teacher.
Yeah, I don't think they'll be celebrating this. I thought I tried to override this result. It's actually still coming up at the moment. If you look at the first preferences here, and we won't go on to the swing on this one. At this stage, the Greens are ahead on 33.9, Labor's on 27, and the Nationals are on 18.7.
The national preference.
At the moment, I am projecting on those first preferences that the Greens will slip to second on 27.5. The Labor Party will lead on 29.9, and the Nationals will finish third on 24. Now, at this stage, I would say if the Nationals are third, Labor wins that seat, not the Greens.
Yes. So you think Labor holds Richmond?
Given the way those figures bounce around. One interesting thing here, last time, the thing that got Labor over the line was the Libertarian Party, who was known as the Liberal Democrats, ran last time, and they got about 7% of the vote, probably because of name confusion. There was no Liberal on the ballot paper, people voted for them. This time, under the new name Libertarian, they're under 2%. So those strong flows
is exactly where Libertarians should be.
Nationals last time probably won't be there. The Nationals finished third on the day and pulled ahead.
Oh, new followers on Blue Sky. Hello.
Put that in doubt. It's not a green gain. I will stress that.
That huge result.
I like it when someone is a nana, a feminist.
Absolutely. Right now, let's go to
committed to lifelong learning. So I'll follow them back. Good on you, Guy.
Well, Andy called it a little earlier. Peter Dutton's lost his seat of Dixon. So the question of leadership comes up. I can't imagine what the feeling must be in that room there. You're a well-plugged-in reporter as well. This now means it's a leadership question open for the Liberal Party.
Yeah, look, the coalition were never the favourites, but for a while there, it did look like they could make history and turf out the first-term government for the first time since 1931 and the Great Depression. Tonight, though, that hill has proved a mountain. The mood in this room right now, I've got to say, is more reflective and less sombre than it had been in 2022. I was at Liberal HQ at that election then as well, and we're not seeing the kinds of tears that we saw at that point in time, but perhaps the sheer enormity of this walloping haven't quite sunk in yet. And when we look at this, I mean, the stark contrast to the end of last year when the coalition was riding high in the polls, I don't think we can understate the impact of Donald Trump on this election. He has been toxic to centre-right governments across the world. And the coalition, they tell me that their support has just tanked ever since his inauguration, and it continued to dive ever since as well that extraordinary meeting between Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky with Donald Trump in the Oval Office. Speaking with coalition sources this week, they had expectations of really blunting Labor's majority. That has not happened at all. There is deep frustration with the campaign as a whole, its lack of cohesiveness, a lack of a message, but also, more than that, the policy formulation. I mean, as we saw with the working from home backflip, essentially a lot of this, we did see the female vote tanking as well for the Liberals.
I forgot how many
ultimately,
cookers followed
it backfired in a lot of those outer metropolitan seats that they were actually trying to pick up. Also speaking with Liberal sources, albeit yesterday, essentially they were trying to say that what was the front bench doing over the past 3 years? They weren't happy with what came forward. Ultimately, they wanted the next front bench to be based on performance and not on loyalty, and clearly Peter Dutton hasn't done enough to retain his seat.
No, that is a huge blow indeed. Livia, thank you. And that question of the Liberal leadership will now be a very live one, and some of the names already being discussed would include people like Angus Taylor, Andrew Hastie, Dan Tehan, should he hold his seat.
He looks like he's on AEC data. He looks like he's
okay.
Holding on.
Yeah,
and what about Susan Lee, by the way?
I wouldn't expect her to lose Farah, but this is a crazy night. So
it's a crazy night.
All right, well, let's check in with Jeremy Fernandez on the big board to look at the seats that are changing hands.
All right,
Jeremy.
let's have a look at the big board.
It has been a while since we took a look at the big board, and I did promise you when it came it would be a flood, and it has arrived in the most dramatic way. Now, let me just take you back to the start of the night. I told you the coalition had 57 seats. They needed to gain 19. But look at the shape of this board, how the colours on this side have diminished and the colours on this side have gained. Let's just go through them. How Labor has shut the door to the coalition being able to claim victory here. This is the column of Labor marginals. They have held to every single one of these we are projecting. Only a few blanks here. Bullwinkle and Tangney, these are in Western Australia. The count isn't quite high enough for us to be able to project a winner in those seats. Now, we go further this way. We've got Bean going to Jesse Price, but otherwise, Labor's largely hung on to this side of the board. Richmond, the count is still advancing there. We're not in a position to be able to give that away just yet, but certainly on the count as it is right now, we're looking at Richmond. The Greens are ahead in Richmond. Now let's take a look at the crossbench. The crossbench largely staying the same. However, the seat of Brisbane has gone from the LNP to the Greens and now looking like it's gone to Labor. One seat they worked very, very hard to gain off the Greens. It's the same for Griffith as well. Griffith, they had gone very hard on campaigning there. They have, Labor has gained Griffith, it looks like, as well. Now, let's talk about the incursion onto the coalition side of the board.
Look at
this
One,
is perhaps
two, three,
the story
4,
of the
5,
night.
6, 7,
Dixon,
8, 9,
which
10,
we
11.
entered the night on a margin of 1.7%. This is Peter Dutton's seat. And it appears that he has lost that seat. Now, we heard from James McGrath. We're going to wait for the full numbers, the pre-polls to come in.
That's amazing.
But it looks very difficult for Peter Dutton to regain his seat there because the numbers are very much swinging against him. The Labor has also managed to claim the most marginal seats on the coalition side. So we're talking about Deakin, Bennelong, Sturt, flipping those red. Bass, flipping it red. Banks, Leichhardt, where Warren Ench is departing office, right into Petrie on a swing of nearly 9%. That is how far Labor has reached into the coalition side of the board. And so when you think about how many seats the coalition needed to gain from this side of the board, doors closing here, doors closing here, and doors closing on its own turf as well. So that is the state of play on the big board. On the 150 seats, we're still waiting for numbers to come in, but this is looking like a very, very strong night for Labor.
There are Jeremy, thank you. There are so many interesting detailed stories when you look at that board, and the one that jumped out to me there, you know, we've been talking a lot about Peter Dutton losing his seat at Dixon, but Max Chandler-Mather losing Griffith by the looks of that as well. That's been a fascinating contest to watch brewing for some time, Annabelle.
Yeah, it really has been, and I think that over the course of the last couple of months, that was the seat that was tipped absolutely to be held on to by the Greens, even if the other two in Brisbane went the other way. So that's quite a shake-up tonight.
I think we've got Northern Territory Senator Jacinta Price Jacinta, Peter Dutton tonight has lost his seat. With your embrace of Donald Trump, Make Australia Great Again, are you part of the reason for that loss?
Oh, that's a big call, don't you think? I mean, you sling enough mud in an election, it sticks. And we did see a Prime Minister who absolutely misled the Australian people all the way through and was rarely called out for his conduct, and I think that's absolutely deceitful.
But Jacinta, let's just talk about this. Let's just talk about this seriously. At a time when Donald Trump was sending shockwaves around the world,
I'm talking about it seriously.
It's not a smear campaign. I just want you to address it seriously, Jacinta. At the time that Donald Trump was sending shockwaves around the world, disturbing.
So if you don't think that I'm addressing this seriously, I am addressing this deadly seriously, in that if you sling enough mud, it will stick. And absolutely, Labor, certainly the media, slung enough mud.
Oh, the media lost it for us.
Issue.
Fuck off.
You made it all about Donald Trump. We really couldn't care less about the way Donald Trump is governing for America. We were concerned with the way Australia's being governed under an Albanese government.
But Jacinta Price, we all saw you.
The situation's not going to get any better going forward. It's not going to get any better.
Let's just talk about this sensibly, Jacinta. We saw you wearing a Make Australia Great Again hat at a time when Donald Trump was poison to the world. We saw you give a speech in which you used a Donald Trump value statement to make Australia great again. So can I come back to the question, are you partly responsible for what the Liberal Party has suffered tonight and Peter Dutton's loss of his seat?
Let me come back to the question. That's a whole lot of mud you just slung right there, can I just say, in terms of wanting this country to be great. Donald Trump doesn't own those 4 words, right? Because the media can go through your personal Facebook photos and find a picture that was taken in jest at Christmas time and then smear you with it. That is the problem. That is the issue. That is the smearing that goes on, certainly within the media, just as you're trying to say, take this seriously. I'm deadly serious about this issue, and what I'm deadly serious about is that here in Lingiari, Aboriginal people are going to continue to be marginalised. The gap is going to get wider because we take an ideological approach to all of these issues, and Labor will continue to do that. They'll invest money in organisations and not listen to the little people on the ground. But I'll continue to fight for those people who actually want to be heard. Those
She'd be
forgotten
dirty
people
because her mum's not getting $12 million.
Labor, and you know, if you want to take things seriously, perhaps send an investigative journalist out and watch what occurs in remote polling booths. The AEC has been alerted to this over and over and do very little to deal with that situation. I urge the ABC, as a taxpayer-funded organisation, to go out to remote communities and see for yourself exactly what occurs, because I'm deadly serious about the situation. And if you think things are bad right now in terms of the cost of living, it's only going to get worse going forward. But what I do know is that if you sling enough mud in a campaign, it sticks. And if you mislead the Australian people over again, that's what the Prime Minister has done. That's what sticks. I mean, it was a huge ask to try and unseat a first-term Prime Minister. It's only been done in 1931, was the last time, obviously. But believe me, this doesn't mean we give up or we back down. We'll just go harder, and we will learn from the mistakes we've made in terms of our campaign. Losing Peter Dutton, a huge loss, is a huge loss, and the Liberal Party will determine what the leadership looks like for their party going forward. But we will absolutely learn from what's occurred during this campaign.
Senator Price, it's Bridget Brennan here. I mean, look, by all accounts, this has been a disastrous campaign for you. You're putting it down to the media, but what went wrong from your perspective?
Well, look, I would have to say that certainly we could have provided our policies sooner to the Australian people to have a better understanding of what we wanted to do to support Australians better than what the Albanese government has done. We could have called out his lies earlier on in the piece instead of, later on in the piece. Absolutely, we could have done that. But we will learn more as we go forward as to the mistakes we've made and own those mistakes and make sure that we don't repeat them going forward because ultimately it's how Australia is going to go going forward. That's our greatest concern, but it doesn't mean we stop doing what we're doing and fighting on behalf of Australians.
Tell us what you're seeing in Solomon tonight. This seems to be one seat that's bucking the trend, sliding towards the Country Liberal Party tonight.
Yeah, look, I mean, we did see, obviously, in the northern suburbs of Darwin during the territory election, a huge swing. We wiped out Labor in the northern suburbs, and we did have our first Green ever in the Territory Parliament. But, you know, crime's a huge issue right throughout the Northern Territory, and that is one where there was obviously the stabbing death of the shop owner in Nightcliff, you know, just the other week. And those issues, a lot of Territorians are doing it bloody tough, and they're feeling the impacts of things like crime.
Folks.
So
I've just seen
you know, that is why we're getting that swing in terms of Solomon.
One nation
All right, Senator Jacinta Nabatjira-Price, thanks for your time tonight.
35.6%.
Thank you.
Edging out Labor.
We are going to check in now with Dan Tehan in his seat of Wannon, as we mentioned, with Peter Dutton gone. Who will be the Liberal leader? Casey.
Yeah, David, this has been a seat, the seat of Wannon in regional Victoria, a massive seat that's drawn a lot of interest because of the run of an independent, Alex Dyson. Dan Tehan's standing by to speak with us. Let's first have a look at the figures. Dan Tehan is on 43.1% of the primary vote. He is in good shape. Alex Dyson with just under a third of the vote. I want to show you the change in vote on this seat, just to show you what's happened here. Alex Dyson is up just over 11%. He has seen substantial growth in his primary vote, but Dan Tehan's vote is only down by 1.1%. We do have a swing we can show you because Alex Dyson's run before. It's actually shaping up as a small swing at the moment to Dan Tehan. He's in very good shape to be re-elected as the member for Wannon.
Time now to talk to Dan Tehan. Good news for you in your seat. That was a hotly contested seat, but disastrous news more broadly for the party, Dan Tehan.
Absolutely, and can I just say to all my colleagues who have lost their seats tonight, thank you for the service to the Parliament, thank you to the service for the Liberal Party and to the National Party, and more generally to everyone else who has lost their seats tonight. You know, thank you for being a part of the democratic process. This job is getting harder and harder. And for anyone who puts their hand up, I think we owe a debt of gratitude. And can I, in particular, say to Peter Dutton, I've been on the road all day, but I understand that he might be in trouble in his seat. Thank you for your leadership over the last 3 years. You picked us up after 9 years in government in the most difficult circumstances, first term of an opposition, united us. And that unity, I think, is something that you can really, really hold your head up high on.
Dan Tehan, David Spears here. Peter Dutton's lost his seat. You have bucked the trend. There's a swing to you, as we just saw in the numbers. Will you now be a candidate for leader?
Look, David, I have been driving all day around my electorate, and as you know, it is a huge electorate from Ararat right through to Hamilton, where I voted.
Plenty of time to think about your future.
I got back. No, I haven't had any time to think about the future because I've been calling the wonderful volunteers and supporters, over 1,700 of them here in Wannon, who helped and supported me over the last 3 years.
Okay, so what do you think now? Is this something
I don't know if Dan Tehan would want to be the captain of this sinking ship.
David, what I'm thinking about is what has happened here in Wannon, and also what has happened to my colleagues and what the overall result. And with what's happened, you need time to consider, time to think, and get an understanding of what has occurred. And literally, I pulled up back in Hamilton about half an hour ago. The first news I had that it looked like I'd retained the seat was it's something I've got a daughter who's studying overseas, and she told me.
Oh well, that's lovely, but it is something you'll think about.
Yeah. Look, I'm going to be thinking about what's happened here. I'm going to be thinking about what has happened right across the country. But at the moment, I've got to say, David, my thoughts are with my colleagues who have lost their seats.
Just a policy question, if I can.
If it's confirmed that Peter Dutton has lost his seat, that is that means it is extremely
Greens are down to 2
tonight.
Do you think the Liberal Party should stick with
not great,
nuclear
Stan,
power
if you're still
as
watching.
part of your policy offering?
Well, we've got to consider
Still want to see
everything
Hunter.
that's happened. What we need is a proper review of all the
Looks like
policies,
Rishworth
a proper review of how we campaigned. And we've
increased
got
their
to do
margin,
that
I would say.
over a period of time. You can't come out on the night of an election and say this is what you should have done, this is what you shouldn't have done. You have to wait for the cold hard light of day, and then you have to analyse things and do it properly. And you need to talk to the experts.
But it doesn't sound fair enough. But it doesn't sound like it's a totemic issue that you must stick with. This should be part of the review, is what you're saying.
Look, everything should be part of the review. We've got to have a root and branch look.
Apparently,
at
Andrew
everything
Bolt's
that's
doing his
occurred,
nana
absolutely,
on
but
one of
do
the
it in a very considered and
other,
methodical way.
networks. I'll have to
and
watch.
That's the approach that you should take. I
have
can't
to watch
remember,
them,
David, and
on
you've
demand
been
when I've got
around
a bit
for a
of
few
time
campaigns
during
as
the
well,
week.
that anyone has said anything on election night in terms of a policy review or anything or which policies should go or shouldn't go. Of course, you've got to take the time and be sensible in how you go about looking at these things.
Fair enough. Dan Tehan, you're going to have a busy few days ahead, I would speculate. We thank you for joining us on a difficult night for the Liberal Party tonight.
Thanks, David. Always a pleasure to join you.
Now, we do have some pictures coming in that we can bring to you of the Prime Minister's car on the move. He's been at Kirribilli House watching, no doubt with glee, the results over the last, what is it, 3 hours. And now we understand he'll be heading off to the function where we saw Jane Norman and the Labor Party faithful a little earlier gathered.
It's great having a shot of the car travelling. I'd rather have a shot inside the car because I would like to know what that feels like inside that car.
Well, if the Prime Minister would like to zoom us in, we would put that to it. But look,
Still
he's
waiting
on
for
his
Hunter.
way. You can be
Hunter.
sure that the Labor crowd at the party function there tonight, who is celebrating the call earlier on from Anthony Green, will be very happy to know that the Prime Minister is on his way. Now, typically, you get a concession phone call from the loser to the winner, and then a concession speech, and then the victory speech. Whether that's what we'll see tonight,
I wonder if Dutton will be
it doesn't always
graceless
happen that way.
and not
whether a phone call has
do
yet
it.
been made from Peter Dutton to congratulate Anthony Albanese.
I wouldn't be surprised.
We're not
I
aware
wouldn't
of
be
it. If someone
surprised.
wants
If
to
they're
text
gonna
me and
all
let me
run
know that that's happened,
media,
we would appreciate it.
The media
But,
ripped it for us.
It
If
doesn't
that's their
sound like
line
this yet.
and they spit
But the
the
Prime
dummy,
Minister, Jim Chalmers, when he does give this speech,
let's wait and see.
we know
But
this
I don't
will
have
be
any
an emotional
faith that they'll follow the
moment for
norms.
him as well.
Yeah, Anthony wears his heart on his sleeve.
I absolutely
I
think
that's
Dutton's
one of
a turd. That's my view.
Most endearing of his qualities. You know, he is an emotional fella, and he will know.
I'm not very nice about stuff.
Just how important this is to the country,
it counts
not
for
just
too
the
much
Labor people,
when
but
the
the
wrong
whole
people
place.
are in government.
You know, he.
And that can be any
Privately
party.
and publicly,
You can have the wrong
he cares
people
deeply about
in
governing for the
particular
whole
parties
show.
who
He
don't
goes to
do the right
places that
thing.
haven't voted Labor forever. And he does that very deliberately, and so he will feel, I think, the weight of responsibility. He will be emotional about it. We can expect that. But he should be very, very proud of what's happened here. This is a win for the ages if it happens as we're expecting, given where Labor was 6 months ago, given what the expectations were for tonight, given even what the expectations were before the budget. And so he has every right to feel proud. He has every right to feel emotional about it. He has pulled off one of the great political victories since Federation.
Wow.
And that's what we're seeing tonight.
That's a big call, but the numbers do seem to back up that we have not seen a first-term government gain ground federally in a way like this. Perhaps you're right. Since Federation. We're going to check in on some more of the seat results from Melbourne because there are some fascinating contests there. Let's start, Anthony Green, with the seat of Deakin held by Michael Sukkar. Or was held by Michael Sukkar. How's it looking now?
Gone.
Well, at the moment there's a 4.4% swing to Labor going on in this seat. As you can see there, Michael Sukkar against Matt Gregg. These two ran against each other at the last election. At this stage, Matt Gregg is ahead on primaries, and with a significant vote there for the Greens, that will work in his favour. The Liberal primary vote is down. Again, that might come back towards level pegging with pre-poll votes, but that doesn't seem to be able to turn around a 4.4% swing. At this stage, 54.4. This was absolute line ball before the election. At this stage, it looks like Matt Gregg will win that seat.
Well, this is an extraordinary seat. This is Aston. I don't think there was a single Labor person I spoke to, and I don't know about my colleagues in the weeks preceding the election who thought they were anything like a chance. It was gone as far as everyone I spoke to.
Wow.
Yeah.
And to say on those numbers, that is the by-elections margin that's shown there. The figures we're about to show is compared to the last general election when it was about a 48% Liberal seat. So at this stage, Mary Dore is ahead on first preferences, again with a big vote there for the Greens. And there's a two-party preferred swing of 8% since the last election. So, I mean, you probably got on top of another sort of swing. You've also got perhaps the sitting member factor has worked in the favour of Mary Dore there, but that's quite a remarkable swing. Yeah. That's with half of the primary vote count. Labor is going to be ahead on first preferences with a big vote for the Greens. So that's not turning around.
And the seat of Menzies, held by Keith Wallahan, or it was held by Keith Wallahan. We've mentioned earlier in the coverage tonight one of the hopes of the future for the Liberal Party, a potential future leader he's often seen as by some of his colleagues. He's up against Labor's Gabrielle Ong, a lawyer, a former public servant.
And at this stage, Menzies is Labor's ahead on primaries. If over these three seats we just looked at, this is the one that may yet turn around. Gabrielle Ng's ahead there, just ahead. We're projecting that he'll finish in second place and the Liberals will lead on first preferences, but with under 40% primary. And that translates into a two-party preferred swing at 2.9%. This was a notional Labor seat due to the redistribution. But at this stage, I mean, if the Liberal Party, if this does go on and the Liberal Party lose Keith Wallahan, that's a significant bit of talent the party's losing.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed. Just a question for you, Jim Chalmers. Earlier in the evening, you had some very tough words for Angus Taylor. What happens if he becomes the leader?
Well, I think it would be very strange if he escaped the blame for what's happened here. You know, so much of the progress that we made over the last couple of months was about the economy. And, you know, to be upfront with you, I couldn't believe my luck politically when they opposed the tax cuts and said that they would legislate higher income taxes on 14 million Australians, as PK pointed out a moment ago. That was one of the dumbest things that I've ever seen. And so Angus Taylor shouldn't escape responsibility. He shouldn't escape the blame. I think Peter Dutton will obviously be accountable for what's happened here, but he shouldn't be accountable on his own.
Anyone got any comments?
For what's happened here. I think Angus Taylor has been one of the biggest reasons why we have outperformed expectations.
I'm a bit stunned.
And I say that as his direct opponent. I know that you will think you would say that, but I think objectively, people in the senior economic roles on either side of the parliament, it's hard to think of a worse performer at an election campaign than Angus. And so, you know, it's up to the Liberal Party what they do now when it comes to their leadership.
What do you think?
It would be very strange if Angus escaped all the blame.
James McGrath, Angus Taylor, Dan Tehan, who will you back?
I want to see how the Teals
I think it's too early for little old James McGrath to declare on the ABC who's going to back.
Let's just take you to what Jim Chalmers just said, the tax cut. The dumbest thing, what did you say? One of the dumbest things?
One of the dumbest things I've seen, yeah.
What did you say?
I couldn't believe it when they did it.
Well, look, I think that'll be part of our election.
Really interesting breakdown of
the decision made in relation
coalition
to the proposed.
Do you think it was a bad decision?
9 to Nationals.
I'm someone who always supports lower taxes, and the position
and
that we took to the election was for overall lower taxes. I understand the decision, the basis of the decision.
But I think it's too. I think it's too early for us
to start apportioning blame and things like that. And as Jim pointed out, they are opposite numbers. Let's just see where the party room ends up. Remember, my party is going to be in a lot of pain. A lot of people have lost, good people have lost seats. We've had candidates who worked so hard.
A lot of shit
and members out there of the party and supporters who are the other side, the yin to the yang of where the Labor members are going to be.
Just coming back to your read your colleagues that you talked about earlier.
Magic ability without
to stick with Peter Dutton come what may. Did you get a read from your colleague on the tax cut decision?
Hi there, folks.
I think
I'm still interested to know how you're feeling about the election.
The basis for why that
I'm
decision
enjoying
was
watching
made
this
and
Liberal
understood
senator
that the proposal we were taking to the election was an overall lower taxation package. But that's something in terms of the actual decision itself that I'm sure the election review will look into. And we need to make sure that the election review, as Dan Tien pointed out, looks not just at the decisions that have been made by the parliamentary party and the leadership of the parliamentary party, but where the party sees itself in 12 months' time, 18 months' time. I was heavily involved with the Conservatives when David Cameron was the leader in terms of how that party was reformed to make it a modern Conservative party without becoming a left-wing party. It was about still being pro-business and pro-civic society.
And nuclear power, where does that go now?
I'm sure that's something that we looked into.
But does nuclear power? Let me just ask you straight. Does nuclear power die with Dutton?
Well, I think traditionally when a party loses an election, all policies are up for review. That's what happened after the 2022 election.
Isn't the problem here? I mean, yes, there's an issue about tax, but your central proposition, and this goes to the Treasurer's point about the performance of Angus Taylor and what blame he should share with it, that the Coalition's central proposition was you would grow the economy faster, productivity would be higher, inflation would be lower, and you offered no policies that would actually really demonstrably change the economic policy mix in Australia. So
I don't know if I accept the framing of that, but I should say my understanding is that Peter Dutton's about to speak.
I don't accept the framing of your question.
You guys have been informed about that. I don't think I would accept that. Your framing, especially of some of the policies that we took in relation to...
What were you going to do to boost growth?
The policies we took in relation to small business in terms of tax write-offs, in terms of encouraging businesses, but also making sure that we had an energy package that wasn't just reliant on renewables.
James,
we had a very, in my view, an agnostic approach to energy.
May I just cut in, because you said that you're expecting to hear from Peter Dutton soon. Can I ask you this? Do you expect that Peter Dutton will take personal responsibility for this defeat tonight?
I don't know, but knowing Peter and knowing the service that he's given to Queensland as a police officer, to Queensland and the country as a member of Parliament, as a senior cabinet minister, as a leader.
They should be gutting 2 or 3 chickens.
I think he would take responsibility. He's that type of man. He's a very decent and honourable man. And sadly, what Australians never saw is he has an absolute cracking sense of humour, that self-deprecation and so forth. But he is a fighter, and we'll see him deliver.
15 years?
Deliver.
And we've never seen this fantastic personality and his sense of humour.
Let's go back to Cos Samaras and Tony Barry and PK. Cos, you focused a lot leading up to this election on those outer suburbs, the Labor vote, particularly in those outer Melbourne suburbs.
Yep.
And that was a great concern, clearly, for Labor. They were picking up what you were picking up as well. When you look at what we can see so far this evening, how does Labor look in those heartland seats?
They look very good, particularly in Victoria and parts of Western Sydney as well. Any votes they did lose, they lose to independents. Again, it's that trend. If you look at the median age of most voters in those outer suburbs, they're largely in their 30s and 40s. It is exactly the demographic group that we've been saying the Coalition's got a massive problem with. The two-party preferred vote in our work across a range of seats in the outer suburbs, in particular amongst Gen Z and millennials, was over 60% in favour of Labor.
So can I ask?
Near the end of the third
both
quarter.
pollsters.
That's good news.
And so, I'm not targeting this at you two particularly, but at the polling industry generally, did the polls underestimate what's happened tonight?
I think we got pretty close, our stuff, right?
Key seats.
Key seats in particular. And we even published a poll, a national poll, which projected a 55 two-party preferred vote for Victoria midweek. And
there you go. There you go.
Yeah, I think polling was actually showing this sentiment. I mean, the trend has been Labor's friend for many weeks now, and that has been the overwhelming story. So the Labor victory tonight, I don't think is surprising. There have been nerves even in the Labor camp because of the 2019 memory, and also you know, there has been anger, and I bet Jim Chalmers would back this up. There has been anger about cost of living, and Labor has felt that. That is still part of the story. What happened is, in a binary choice, voters decided that they would be better off under Labor. But the sort of ramifications of what I think is a wipeout of Liberal leadership, Keith Wallahan is a huge loss, can I say, for the future of the Liberal Party. These are significant stories tonight about what happens next, because you have to have a credible opposition. And as I see it, if you lost your leader,
Susan Lee could
you've
be
lost
the,
a future
the
leader in Keith Wallahan.
Leader.
That is a diabolical situation for the alternative governing party.
Well, I might add at this point that Keith Wallahan is actually going to join us tomorrow morning on Insiders. He agreed to come on, come what may, with his own contest there in
David, he might have some things to say, I suspect.
We'll see if he has some things to say in the morning about what's gone wrong for the Liberal Party's campaign. Pictures you can see on screen there from the Liberal Party headquarters. I suspect we'll check in with Liv in a moment. There you can see whether that means Peter Dutton is about to give his concession speech to the crowd there. This is not the speech he would have wanted to give. I mean, clearly, many in that room, many in the coalition understood that there was a much stronger likelihood of Labor winning a minority or even majority government. But I don't think many in that room would have expected this result, and I don't think they would have expected to see Peter Dutton lose his seat at Dixon. Sarah?
Well, I'm very interested to see what kind of a speech it is that Peter Dutton gives. If we think about what James McGrath said just now, you anticipate that he will take personal responsibility. There's a whole series of questions that cascade from that, because we don't know exactly how some of the policies that have caused so much damage to your party tonight
but
came
sometimes
to be.
when they have a strong
the nuclear
result,
question is one of the key ones,
they can
of course,
actually
and
be a
the
bit
question
more
I've put to you, which
robust,
is will nuclear die with Dutton? There was an
and
option
take
for
on some
your
of those
party to
vested
choose
interests.
A future with nuclear that was just
especially
breaking
with
into
the
that. Here comes
repudiation
Peter
of the
Dutton
effect of the
moving
media
in through the
on
crowd.
the Liberal vote here. I want to see how the Teals are going. Gee, it looks like the Greens are down to 1. So I think the Greens need to be prepared to work with Labor to strengthen their position, because a lot of people, when there's an option to go with someone like a Teal, they'll vote for a Teal rather than a Green. Now they've got...
Thank you very much. Well, tonight's not the night that we wanted for the Liberal Party or for our coalition or indeed for our country. But we've worked hard every day over the course of the last 3 years to do our best for our amazing country. One of the great honours of being the leader of this party is that we have met people from every side, every corner, the length and breadth of this country. And there are many amazing stories. People who have sacrificed, people who are doing it hard at the moment. And
for such a flog.
I've always wanted in public life for the best for our country and the best for every Australian. The highlight of my career has been as the Defence Minister, and over the course of this campaign, on Anzac Day, we caught up with young veterans in Townsville at the RSL, and it reminded me of how lucky we are as a country. And I want to acknowledge all of those men and women in uniform who keep us safe as a country. Now, we didn't do well enough during this campaign. That much is obvious tonight, and I accept full responsibility for that. Earlier on, I called the Prime Minister to congratulate him on his success tonight. It's an historic occasion for the Labor Party, and we recognise that. I congratulated the Prime Minister and wished he and Jodie and Nathan all the very best. And I said to the Prime Minister that his mum would be incredibly proud of his achievement tonight, and he should be very proud of what he's achieved. Thank you. I also had the pleasure of speaking with Ali
the
France,
Paladin shack.
And Ali and I have been
that was it, wasn't it? Was Paladin or was
a number
it?
of elections now, but she was successful in
I think
Dixon
it was Paladin,
tonight,
wasn't it?
And she will do a good job as
Palantir.
as a local
Palantir.
member. She lost her son Henry, which is a tragic circumstance that no parent should ever
What
go
was
through.
it, Paladin? I
And
can't
equally,
remember.
I said to
Both atrocious.
to Ali that
companies.
her son Henry would be incredibly proud of her tonight, and she'll do a good job as a local member for Dixon.
If you don't know
and
what
I wish
Stan
her
was
all
referencing about
very
the
best,
shack on
please.
Kangaroo Island, I might go into it tomorrow if I stream. I'll bring up the news articles from the.
Now, it's been a great honour to be leader of this amazing party for the last 3 years. And I want to firstly acknowledge David Littleproud, who has been a great partner in crime. He's led the National Party with great distinction. He's had the strength of character to stand up on issues which are important to us, and we've worked incredibly well together. He's done a great job, and he will do into the future. I want to say thank you very much to Susan Lee as my deputy, and also Angus Taylor as a shadow treasurer, and other senior members who have contributed to the success of the last couple of years. I also want to say a very, very big thank you tonight, most importantly, to the millions of Australians who have supported the Liberal Party, the Coalition. It's not our night, I point out, and there are good members, good candidates who have lost their seats or their ambition, and I'm sorry for that. We have an amazing party and we'll rebuild. Can I say thank you very much to John Olsen as the president of the party. He's done a fantastic job, to Andrew Hurst and all of the secretariat for the work that they've done. I want to say thank you to my staff who are just amazing, led by Alex Dalgleish, Jody, Martine, Jackie, Selma, all of the EO staff, my advance team, the AFP, who have done an amazing job for our family. And I want to say thank you very much. Thank you.
Not seeing all of the independents.
I have the best media team in the country, led by Nicole Chan and Adrian Barrett and their team. They've done an amazing job, and I'm so grateful to them. And to all of our loyal staff, thank you very much. That leaves me, of course, with the hardest part. That is my amazing family. Australians have seen... Please, yeah. Thank you. I'm blessed to have an amazing family in Kirralee, in Beck and Harry and Tom, and they... Please, yeah. Thank you. They've stood by me through thick and thin, and I'm so grateful for their support and their love. Can I say thank you to the people of Dickson and to our amazing supporters in Dickson. Dickson had a one-term curse. It was only ever held for one term at a time, and we've held it for 24 years, which is an amazing achievement. 24 years is a long time to be in public life, and it has been an amazing honour. But I do want to say thank you to the people of Dickson who have placed faith in me over a long period of time, and we've had lots of battles and lots of campaigns. Ultimately, we've been able to deliver an amazing outcome for our local community. To residents, people we've been able to...
I was reading about it again yesterday.
People who
were
with loved ones who were sick and stranded,
the same as the
infrastructure
Israeli
projects. There are many ways in which we've been able to provide amazing support, and I want to say thank you very much to them. Our Liberal family is hurting across the country tonight, but including in my electorate of Dickson, and I want to say thank you very much to all of them. They are amazing people dedicated to their country. Ultimately, we live in the best country in the world, and I've always believed that. I always will. I love this country and I've fought hard for it. We've been defined by our opponents in this election, which is not the true story of who we are. But we'll rebuild from here. We'll do that because we know our values, we know our beliefs, and we'll always stick to them. I want to say thank you to the Australian people for the faith they've placed in me, and thank them for the great honour of having been the member for Dickson and the leader of the opposition. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Short but sweet. That's good. Now, get lost. Don't want to see you ever again, basically. Sail off into the sunset.
Relatively concise but gracious. He spoke to the Prime Minister. He congratulated him. He spoke...
Well, you've got to be gracious when you lose your seat.
And he also accepted defeat in his own seat of Dickson, noting that he'd called France and congratulated her. She would be a good local member, Peter Dutton said. It's the third time Ailey Francis run there in Dixon, and this time successfully. He
Look
did
at the difference in the
this
crowd.
was something
We
he
saw
takes
earlier,
full responsibility
Tony
for
Burke's
the coalition's
function.
historic defeat tonight.
This is
he also
bloody
offered
white as
an apology
white as white as white as
No, I don't think he's going to say much more there. Offered an apology to the Liberals who've lost their seats and all
That's one of
those
the
who've
reasons
been
why the
working
Libs,
and volunteering and putting
struggle.
in over the
Look,
course of this campaign
I have not
that has
seen
been
one other
so
face.
unsuccessful this evening for the coalition. So, look, he's done this, I think, relatively early in the night. It's been evident for some time that he lost his seat and lost the election.
Yeah, not even,
but he hasn't
not
strung
even
it out. It
10
is at 9:39 Eastern Time.
Good, we'll be going to bed early tonight.
He took to his feet there to offer that concession, and that really clears it up and opens it up, the leadership at least of the Liberal Party. Peter Dutton won't be there in Parliament.
Cheryl Curnow
He didn't reflect
Twitter
on the
now
policies
wanting to
of
have a
where
look
they
at
went
Hunter as
wrong.
well.
He did
She's
note
obviously
they were
seen the same
defined
ads as
by
me.
the other side. In other words, Labor's, we've heard the coalition.
We want to see all the teal
seats.
seats,
Labor's lies they say against them.
Geez, Green's down to none.
Badly, but clearly there has to be some introspection here as well as to where they went wrong themselves.
And just one note, he said that the highlight of his career was
Hey,
not
Stan, while I
leading
generally
the party,
support the
it was
Greens,
being the defence
they
minister,
really
which
have
is
to get their shit
significant in
together
itself,
about
I think.
how they
He
deal
loved being Defence Minister.
with
He did a lot of travel around Australia. And when he'd meet with the soldiers, he'd kick the officers out of the room and have those chats. And so when he was up in
where they can,
Townsville on
further
Anzac
left,
Day, you
and
could
they
see
need
the
to
pictures there. Like
work to get
Phil
some
Thompson's a great
government
local member there. I think he's had a swing towards
across
him,
the
actually.
line. I think when they're viewed
Peter
as wreckers
was well liked
and
by
stoppers,
the
it doesn't
by the soldiers, sailors,
and it's often said that being opposition leader is the worst job in politics. I'm not surprised that he pointed to his time as Defence Minister as being something he preferred.
I'm not happy about them being
as
wiped
opposition
out,
leader, I think it is fair to say one of his strengths was the unity of the coalition.
I'm not very surprised.
Usually, when governments lose office, their first term in opposition, they're a rabble, they're all over the place, the leadership's going back and forth. It was unified, but as you mentioned earlier, Sarah, did that come at the expense of policy, bravery and courage and genuine debate around where to go after the defeat 3 years ago? Because look at the numbers now, the coalition's gone further backwards. This is the record low primary vote for the coalition. Lessons have not been learned, James McGrath.
But I just want to go back to what Peter said. It was a very gracious speech, and I think we looked at the quality and the calibre of the man there. In terms of
still 30 in doubt.
What he said about the Prime Minister, his sincere congratulations to the Prime Minister in relation to the mention of his mother. I think that's a good thing about Australian democracy, where we can have this very ugly campaign over the last 5 weeks, but the guy's lost, and we have lost.
The guy has lost.
He's
already the guy.
And I think
they're going to dump.
Democracy
They're going
is
to
healthy
dump
for
big
that.
time.
In terms of your broader point, we've lost the election. We're going to be looking at everything, but it's important. Having said that, that my party doesn't take the wrong
Greens are the only common
out
sense
of this
option
election loss. That
for
we make sure that we have a considered view and we take the time to work out why we lost and what we need to do. And I am going to go back to Adrian Schrinner in Brisbane and David Crucifulli of making sure that the party that goes to the next federal election, similar to what I think Peter is centre-right, but we need to be a centre-right party. It would be very dangerous for my
changing
party.
Subject. My best bird experience was seeing spoonbills in action.
And I speak as a Ronald Reagan
Royals
Republican
and yellow bills,
and a George Bush Republican. It would be very dangerous for my party to aid some of President Trump's
later on,
positions.
If
we
you
are a free
feel
trade
like it,
party.
go for a bit of a walk
Pro-Ukraine.
and see if you can see any
we must
Nanking
continue to be that
because
centre-right.
What does that mean in practice? I find this is
I
interesting.
know they're there.
You can't be a Trumpian party. I've heard from some of your colleagues that if it's a bad night, the party will lurch to a more Trumpian party. You're saying we must resist that path.
We must resist that path, and we must focus on where Middle Australia is. So if Luke Howarth is in trouble in Petrie, and I don't want to mention pre-poll because people are actually now drinking every time I say pre-poll, that if he does fall there, that worries me when the suburbs in Petrie have swung against us. That we have not got back
bit of a discussion
the
about
suburbs
the Greens.
in Ryan, in Brisbane, if our vote is still only at a third. what are we doing to make sure we get back that centre-right vote, that middle Australia vote?
Is that a reflection on the campaign that's just been run?
No, I think it might be in a way, but I also think it's something the campaign review needs to look into.
But James, you've got a 2022 campaign review that said in 2022 you failed to appeal to women, you failed to present enough female candidates, you irritated Chinese Australians, and this seems to have happened all over again this time.
I think we did try to ameliorate a number of those factors, and it's something that
says I'm
James
frustrated humans don't give a shit about the environment.
Talked about. But
see, the problem is that
work to do.
Nobody was
and
talking
the party
about
does need to have a good hard look at itself. We've just lost our second election. And we can't pretend everything is right.
We need to be able to force the majors to talk about it.
I don't know.
Who do you think would be well placed to
folks too, by the way?
Follow the path that you're talking about?
Well, I think something that will be a decision for the federal executive of the
if you've been watching me over the last year,
I did a review for the state MP after the 2017 election a lot and vowed never to do one ever again. So
after a result as profound as this one, is it time for you to step up and say, I will do it?
It's for all of us to step up.
They'll do the easy
and the
soft,
my life to the centre-right, whether in this country or overseas. I fundamentally believe it's more taxes, lower government and greater freedom. Greater freedom. It's up
we
to
need to really
everybody
do that
in the Liberal Party, the Liberal National Party, to come together to understand we've had this bad loss. Our leader has lost his seat, and we need to work together to work out what we need to do to get back those people who did not vote for us at this election and did not vote for us at the 2022 election.
Which I think
James, could I just ask you, I mean, just taking up your point about Petrie and not being able to attract those
really
voters.
Want to see this
the whole strategy that we heard about for the last few years was that Peter Dutton wanted to basically win over the outer suburbs of the big cities. Why do you think that didn't happen? Let's put the question of votes by women and the big difference between the vote from women and men for the coalition that's shown up in polling aside.
Yes, it's going to be hard for
why didn't you appeal to that group? Was it because of the economic message? Was it because you were just trying to tap into an anger factor? I mean, what's your gut feeling?
Well, I always think it's dangerous for my gut to speak for my brain, and it's something.
What about both?
And it's something I think the review should look into rather than me. I'm hurting as long as, and so is every other Liberal National in this country. I don't want to ad hoc make comments tonight in relation to what worked and maybe didn't work during the campaign. It's got to be done in a considered way. I worked for the British Conservative Party after we had our third landslide loss in 2005, and it was finally when David Cameron, through Michael Howard, was able to understand how he could modernise the party. And that's not about changing the font or going left-wing. It's about making sure traditional centre-right values, traditional conservative values appeal to the modern country. And that's a challenge. And that's why I keep talking about Adrian Schrinner, who I think we have 18 out of the 25 wards in Brisbane when Labor have most of the state seats.
James.
And after this federal election, we'll have most of the federal seats also.
90% of the viewers watching do not know who Adrian Schrinner is.
He's a really good guy. He's the Lord Mayor of Brisbane. And he said
earlier in this broadcast, you talked about a narrow goat track to victory, right? And the coalition's been picking this goat track between Teal seats on one hand and outer metropolitan battlers on the other, and you've wound up tonight not winning any of them.
Yeah.
It looks like all the Teals are back and some more in Bradfield and elsewhere. So I don't know where the goat track is. I mean, if anyone else
I'm sure the election review will look into James McGrath's goat track. But, I'm not being facile, but it's been a bruising night for us, and we've lost.
Thanks for joining me, Stan. I would have been watching it anyway, so I thought I might as well straight.
We've done poorly. My leader's lost his seat. Someone I regard as a friend. Someone who's given so much to this country. Someone who has
absolutely.
Politicians.
I'll think about doing a bit of a post-mortem tomorrow.
24/7,
I'll
like
watch
he does,
and
others.
watch
it's
the
because
shot.
there are threats made to them.
I might stream the shot.
We're trying to get to is how is history going to remember Peter Dutton?
Well, I think that will depend on what the Australians write, and I think I might need to write one of those books, because I think that they will remember him as someone who held a very tough seat for a number of terms, someone who was a very effective minister in the John Howard government and the coalition government.
It's always good when you join
us,
Stan.
Take
thanks
a
for
brave
your contributions.
Policy to the Australian people in relation
to
nuclear energy.
Yeah, I'm a bit jealous.
In terms of that was a pretty big thing. That was a pretty big thing to do.
Many questions to come. Yes,
to come. Waiting for pre-polls would be the suggested title.
22 in doubt. Green.
What have you got for us?
We're about to do a couple of Tasmanian seats because the results are down there are extraordinary.
Yeah.
But first, I'll say a couple of things. First, it's clear the Labor has won a majority, and they may well have a substantial majority.
Wow.
So I'll just make that absolutely clear.
Thanks, Dan.
Secondly, in Victoria,
Safe trip.
all those seats that were mentioned, Hawke, McEwen, Gorton, there's a swing to Labor. It may come down with pre-poll votes, but there's certainly no swing to the coalition.
Swing to Labor in
and
McEwen.
in Bruce, there's a 12% swing to Labor. So that was another seat that was mentioned.
12%
and
in Bruce.
there's that swing all across Victoria, and it's the smallest swing in the country. Labor has won Sturt for the first time since the 1960s.
Wow.
So they've gained that extra seat in South. I haven't looked at Boothby.
Wow,
I presume
Sturt.
it's gone the same way.
Well,
Substantial
maybe
swing.
Boothby as well.
Monash, no idea who's going to win Monash tonight in Victoria. So it's some quite extraordinary results, but we need to go to these 4 Tasmanian
Yeah, let's have a look at those. Should we start with Bass, Bridget Archer's seat of Bass in the northeast of the state, covering Launceston. She's up against Jess Teasdale, a teacher in Launceston.
Yeah, and she spent many years teaching in the Northern Territories, moved back to Tasmania. This was the ejector seat. Bridget Archer broke the rules last time by managing to get re-elected, but not this time. 40% Labor, 30% for Bridget Archer, 13% with the Greens. Some of that loss of Liberal vote may have gone to some of the One Nation by the look of that, and there's an independent there. Let's just look at the swing, the two-party preferred swing here. There is a 10.6% swing. Now, that might come down a percent or two, but still, that's a double-digit swing in Bass.
That's
all right, let's go to Braddon, where the Labor candidate was Anne Urquhart.
Yeah, and Anne Urquhart's given up a Senate seat to run here, and she was a long-term, so she resigned a seat which she holds for another 3 years at Anthony Albanese's urging. Gavin Pearce is the retiring member. Mal Hingston is the new Liberal candidate, but he's not going to be the new Liberal member for Braddon. It will be Anne Urquhart, transferring from the upper house. At the moment, she's on 38.9. The Liberal vote has crashed by 13% on first preferences on 31.
One Nation,
we've got over half of the vote counted. Let's look at the two-party preferred swing here.
30%.
15%.
Wow.
So something's going on in Tasmania. Let's look at Lions, which is... Oh, sorry, I'll let you do this.
Well, I was just going to say, the Liberals have been wiped out of Tasmania based on this, and now let's look at Lions. This is in the centre of the central seat in the state. And Brian Mitchell's going at this election. Beck White, the former state Labor leader there in Tasmania, up against Susie Bauer.
And Rebecca White, she's led the poll in Lions at the last 3 state elections, the former Labor leader. She's romping to victory here. You can see they're 43 to 25. The Liberal vote is just well down, more than 11% down on first preferences. Look at the two-party preferred swing here. Another double digit.
Wow, 10%.
So these are just extraordinary results in Tasmania. Yeah. These are just amazing results.
So,
I agree.
Should we bring in Cosentoni here? Because
we'll just do one more.
One more. This is...
Sorry.
Yeah, Franklin, down the bottom of the state. This is the one where earlier on Labor was in a bit of trouble. Julia Collins trying to hold the seat against the independent Peter George.
And I think they still are in trouble, but we'll just... I think we'll look at the first preferences. I think we'll stay there at the moment because we haven't got a winner for this. Julia Collins, 38. Peter George, 23. The Liberals, 17. Greens, 11. Now... Peter George, the Liberals directed preferences to the Labor Party, so that will make it tougher for Peter George to close a 15% gap. Even if you give them all the Liberal votes, all the Green votes, sorry, that still puts them behind Labor. And even if, just a reasonable split of Liberal preferences would re-elect Julie Collins. So she's had a bit of a scare, but at this stage, I think she's been re-elected.
Looks like Julie Collins is home. So, Cos and Tony, just start with those Tasmanian results. They are extraordinary.
Tony, you go.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a huge wake-up call for the Liberal Party in all the states, Tasmania being one of them, but I still keep on coming back to the Victorian results where the preconditions were there for a very significant swing to the coalition, a very unpopular state government, and yet it appears that they're going backwards, the Liberal Party's going backwards.
So just to come back to the question of Peter Dutton then, how much responsibility is he going to... here we go.
Right.
Oh, Penny Wong.
Probably introducing the Prime Minister there at Labor headquarters, and a big cheer from the Labor crowd. They love Penny Wong. Let's hear what she has to say before we hear from Anthony Albanese on his back-to-back election wins.
I'm still amazed that we've got a Chinese lesbian in the cabinet and our foreign minister, I think, and the leader in the Senate in Australia. That's one of the best things I think that happened.
Thank you for believing in Labor. Thank you for believing in the power of this great nation.
I hope Vosh on
the power
Twitch
in our 26 million
and
people
YouTube
from more than 300
takes
ancestries.
a bit of interest in this shit tonight.
And from the
Because he was all over the shop
continuing civilization
with his
on the
analysis
planet.
yesterday before the election.
I acknowledge the traditional owners. Friends, we love this country. We love this country. And representing it to the world is the honour of my life.
Good on you, Penny. I like Penny.
Because of who we are and what we strive to be. A nation that stands on its own 2 feet, that invests in the aspirations of all of its people, and a nation of courage and of kindness. I saw this purpose and these principles in our campaign across the country. Our hard-working candidates, the thousands of Labor volunteers in every state and territory, in every community, working for a better future. Friends, 3 years ago, the Australian people made a collective decision to turn the page and write a new future for ourselves. Tonight, together, we start the new chapter. And we will write this next chapter so all Australians are part of our nation's story.
That's what we like to do. Inclusive language.
No matter who we are or where we come from, no matter age or gender, no matter the lottery of birth, Australia's opportunity is for us all. And friends, that Australian story is embodied by our Australian Prime Minister, a man who shows what real strength is, a man of courage, a man of compassion, a leader with the conviction of who we are and what we can be, a leader with a conviction that builds Australia's future. Friends, some might want to mimic the worst of other countries.
Have a dig at the Senate price.
Albo always backs what's best about our country. Please welcome my dear friend, our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese.
My fellow Australians,
Serving as your Prime Minister is the greatest honour of my life. And it is with a deep sense of humility and a profound sense of responsibility that the first thing that I do tonight is to say thank you to the people of Australia for the chance to continue to serve the best nation on earth.
He's a bit emotional, Elbow. I think this is much bigger than he expected.
And I acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which we meet.
Good on you, Elbow. I'm in Wurundjeri country.
And I pay my respects to elders, past, present and emerging, today and every day. Today, the Australian people have voted for Australian values. For fairness, aspiration and opportunity for all. For the strength to show courage in adversity and kindness to those in need.
You really want some strength, Elbow.
And Australians have voted for a future that holds true to these values. A future built on everything that brings us together as Australians and everything that sets our nation apart from the world. In this time of global uncertainty, Australians have chosen optimism and determination. Australians have chosen to face global challenges the Australian way, looking after each other while building for the future. And to serve these values, meet these challenges, seize these opportunities and build that better and stronger future, Australians have chosen a majority Labor government.
Well, Collingwood pulling ahead. 13 points.
I think the Australian people have got the name. A majority Labor government promised and delivered. A short time ago, I spoke with Peter Dutton, who has, of course, conceded defeat. And I thanked him. No. What we do in Australia is we treat people with respect. I thanked Peter for his generous words at the end of what has been a very hard-fought campaign. And I want to take this opportunity to wish Peter and Kiralee and their family all the very best for their future. Now, at election time, parties and candidates ask people to make a choice. And inevitably, the campaign and the coverage is about our differences and our disagreements. That is the nature of our democracy, and it is the role of the media who serve it. But now that the Australian people have made their clear choice, let us all reflect on what we have in common. Because no matter who you voted for, no matter where you live, no matter how you worship or who you love, whether you belong to a culture that has known and cared for this great continent for 65,000 years, or you have chosen our nation as your home and enriched our society with your contribution, we are all So let all of us work together to build our national unity on the enduring foundations of fairness, equality and respect for one another. My fellow Australians, I know the world has thrown a lot at our country over the past 3 years. I know so many of you have worked hard in the face of significant challenges, and I know there's still much more to do to help people under pressure. That is why it means so much that in these uncertain times, the people of Australia have placed their trust in Labor once again, including so many Australians who have voted Labor for the first time. I make this solemn pledge. We will not forget that. We will never take it for granted. Repaying your trust will drive our government each and every day of the next 3 years. The positive program we took to this election was shaped by the Australian people's priorities, and our government will dedicate the next 3 years to making a positive difference to your lives and to your future.
Now, if
bringing the rewards for your hard work within reach, investing in our youngest Australians,
I think we need to work harder to put the environment at the front of the conversations
and building an economy and a society,
and I say it again,
that is every bit as strong and fair, as resilient and generous
on all
as
the various
Australians
social
are
media
themselves.
And with public profiles to get in mainstream media, need to be brave and forceful about the way they talk about the environment.
Tomorrow, back at work. Maybe not everyone here. And that's probably for the best.
And I'm no media expert, so I don't know how
we take up this task
best needs to be
with
done.
new hope,
but it needs to be done differently
confidence and new
because the way it's been done for the last 10 years has got the environment nothing. Basically nothing.
Because together we are turning the corner, and
a bit round the
together
edges.
we will make our way forward with no one held back and no one left behind.
I'm happy to be called out on that too and challenged.
Friends, I was raised to be an optimist. My mum had a hard life and we struggled financially. But she taught me to always be positive and see the best in people. When it comes to Australia's future, all of us have so much reason to be optimistic. Because when we look at everything going on around the world today, when we consider the changes that will shape the future of the global economy, when we think about our people and their smarts and skills, truly there's nowhere else you'd rather be than right here in Australia.
Oh, maybe. Quite likely that Adam Bandt's gone.
This is a time of profound opportunity for our nation. We have everything we need to seize this moment and make it our own. And we must do it together, all of us, because for Australia to realise our full potential, for our nation to be its very best, every Australian must have the opportunity to be their best. To serve our Australian values, we must value every Australian, and Labor will govern for every Australian.
I do like the inclusive language, but I fear that with the Greens being wiped out,
a fair
if that's
go
what happens,
at work, fair wages,
the message,
fair wages for their work, and the right
that
to
the community
disconnect
is
when they're
sent
done
to
with work.
Labor is not a good one for
Every
the environment.
Australian who deserves the security
So
of
I'm
a
very
roof over
tempted
their
in
head
my,
or dreams of owning their own home.
in my relief that the Liberals have
Every
not won.
woman who wants her contribution to our economy and society to be valued equally.
I'm not sure how the Liberals get to 45. or the coalition get the 45.
Every parent who wants their child to get the best start in life with cheaper childcare and with fair funding for every student in every school. Everyone who counts on the National Disability Insurance Scheme. We will be a government for every Australian who wants to train or retrain for new skills and a good job at public TAFE. Every Australian who works hard for the life-changing opportunity of higher education and wants 20% cut from their student debt. Every Australian who knows that climate change is a challenge we must act together to meet for the future of our environment.
Okay, climate change is one thing. Let's talk about biodiversity, please. No more extinctions.
The fact that renewable energy is an opportunity we must work together to seize.
This is the danger.
For the future
it's
of our
always
economy.
framed around economy.
We will be a government that supports reconciliation with First Nations people.
And I'm on board with this.
Because we will be a stronger nation when we close the gap between Indigenous and non-Indigenous Australians.
Push that through hard, please.
And friends, we will be a government that relies and helps every Australian who relies on Medicare.
See, we didn't get anything about biodiversity, but I do like the protection of Medicare. I like how he's covering up the numbers.
This card is not Labor red or Liberal blue, it is green and gold. It is a declaration.
So what do you think, folks? Still a few of you hanging on. That's good. What are your feelings?
To all Australians,
in the chat?
And together
Let me know.
we will make it stronger for all Australians.
This is a good speech.
Friends, I stand here tonight as the proud leader of an extraordinary team.
There's still a lot of county to go in
on the hallowed
Melbourne,
turf
so
of the G
Adam
this
Banff can
morning,
still hold it for the Greens.
doing live crosses, making that point. I want to thank all of my colleagues, beginning with my friend, our incredible Deputy Prime Minister, Richard Marles. No one could hope for a better deputy, and I thank him so much. My friend and our Senate leader, Penny Wong, and her deputy. Her deputy, Don Farrell. Our economic team led by Jim Chalmers and Katie Gallagher. Our campaign spokesperson, Jason Clare. And we've got a bit of a shared party tonight, and Berkey's here, the member for Watson. My amazing Labor caucus, which when you look at it across the benches, it's representative of the Australian people. I acknowledge all of our fantastic Labor candidates in every seat who put up their hand, gave up their time for our cause and their community. And if you excuse me for singling out one of them, who ran for a third time in Dixon, Ailey Frantz. So many of whom will be joining us as caucus members in Parliament. I want to thank the people of Grayndler, most of whom are here tonight. I've got to say something, it was very special on the way here. There was obviously, I don't know whether there was a drone above us or what have you. My security team said, you know, maybe they're just out on the street. People don't just hang out on New Canterbury Road. And from Lilyfield, Leichhardt, all the way here, I'm sorry, but I won't be moving back for a little while. The people of Grayndler did me an incredible honour in choosing me as their representatives 29 years and 10 elections ago. I've lived in this community in the inner west my whole life, and it's an incredible privilege to serve a community that you love, and I do love it. To the Labor Party's heart and soul, our rank and file members and the mighty trade union movement of Australia. The Labor Party will always stand up for jobs and people's wages and conditions. Everywhere I have been through this campaign, your energy, your enthusiasm, your dedication to the cause has lifted me up. You inspire all of us in your service of working people, and we thank you.
Obviously, the backbone of the Labor Party.
To our magnificent campaign director, National Secretary Paul Erickson. Paul has run an outstanding campaign. Paul and I did tell people May was the right time. And he managed to become a dad during the campaign. He was supported by an absolutely brilliant team. And all of those dedicated people own a part of this victory. And I thank you. To my personal staff, led by Tim Gartrell. The loyalty, the passion, the commitment that you showed. You have a tough job that you perform with grace, with humour, with joy, and just a passion for changing the country for the better. Thank you for what you do. To my son, Nathan. Who's grown into a fine young man who I am just so proud of. Thank you. And to my fiancée, Jodie Hayden. probably wasn't expecting for this to be in your life half a dozen years ago. I am so grateful for your support, your friendship and your love. You make me so happy.
Oh, elbow.
Which matters. You have my heart, I love you, and I look forward to living our lives together. My fellow Australians, Australians have chosen the Australian Labor Party as their government. And our government will choose the Australian way because we are proud of who we are and all that we have built together in this country. We do not need to beg or borrow or copy from anywhere else. We do not seek our inspiration overseas. We find it right here in our values and in our people. Tomorrow we dedicate ourselves to your service. We renew the great responsibility and the opportunity of government. And with pride and purpose, optimism and determination, with faith in the fair go and faith in each other, we return to the work of building Australia's future. Thank you all.
Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, he was enjoying that moment, you could tell. The emotion was there, the message of unity was the theme throughout, coming together after a hard-fought campaign. But the celebration was clearly there as well. And this is an historic Labor moment. The first Prime Minister since John Howard, but the first Labor Prime Minister since Bob Hawke, of course, to win back-to-back elections.
Let's see them run the
and
board.
the two-party preferred
then we can think about
vote for Labor at the moment is around 56%. Now, that may come down as more votes come in, but at the moment, that's a higher result than anything Bob Hawke ever got, anything Kevin Rudd, or you'd have to go right back to Chifley, I think, to get a two-party preferred result that high. First-term governments don't normally extend. What we're seeing here, you'd have to call a Labor landslide. They're sitting on 86 seats at the moment, and to go into a second term with such a big increase is historic. And for the Prime Minister there, you could see him wanting to celebrate that. He's got a wedding to plan.
And he's going to have to really stuff it up to lose next time.
The amazing confidence that comes from an historic victory. That's what we just watched.
That's the big story.
To Jim Chalmers, congratulations once again. The shout out to you and the team from the Prime Minister there. And look, we heard a lot of the themes, the campaign themes,
and the Greens
repeated
is
there
the big
from
story
the Prime Minister.
If they really
from
have
your
no
perspective,
seats.
this second term does give Labor generally a lot more authority, strength in the Parliament. A bigger majority.
If this
does
translates
that also
to the
give
Senate,
you the ability
this would be really
to be more ambitious in a second term?
Well, I think part of the answer to that question when it comes to our agenda is what happens in the Senate. And obviously there's still an element of uncertainty around that. It's hard to dramatically increase our representation in the Senate. So I think that's part of the story. I think this government is plenty ambitious, but I know that there's an appetite in the community for us in really uncertain times, not just to explain to people how we will batten down the hatches when the global economy is going mad, but to build the better future, to build the future that Anthony's been talking about through the course of this campaign. And so we take our responsibilities seriously. We do believe we're an ambitious government. But we know that there's a sense of impatience as well when it comes to some of our big national challenges.
Is this a mandate, for example, for more equitable tax reform?
We took an agenda to the election which was primarily focused on other areas. Housing supply is going to be a big...
Now you've been delivered an extraordinarily large mandate, a bigger one than even many of you were expecting.
Our agenda is the one that we took to the people: housing, the energy transformation, making our economy more productive, rolling out the tax cuts. This is our agenda. Can I just pick up briefly on something David said? It was a unifying speech. I think it reflected the sense, the overwhelming sense of gratitude that we all feel for this immense opportunity. The opportunity to govern a country like ours does not come around every day, and we get another chance, another term. And it was a unifying speech. It was a speech that recognised we have had this big political barney. The world is very uncertain, and now is the time to come together. So I pay tribute to him for that speech, but I also wanted to say about Peter Dutton's speech.
Tell us where
I think it was exceptionally gracious.
Well, you obviously would know what electorate you're in.
I think to mention Anthony's mum and his son and Jodie in the way that he did was especially classy of him. It must absolutely sting the result that we've seen tonight. And I think it says something very good about our country, that two guys who have been going at it for 3 years can set an example like they set tonight.
It's a fascinating dynamic between those two. I've always found they can absolutely go at it, but they can also talk. I've seen them and they can talk far more than a PM and opposition normally do. I'm keen for some thoughts over here on what we've seen from these speeches, Laura.
Just taking up the points that you've made, Treasurer, and the Prime Minister was making, and going back to the question I was asking James before. I mean, as you say, it was incredibly positive and unifying language that the Prime Minister was using.
Very inclusive
and I
speech,
suppose,
unless you're a swift parrot.
The quality of the Labor campaign was sort of overlooked because the story of the bad coalition campaigns has so dominated the last few weeks. But where does it leave our politics now? I mean, you know, a culture war was something that we hopefully are past. I mean, is this some?
You want to share what you see?
Do you think that we can just be talking in more reasonable terms about? I mean, is the message from the voters in this election that they want to hear about things that are of concern to them and that governments are looking after them, but that they really want to hear about those substantive issues, that they're not interested in more cultural issues?
I think that partly explains the result tonight, that we were able to maintain a focus on housing and energy, the cost of living, the future of our economy, employment, the labour market. And really every day there was a new attempt to kind of try and distract us from that, to distract from what we saw as the main game. And I think a country like ours, when the world is as uncertain as it is, we don't have the time or the luxury to kind of stuff around on second-tier issues. And I think the fact that Anthony and his team, our campaign, was able to maintain the focus on the things that really matter, that people are focused on in their day-to-day lives and thinking about the future of their families. The fact that we were able to maintain that focus, I think, is reflected in the result.
Can I ask, the loss of the Voice referendum was obviously devastating for Labor. You took part in the Yes campaign. Yes.
So
it's left a lot of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people distressed across the country. There's rising rates of, anecdotally at least, of racism and abuse.
Okay, so in Newcastle,
where do you go now with Indigenous affairs?
Labor hold.
Probably got the power in the lower house, at least, to legislate a voice. Would you consider it?
That's not something that we're considering or proposing. You know, we were disappointed with the outcome of the referendum. As you know, you covered it very closely. Very disappointed about it, but we sat down afterwards and we worked out what else can we do to make a meaningful difference.
It's
not always on the front page, the work that we do in the Treasury portfolio on economic empowerment. I've been working with the Coalition of the Peaks on jobs and investment. My colleagues have been working on health and education. And so we're trying to advance this agenda in the absence of the voice, recognising that the people have spoken on that front, and it's our job to look forwards rather than backwards.
They spoke on the
here,
on the essence of it being enshrined in the Constitution. We haven't really had a proper full debate about whether or not it could be successful in legislation.
No, that's true, but it's not our proposal. It's not something we've been discussing or considering. We're trying to find other ways to advance the cause of First Nations people.
Can I just ask, I want to ask a question, Jim Chalmers, because I was watching you when Anthony Albanese stood up to speak. You said he was going to probably cry himself, but actually you were the one who had tears in your eyes at that moment. Can you tell us what was going through your mind to cause those tears in your eyes?
Well, I'm proud of him, and I'm proud of the effort that we put into this campaign, and it feels like the end of one journey and the beginning of another. And you know, elections are really important punctuation points in the history of a country. And
pretty much the same.
You know, to be kind to James, you know, we've done our share of losing federal
Well,
campaigns. Most of the campaigns that I've been involved in my time in politics, we haven't got the outcome that we sought, and so it's cherished. You know, it's precious. And there have been times where you wonder whether you're going to get a second term.
But I don't
so
understand
to
where
get
they
over
come
the
from.
line,
I
there's
don't
an element of
understand
relief, but mostly overwhelmingly gratitude
committed conservationist
to the country, but also to our local
conservative.
communities. And if I can, I mean, we've never got a result this good in Rankin. In the history of the seat, we've never got a result this good. And so I want to thank my local community. It means a lot to me. I want to thank my campaign team, my volunteers, led by Brenton Hill, who's one of the world's great people, but the whole team, all the volunteers, Jill Martinek, who's in hospital because she had a fall at pre-poll, and she'll be in there for a while. We love you, Jill. And I just couldn't be more grateful to my local team, but to the country as well, to Anthony and our cabinet and our party room. We won't waste this opportunity. This is a cherished, precious opportunity to run the best country on earth for another term, and we won't waste it.
Just one more question about the language of the speech. He returned to the theme of kindness, which is a line that came out in one of the debates. I can't remember whether it was your one. Kindness is not a weakness. Yeah. So how important has that been to the nature of the campaign and the presentation?
I must admit, I'm always very
well, I think every once in a while there becomes a moment in campaigns or in government or politics more broadly where you sort of stop for a moment and you think, when did it become weakness to be kind or generous or inclusive or gracious?
There doesn't seem any effort for the Greens to work
and again, I come back to the way that Anthony leads our team. You know, he's not
when it is there.
He doesn't hoard power for its own sake. He shares it.
I think this result,
and that makes it a very enjoyable government to work in. It's why we respect him so much. It's why we're proud of him tonight. Is because he genuinely leads a team. You know, and I'll be grateful to him for the rest of my life for letting me work with Katie Gallagher, who's an unbelievable colleague, the finance minister.
Oh, good.
And we all feel a sense of that gratitude. And so the way he leads his team is the same way he leads the country. He leads with strength, but he listens with humility.
I'm not happy.
And I think you saw that reflected in the speech.
Jim Chalmers, your seat in Rankin, I just checked that when you mentioned it. You're sitting at the moment, at least, on a primary vote of over 50%. So I'm not sure if that's often happened in Rankin. Annabelle, I'm keen for your thoughts on what we heard from the Prime Minister's victory speech there, because 3 years ago the victory speech carried a lot of weight and became such a totemic issue, the way he really leaned into the voice. This speech, unity was the theme.
For the
you could tell that he was, reading a prepared speech there. He went off it here and there, but there were things that he wanted to say tonight in this speech. It was in part a bit of a list of the policy priorities in the campaign, but did it give you a sense of where a second term will now go?
Well, I thought there was
a tremendous
sense of assurance in there. He didn't reach for a big ticket announcement, which is what he did last time, I think, on The Voice. I think the primary purpose of the speech was clearly to be an emollient one and a unifying one. And I noticed that he was returning to this theme of kindness and respect, shutting down the crowd when they started booing Peter Dutton and chiding them for being discourteous. That was a constant theme through his remarks. Now, I think
Aboriginal flag,
the interesting
Torres Strait Islanders flag
challenge that Peter Dutton was presented with at the beginning of his leadership of the Liberal Party was, how do I hold my party room together and try to make a way back, trying to win back deal seats or make up for them somewhere else. I think, and this is a judgment that I'm making now, but it could be, there'll be plenty of opinions in the days next to come. I think there was a certain amount of gambling done on the idea that you could make those seats up out of bitterness and real hardship in the outer metropolitan areas, plus a strong appeal to anti-immigration sentiment, and in the last week of the campaign, a discussion about whether, acknowledgement of countries on planes are annoying and so on. I think that seems not to have paid off this evening for the coalition. the teals seem to not only have survived, but proliferated.
We're going to have a look at that too.
And that path to victory through the anger of the commuter belt seems also to have evaporated. And it leaves the coalition, I think, with an enormous set of questions well beyond who is the leader going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, and just quickly, Bridget, I mean, if there were any nerves on the Labor side during the course of this week about where the Dutton attack on Welcome to Country was going, I think tonight what we saw from Penny Wong and Anthony Albanese is no fear at all now. They made a real show of acknowledgement of country, and the cheer from the Labor faithful really said something, I thought.
It was ugly and unfortunate that it became a central feature of the final week of the campaign. And we just heard from a lot of Aboriginal leaders that they no longer want to be a political football, and we need some substantive action to close the gap, as Jim said.
Well, Anthony Albanese now does have great authority in the parliament. A buffer of 1 or 2 seats has now become, it looks like a buffer of, it could be as many as 10. So he won't have to worry as much about his political opponents on the other side. There is still going to be a large crossbench. He won't be relying on them. Anthony, what can you tell us?
Well, what I want to do is wrap up what we're seeing as the results of the month. The Labor Party is predicted to finish on 35%, the Coalition on 31%. So just to point out, that's only 66% of the vote between the two major parties. There's a big vote with other parties. The Greens are on 12.7%. I'll come back. I'll just mention, I'll come back to the Greens when I talk about the chamber. Big vote for others. If we look at the change in primary vote, for the blocks at this election. Why is that not working? That's the wrong graph. This is what I'm after. The Labor vote is up 2.3, the Coalition down 4.6. One Nation up a little bit and others up a little bit. And all translating at the moment into a swing of just under 4%. Labor will have roughly 56%, which if they finish up above 55, that is a historically high result. Now, it's a bit hard to compare it with election results from 30 years ago when both major parties were getting in the mid-40s and they're now getting in the mid to low 30s. But two-party preferred, that's what it is, but it's not turning into the number of seats that you once would have expected. If we look at the chamber, we currently have a definite number of seats, which is 86. 86, 38 for the Coalition, under 40. Now, they'll get above 40, but that's still down from the high 50s last time. And, I mean, when you're getting under 50, that's a down adjustment. Now, I've got no Greens there at the moment. I'll explain why in a moment. We've added a few more seats to make it likely. The Coalition 38. If Labor ends up in the 87 to 90 range, that was the size of the number of seats that Tony Abbott won in 2013. From different sort of first preference votes, but very similar. The reason there's no Greens there at the moment, Melbourne's in doubt. I suspect they'll hold it. Wills, there's a strong chance the Greens could pick that up from Labor. I think at the moment Labor will gain both Brisbane and Griffith. Ryan, I think the Greens might be more likely to win. But so the Greens have lost those 2 seats. I haven't looked at Richmond recently, but I think Richmond is less likely to be a Greens win. It's very difficult. It's an extremely difficult seat to call that. But just looking at some of the state seats around the country, right? A lot of talk of Bruce in the election. There's a 12% swing to the Coalition. To Labor, sorry. All those seats in Western Melbourne that were being talked about, McEwen, Hawke, Gorton, there was a swing to Labor. They're potentially picking up Menzies and Deakin in the eastern suburbs. So where was that big wave that was going to sort of sweep the Coalition in the government? It didn't happen. And in fact, they've gone backwards. They've gone backwards in Queensland. They've gone backwards in New South Wales. A huge double-digit swing in Tasmania. They've lost Sturt in South Australia at the moment. I haven't seen any big changes in Western Australia, but they've got a terribly low primary vote in Forest, so they'll probably hang on. Just all round, it's just a disastrous result. And it's one of Labor's biggest ever victories.
Anthony, we're going to run through some seats now. We'll start in Sydney's North Shore with the seat of Warringah, held by Zali Steggall.
Oh, she's been easily re-elected. I mean, she had a double-digit margin after the last election. She's increased the margin even further. She holds that seat with a substantial 12% margin. So there's no difficulty there for Zali Steggall.
Yes, because we've been looking at whether this is going to affirm the presence of the the Teal independents that arrived 3 years ago. What about the seat of Wentworth, Allegra Spender, up against Roanoke?
Your father is a reformed Liberal voter.
When I say she's increased the vote, the electorate has
seen the
increased
light.
in area, so that's a big difference.
What,
but she's ended up with a
brought him
4% swing in her favour. So Allegra
That's really
Spender
interesting.
has absolutely no difficulty retaining
Very
that seat and is back in the Parliament.
What brought him over to
then
the
I
dark
think
side?
we're off to the seat of Mackellar. Just took me a moment there. This is the seat on Sydney's
It used to
northern
be
beaches,
Bronwyn
held
Bishop's
by
seat.
another Teal
Remember?
independent or community independent, Dr. Sophie Scomps.
Significantly, all these Teals won from second place last time. This time they're winning from first place. And Sophie Scomps will be re-elected in Mackellar. She's got a 2% swing to her and has got a margin over 5%.
James Brown, the candidate there.
It's almost
the
safe
son-in-law
now.
of
Safe seat
Malcolm
for her.
Turnbull.
Former
son-in-law of Malcolm Turnbull. Goldstein down. Let's look at the Teal seats down in Melbourne there. Goldstein, Zoe Daniel up against Tim Wilson trying to win his old seat back.
Tim's ahead on first preferences, but Zoe
When you
Daniel
mean
gets a strong
Trumpism,
preference. I'm just looking
did
here.
he see that Conservative politics
We've got a
he
preference
was heading
counting
that way?
35 of
I mean, they
45
use all the same
polling
advisors.
places. We're
that the-
projecting Zoe
the
Daniel will
Tories and
hold
the
that seat. I'm just
Trumpies
looking at it. It's
use,
perhaps,
and the Conservatives
yeah,
in,
I think she'll win that one. We're
in
definitely at the
New
moment we're giving
Zealand
it
as
away.
well.
I'll
They
have a
use
bit
all
of
the
a
same
look at those numbers later in the
consultants and
evening. But
advisors,
certainly there's
so-
no big swing there to the Liberal Party. Just a small one.
Let's have a look at Kooyong, one of the most fiercely contested seats in Victoria.
looks like Zoe
And
Daniels
the
bad,
two
Monique Ryan's
lead
bad.
candidates, Amelia Hamer and Monique Ryan, are equal on first preferences. And with Labor and Green preferences to flow at over 80% to Monique Ryan, she will go on to win that seat and with a swing in her favour.
And what about Kate Cheney over in the West in Curtin? It'll be early days in the count there, I know, but how does that one look at the moment?
At this stage, she has increased her vote, and the preference count we've got is suggesting that she'll go on to win that seat as well.
Wow.
So Curtin looks like it's staying where it is. Just as a little sign there, currently Labor is within a whisker of winning Barara.
What?
Fowler, last
Brilliant,
time I
Lisa
looked. I mean, I'd be surprised if they win Barara in the end. The Liberal Party will have a better postal vote campaign. And even as I look now, it looks like the Liberals have firmed up. Fowler is still in doubt last time I looked. No, looks like it's firmed up for Daly, but
All right.
there's 30, well, half the vote was pre-poll. So
We've got a couple
All
more
right,
Teal
couple
contests.
more. Yes, we've got.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. We've got Bradfield, Sydney's North Shore, retiring MP Paul Fletcher up against
that's
the Teal
very good.
independent. What
Yeah.
happened?
Still more
I've been
counting to
talking
come
a
at
lot
this stage.
about
Nicolette
how
Buller
easy it is to
very strongly positioned. So she's 10%
head
behind
to
there on primaries, but you've
authoritarianism.
got 25% there with the Greens,
If you're
and
not vigilant, so-
80% of those will flow to her. Our current
Very
model
good.
has
I'm
her
glad
head on
he's-
the raw numbers, and
I'm
we're
glad he's
projecting she'll
tweaked.
get to 52. So by the end of the evening, that might come back a bit more into doubt.
We
But
have
again,
a real
that's a good result. And if
compulsory
Liberal Party
voting in
lose
Australia is a
Bradfield,
real moderating factor.
this
so
was
we-
once the
it's
great
much harder
bastion of
to
the
slip
Liberal Party in
into-
Northern
I
Sydney.
mean, look at these One
And
Nation
what
numbers,
about
1.5,
Monash,
2%.
Melbourne's
Only
in Eastern Victoria?
seats where they're up above 5.
This is a tricky one. Russell Broadbent was the Liberal,
I think we
lost
reject
pre-selection running as an
Australianism
independent,
because of
but Mary
the
Aldred is the
nature of
Liberal
our
candidate.
elected
You've got another independent in the mix there as well, Deb Leonard. How's that look?
No, I have no idea. I mean, well, just look at those
Well,
first preferences.
This
I
could
mean,
easily go to Tully Fletcher.
No idea. They'll be counting that one for days.
Yeah. Look at that.
Annabelle just
Monash,
mentioned
One Nation.
Flinders. I don't know if you can
7.5%.
scramble anything on that for us, Anthony. What are you seeing
And,
there?
and Indian running
Liberals will retain
for
it.
One Nation.
Yeah,
That's nuts.
it looked like a strong showing from the independent that seems to have translated back into a narrow.
No, actually.
Retain?
I can actually bring Flynn's up
Yeah,
here.
there's a big swing to the independent there, but
Yeah,
interacting oddly with the. Sorry, I don't mean to crab-splain to you, Anthony.
We don't get to do this too many more times, so we want to put you on the spot.
Sorry, I was see. It is
Flinders.
grey.
Flinders.
Flinders. We want Flinders.
Grey,
in
actually,
Victoria.
because grey was what I thought you were talking about. Okay, now Rowan Ramsey's retired. The Liberal vote's 35%, Labor's 23%, and Nita Kuss 16%. No, I don't think she's going to catch up. Maybe it was Flinders I was looking at on the screen. Let me find it. She's down here somewhere. I'll use this technology one last
Mornington
time.
Peninsula.
There we are.
There we are.
Ah, yes. Flinders is the state seat within the middle of Grey. That's what I was confused by.
You're thinking of the Rangers. I know where you're going. It's a South Australian thing.
Yes, that's very interesting.
Okay,
Zoe McKenzie will have difficulty if those numbers continue, because if Labor, Green preferences will probably favour Ben Smith. Yeah, that's a disaster if that happens.
So this is a story that's occurring as the future generation of Liberal leadership, which includes that MP, Zoe McKenzie, and Keith Wallahan next door.
If after this election there are people arguing that the problem for coalitions, they didn't go further enough to the right and they lost votes to One Nation, it's not One Nation and those parties that lost the election, it's seats like this. And the Liberal Party is losing votes to independents all around the country.
And the number of Climate 200 backed or community voice backed independents is growing. Their election is expanding. They're going to take up more seats.
Maybe the new financing laws that the Coalition and Labor have come to an agreement on might sort of make it easier for the Coalition next time. But,
but James McGrath, just quickly on that, there was this big question mark as to how much effort the Liberals would put in after the last election 3 years ago to winning back those teal seats. Whatever you did or didn't try to do, it now looks like you're losing more seats to them. Places like Bradfield, possibly Flinders. This is a bigger problem now.
Well, it's a problem with respect identified earlier on in the evening in terms of the challenge we have is we've got Labor on one side and then we have Teals on the other side. So we're being double-fronted as such in terms of
the traditional
fights
why the Teals exist.
Between the governing parties, and then we have these
right-wing
Teal, I'm not going to call them independents, the Teal Party, backed by
But
Climate
clearly
200.
you haven't worked out how to deal with this political reality that's hitting you from both sides.
Well, it's something that the election review can look into, but in terms of Zoe,
it's going to be a hell of a review, this one.
But all reviews need to take a serious look and keep talking about this, a considered look into why this has happened. The question you asked,
that. But you must have some idea tonight.
Yeah, you must have some.
We need to do this.
As much as I respect the ABC, I'm not going to probably take counsel from the ABC in relation to the election review.
No one's giving you counsel. They're asking
if you have any.
But what I will do is participate in the review as a senator and someone with some campaign experience.
I reckon.
And I think would be a tragedy for the
and this
political
guy's
point
the
that
exact
has been raised on this table, that if someone like Zoe McKenzie fails to win, if Keith Wallahan fails to win, if in Bradfield, I don't think Giselle will just get there. If Giselle fails to win. These are brilliant young people. They're the future of the party.
About the real world. He's a senator, I think.
It will be a challenge for us to not have them in
So he
parliament.
only faces the electorate once in a blue moon.
An existential issue here, just a logistical one, which is that
Laura,
now,
you are right.
as far as I can see, the Liberal Party or the LNP, whichever, will not have any representation in most of the capital cities of Australia. Hobart, Melbourne, Brisbane, maybe give 1 or 2 seats there. Adelaide. We saw what happened in Western Australia and Perth at the last election, where the coalition was so wiped out that it's, you could say chicken and egg, but the organisation sort of became less functional. And this has got to be a concern, hasn't it? I mean, how do you attract new people if the future of the party is being wiped out, but also that your organisation is not sort of functional in the big cities?
Well, I can look at Brisbane, where we control the city council in terms of...
I'll go back to the city council again.
I'm going back to it because with respect to this panel, administration that is run in Brisbane by Adrian Schrinner and the team have been in power since 2004. And what they've done is they've run a low-tax agenda and a pro-service agenda. And what David Crisafulli will do as Premier in Queensland is make sure that he runs an administration that focuses on service delivery in Queensland. And to me, that is the model we should be looking at federally. So I'm not disagreeing with your point in terms of the issue that we face in capital cities, but I'm also then rebutting you directly by going, look at Brisbane, look at the Brisbane City Council and what we've been able to do there, and what the Liberal National Party will be able to do is David Crisafulli, who was mocked considerably during his term as opposition leader in terms of what he was trying to do in Queensland, but the issues he focused on were the right issues. It was the hospital ramping crisis, it was the crime crisis.
And saying no to nuclear power as well.
And look at how he is governing as Premier of Queensland in terms of being from the centre right.
We need to keep moving. Apologies. Let's go to Jeremy Fernandez at the big board for a better look at how the state of play is going. Jez.
You know, you take one look at the big board and you can see the scale of what's happened tonight. Let's just fill in what's gone on here. Since we last checked in with the big board, a number more seats have been filled in with colour. So we've seen the safest seats on either end and the most marginal in between. Now, this first column here, Labor, was one of the most critical parts of this equation. They needed to hang on to these seats to keep that red wall up, to keep any coalition incursion from making its way onto this side of the board, and they've successfully done that. We've got Labor colouring in almost the entirety of its side of the board and also making waves on coalition territory. They've claimed all these marginals on the coalition side, going all the way up to Leichhardt and then down to Braddon. Braddon has seen a swing of about 15%, so they've made deep inroads into coalition territory. Another notable thing here to see is the number of independents that have been returned to the crossbench. We've got Fowler, Daly retaining there. Curtin, Kooyong, McKellar, Goldstein, Wentworth, Indi, yet again, Warringah, Mayo, Clark. And then we've got Bradfield over here with Nicolette Buller taking that seat off the retiring Paul Fletcher. So
look how many Labor seats
add in now the seats where we are not in a position to project just yet, but we can see who is ahead. Now you'll note from that last count there weren't any Greens on the board, but here's where they are ahead: in Ryan, in metropolitan Brisbane, in Richmond, and that's pretty much it. Also notable here that there is no blue on this side of the board. There is no blue on this side of the board. The onus was on the coalition to gain an extra 19 seats. They've lost 14. Let's take a look at Tasmania as an example of what's happened in that state.
Now that means
there is no blue on the board for Tasmania. The Liberals have been wiped out of the state of Tasmania. I want to check in with Casey Briggs now on what the swing has been looking like in that state and elsewhere in the country. Casey, what does this tell you?
I mean, look at this. This is one of the remarkable results of the evening, Jez. The ALP here with nearly 2/3 of the two-party preferred vote, an 8.5% swing. This is absolutely the standout, but the picture around the nation is swings to Labor everywhere.
Let's take a look at New South Wales. How's that come up?
So again, we're seeing a swing toward Labor 4.2%. The ALP now have 55.6% of the two-party preferred vote on what we've got at the moment. And look at the seats that they've gained. Hughes,
nobody can ever won it.
You'd call that Liberal heartland for at least the last few decades. The seat of Banks, the seat of Bennelong. 3 pickups so far in the state of New South Wales.
Joined Labor.
What about Queensland?
Queensland is another one of these remarkable stories. So the LNP dominate in Queensland. They have been dominating for quite some time. They continue to dominate, but what are the gains here? Bonner, Leichhardt, Longman, Dixon, Peter Dutton's seat, Ford and Petrie. We've got a whole list of Labor gains here. They now hold roughly 1/3 of the seats in Queensland. So a massive thumping there of the 3.5% statewide swing, and they are nearly even on the two-party preferred vote.
I want to take a look at Victoria because the Labor brand for the state government in Victoria has been considered a bit of a liability for this federal campaign. It's remarkable that they've kind of led to this result.
Of course, this was the only mainland state that polls were projecting a swing toward the coalition. Well, that hasn't even happened in Victoria. 2.8% swing
this is the first time Dutton's been the focus of the campaign.
The government here. Fewer pickups in that state for the Labor Party, but the health of the Labor brand at the state level doesn't seem to have affected this here, because we're seeing roughly consistent swings with what we're seeing nationally.
I don't want to kind of guess anything, but South Australia, anything different?
Yeah, it might be the same picture, Jess. Another swing, 5.4% here. Labor have picked up Sturt, and that means Labor hold every single seat in metropolitan Adelaide. It is a wipeout for the Liberal Party in Adelaide, showing you the strength of the brand there, and a nearly 60-40 to
and
party
apparently they put a
vote. This is a
lot
consistent
of
picture we're
resources
seeing
in there to
nationally.
unseat that.
We've seen a very strong Labor government in Western Australia. The Labor brand, they're very, very powerful.
So what have
and
we
the
got?
swing here,
I mean,
what does this tell you? Not quite as strong as the
there's
rest of the
hardly any.
country.
Yeah, I must say this is an early account because a small account because the polls closed 2 hours later in Western Australia.
There's another hour to go.
Look, a swing toward Labor, a much smaller swing toward Labor, but can I remind you, this is off the back of a 10.5% swing toward Labor last time. So it's difficult to keep growing at that sort of a rate. The expectations might have been
If
to
it
see
was
correction
1%,
in a state in the West, but we're not seeing that. We're seeing roughly a status quo result.
Casey, thank you very much. Casey Briggs, our election analyst. You know, a moment like this is a moment to reflect on reading the room. What does this tell us about the mood of the country, about the political attitude of the electorate? I want to bring in Tony Barry, Kosamaris, PK. Tony, when you look at these figures, what does it tell you about where the nation's at and how the party now reviews this result?
Well, it starts with
I do know
we've got to stop drinking the Kool-Aid from the fire hose, and we need to start having a serious review. And it can't be like past reviews where we punish the innocent and protect the guilty.
What do you mean by the Kool-Aid?
Well, we keep on deluding ourselves that we're just a few tactical devices away from winning an election. Back when we used to be the party of lower taxes and lower government spending, we could compete on those values-based narrative.
But I don't think that's
we don't have that. We don't have a values-based communication.
You need to clarify.
We have a bunch of tactical devices.
What the Nazi
it was pretty clear that
you think.
We didn't have policies in the can.
Just think that
and I think any sort of review needs to be honest about reasons for the loss
that he was an
and the problems we've got as a party, not just federally. The Victorian division, which remains a basket case. The South Australian division likewise. WA just got a thrashing. So it's more than just a federal problem. It's a state of the party, and we need to start looking at how we can improve.
Family man,
not just being, a
and
tactical
I just think
device
people
party,
remember what a prick he was.
but how we sort of
when he
build
was
on
running
that values-based narrative.
Some of these issues I'm thinking about the Liberal Party in Western Australia, in Victoria, the culture wars. These are not new problems.
They may well have been.
These
He might have done fancy dress or something when he was younger. I wouldn't.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and that's
I'm
something
sure
we
they
need to be
would have
honest
thought
about.
that was
And I
very
think
funny.
the great
There's
temptation
plenty
for you
of
is to look
idiot
at
photographs
campaign
of
performance
politicians
and blame
when they were
the wrong
in
people. The fact is, the shadow ministers didn't do the policy work. There was a bunch of policies rushed out at the last minute. There's no pre-positioning of those policies, why they needed to be. They just kind of rushed out the door in the last minute. One of the policies, the petrol one, was supposed to win us the outer seats. That clearly didn't work.
15 petrol stations?
Yep.
It doesn't win to?
Yep. And there was no sort of
I don't think
pre-positioning
anything
for
like
that
that.
either. It just looked like someone went through
I
ScoMo's
think the
old
fact
filing
that people
cabinet, found a
remember
policy and dusted
what
it
he
off
was
and,
like in the
and
Morrison
sort of produced it
government.
on the budget and reply speech. So
And people don't like
the party needs to get back
People
to
just don't
its
like
core beliefs and values, lower taxes, lower government spending, but articulate the case, not just leave it for the last 4 weeks and try and fatten the pig on, or try and fatten the guinea pig on market day, as it were.
Cos, I want to look at this stunning result for Labor. What does it tell us about the primary vote for the Labor Party to have done this well?
Well, it's clearly gone up, and they're capturing a growing number of Australians who we've been talking about now for some time. That is younger Australians under the age of 44, millennials and Gen Z.
This is a good point.
But the other point I'd like to make is that over 6 million Australians have voted for something other than the major parties today and over the course of the last 2 weeks. And the majority of them preferenced the Labor Party. So this narrative, again, that the coalition has built in their heads around this mythical voter out there that votes for minor parties, that is right-wing, that loves the culture wars, that gets into all this stuff, is completely false.
Yeah, it's bullshit.
Because again,
Absolutely.
if you look at the 6 million plus voters out there, the majority of them again belong to these generations. They clearly are not happy with the duopoly, but when they preference, they will preference the Labor Party because should be no surprise to anyone. At the beginning of the campaign, the coalition started by promising to hurt 40,000 Australians by sacking them, then promising to hurt a whole bunch of working mums by forcing them back to work, back to the office. And it was basically a suite of policies that it was all about pain and no hope. So, of course, this is the result they're going to get.
How much can the Labor campaign take credit for what's happened here, and how much are external factors, things like Donald Trump and the economy and inflation kind of bouncing back?
Trump magnifies what the Liberals are.
A victory of this size, many things contribute to it. Your opponent needs to be completely hopeless and culturally blind, and they are that.
I hope
Secondly,
well.
you need to run a really
I'm glad
campaign.
You found your way into the
Paul
stream.
Erickson ran an absolute professional
make sure
campaign.
you subscribe.
One of the best I've seen
and
in terms of
jump
discipline.
In. I'm usually
and
talking
coordination.
about
There
birds
wasn't a
and
foot
conservation
put in the wrong place.
Talking to scientists
and of course, external factors
do
like
gardening
the
on a Saturday morning.
So they all mix into the same pot
if you're
and
interested in any
produce
of
this
that
sort of
stuff,
result, which is
join
historic.
me for our usual fare.
PK, I want
but
to talk
tomorrow
about
I will
this
stream
crossbench here.
and
This
talk
was one of the
politics
factors we were watching tonight.
when a lot of the
There's a bit of
washout
grey
is
on the
gonna
board.
be
Not a lot
clearer.
of green there. What's going
So
on?
yeah,
It's been
make
a
sure
very
you
bad night
subscribe,
for the
whether it's on
Greens,
Facebook
and
or
they're going to
I'm
have
not
to
sure
work
whether
out
you're on Facebook or on
why.
YouTube.
I mean, even the seat of
I can't tell.
Melbourne, which
I think
Adam Bandt
Facebook.
has held for a long time now,
So yeah,
is right now in
I look
play.
forward to
Now, I mean, I
catching up
spoke
with
to
you
Anthony
again. I
before
hope,
because he's the
anyway.
only person I trust, and it is his last night, and he thinks
yeah,
he's
what is it?
ultimately probably going to
11th.
hold on. We'll
I think
see.
I'll be
But the
going
fact that it's
through,
even in play is remarkable.
For a little bit longer.
Look what's happened to them
still
in
hope.
Brisbane. That is a massive problem for the Greens. Yes, there is maybe a bright shoot in Richmond, that's northern New South Wales, but the Greens story is a fascinating one. They too have been really capturing a lot of the grievance, particularly of renters on housing, but it seems that on these issues, while the other independents, the so-called teal independents, have been able to maintain their position, the Greens have gone backwards. But I just want to reflect, because I think I just must very
got a
much
bird-loving
on
best friend,
what's happened for the Liberals.
There's over 100
the Liberal
episodes of
Party
me talking about
embarked
birds
under
on the YouTube
Peter
channel.
Dutton on a strategy of winning over outer suburban Australia, working class Australia, but failed to connect. You can't just turn up in Melton, a place you and I know well as ethnics from out of Western Melbourne. It's our moment. You cannot just turn up and think that Greens alone can win you those areas. They haven't done the hard work of actually connecting with those places. This isn't Trump's America where you only get the rusted-on people to come out and vote. You can't replicate that, and I think that's been a big mistake. Peter Dutton kept talking about the quiet Australians. I'm absolutely plagiarising Cos here because he's brilliant and he forgot to say it. But the quiet Australians are the young Australians. Millennials and Gen Z have come out in force for the progressive side of politics tonight. And I think that there are many lessons for the Liberal Party. They have to get back to the economy and actually building a future for young people. They did not do that. They failed to connect on that crucial thing for these huge demographics that now have the numbers in our electoral system.
But we don't like talking about the economy anymore. We're not confident and we're not comfortable talking about it.
Well, you talk about that. So the Liberals went into this election saying we're going to repeal your tax cut, which is crazy, right? And the other thing they did is we're going to have higher deficits for the first 2 years after we get elected. I mean, these seemed to me quite crazy, and it appears I was right. Like, it seemed a little odd to me that the Liberal Party would go into an election with these sorts of policies, and clearly the electorate saw it and went, no, thank you.
PK, Cos, Tony, thank you very much. I just want to give our viewers a quick glance again at this board. An absolute red wave. Labor holding on this side, washing over the other side. And one of the biggest stories of the night, Dixon, Peter Dutton out of that seat, the most marginal seat in Queensland. The coalition no longer has its leader. Back to you at the desk.
Thanks very much indeed, Jeremy, and the rest of our friends down that end of the studio. PK just mentioned the crucial seat of Melbourne, where Adam Bandt, the Greens leader, is in a tight race.
Yeah, I think he'll probably be fine in the end because we're a bit short of information. We've got 55% primary. His vote is down to 42%. Now, he did pick up a slice of territory south of the river, which was in around those South Yarra and that sort of Paran, that sort of area. So that would have bit into the Green vote. But Labor's it's a very strong Labor vote for Melbourne in recent years. The Liberals are third. Anthony Koutafidis, 3%. Preferences, we don't have a preference count because tonight they were counting between the Greens and Liberals because they thought the Liberals would go back into second place as they were recently. Said there's been a surge in the Labor vote. If you take 2/3 of the Liberal vote there. That gets Labor up to about 43. Look, I think Adam Bennett will probably win that. But it's just a sign of the struggles the party has. Next door in Wills, they still have a good chance of winning. Though as the numbers have come in, it's started to project in our model the Labor Party will hold Wills. But look, I think Adam Bennett will eventually win, but if something goes wrong, there will probably be no Greens. I think the Elizabeth Watson-Brown, I think it is in Ryan, has the best chance of any of them getting elected. I think they'll lose both Griffith and Brisbane.
Yeah, so he may get back by the skin of his teeth, but he'll be leading a much reduced team in the House. At least it might just be 2 of them instead of 4 of them.
It's actually a bit like the Queensland election. Their vote has gone up overall, but it's fallen in the areas where they do well.
Where they need it. Yeah, no, exactly. All right, now I want to go to South Australia. We'll look at some more seat results coming through. Sturt, we've been keeping an eye on through the night. This is Adelaide's inner eastern suburbs. James Stephens has held it for the Liberals since 2019. Claire Cutterham, however, is a lawyer on the local council as well. Anthony, how's that look now?
Oh, she's won easily. James Stephens' vote is down. He's finishing in second place, 4% behind. 17-18% there with the Greens. There's a Teal independent, Verity Cooper as well. And the preferences are flowing pretty solidly towards Labor. And what have we got? 70% of the preferences are going to Labor. And we're projecting Labor's going to come out with a margin of, goodness grief, 9%. Sturt with a 9% Labor margin. That tells you an awful lot about what's going wrong for the Liberal Party in South Australia.
Let's move on to Boothby, to Louise Miller-Frost's seat in the Adelaide southern suburbs.
And this is where Nicole Flint came back to run after she retired at the last election for health reasons. She's run again this time, but it's all to no avail. She's 12% behind on primaries, 18% there with the Greens. And after preferences, we're saying there's a swing of just under 10%. So Boothby, a seat really Labor had fought for years to win. They've now got it with a 13% margin, and that's remarkable. And next, just up the hill in Mayo, the Liberal Party looks certain to drop out of the final 2 in the count, and it will finish as a count between Rebecca Sharkey and the Labor Party by the look of it. So the Commission stopped doing a preference count because of the way the numbers are coming in.
Let's go across to the west and look at a few seats there. The seat of Moore, Ian Goodenough was the Liberal MP. He lost pre-selections, now standing as an independent. Vince Connolly, who'd previously held the seat of Stirling, he's having a crack at Moore. He was pre-selected for Moore, and then you've got the Labor candidate there, Tom French, as well.
And yes, and what's going on here is, if we look at the first preferences, now Labor's only got, 20 to 30, just over 32% of the vote. But the Liberals are on 30, the Greens are on 12, Ian Goodenough's got 10. We're getting preference counts, and they're suggesting Goodenough's preferences are not flowing strongly to the Liberal candidate. And at this stage, we're saying there's a 5% swing to the Labor Party in Moore. So at this stage, rather than being in danger of losing seats in Western Australia, it looks like the Labor Party are gaining a seat in Western Australia.
To the seat of Canning now in Perth's southeastern suburbs. A little bit of good news for the Liberal Party here, and a very important piece of news. Andrew Hastie, a potential future leader of the Liberal Party.
Now, and certainly he's had one of the best results for the Liberal Party. His primary vote's got a 4 in front of it, which a lot of people in marginal seats haven't been able to do. Labor's under 30. There's a 12% vote there for One Nation, which is probably which is assisting the Liberal Party there. And if we look at the preference swing, I think with the swing there, there's a swing of 5.4% to Andrew Hastie. I don't think there's a lot of seats around the country with a swing to a sitting member for the Liberal Party. And so Andrew Hastie's had a very good result there.
Yes, and perhaps a leadership option for the Liberals to consider as well with what's left. A final one over in the west, Fremantle, Josh Wilson, a safe seat for Labor there. How's he going?
Well, the problem for Labor there is Kate, I think it's Hewlett. She's in second place at the moment. She came very close to winning she's got support from Climate 300. She came very close to, we'll leave it on these numbers for the moment, very close to winning the state seat of Fremantle. At the state election, the Liberal Party directed preferences to Labor. In the state general election, federal election, they were pointing them towards Hewlett. So at this stage, and Green preferences will flow that way as well. I think Josh Wilson, they've got no preference count, so I think Josh Wilson might be in a bit of danger. But what I would say is Hewlett did badly on pre-polls, badly on absent votes, and badly on postals, and that's why she lost at the state election. And Fremantle is a much bigger federal seat than it is a state seat, so you'd need to see a lot more counts. So Josh Wilson's got a bit of a fight on his hand. I just noticed we've got it quite definitely won by him, so I'm not quite sure about that. We've still got the Liberal count coming in. But yeah, Fremantle is one seat. The Labor Party's in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, a couple of seats still to watch there in the West. Anthony, thank you. We are quickly approaching the end of the night. Let's see where we are.
You're watching Australia Votes, live from the ABC Election Centre.
It's just gone 11 o'clock in the east and 9 in the west. And to recap, after only 2.5 hours of counting earlier tonight, we called it the Albanese government returned. The only doubt remaining at the time was how many seats.
That's good news.
So let's take you through a truly stark, even historic evening. Figures that racked up tonight.
With half of all votes counted, here's what the next parliament will look like. Remember, a majority is 76. Labor's on track to secure something like 86 or 87 seats, looking across at a depleted opposition bench, which might barely get to 40.
Teals and other independents.
That's driven by a two-party preferred vote.
There's still a possibility of
56%, and then stayed there. National, as the nation,
but the Greens
the ALP had a little under a 4% gain. The losses brutal and widespread for the coalition, starting with its leader, Peter Dutton. He's gone after more than 2 decades in Parliament, and he has taken responsibility tonight for his party's wider woes.
Those woes are wide indeed. Down in New South Wales, senior Liberal frontbencher David Coleman, most recently the shadow foreign minister, is down and probably out. In Bass, the contagion has spread to South Australia. In the seat of Sturt, Liberal James Stevens' vote has crashed by almost 19%. Labor's Claire Clutterham is set to be the new member there. There'll be others too. Senior Dutton confidant Michael Sukkar is gone in his Melbourne seat of Deakin.
And the ructions don't end with the coalition either. It's been a pretty turbulent night for the Greens, we were just discussing. We're not calling it, but their leader, Adam Bant, does appear to be in a pretty tight spot, tighter than normal, in his seat of Melbourne. Astonishing figures. They're the stuff of landslides, except this time, unusually, it's towards rather than away from a sitting government. OK, let's get the final thoughts from each of our panellists. James McGrath, to you first. It's not an easy night to be an LNP representative on a night like this. What are some of your final thoughts this evening?
Oh, it's been a pretty brutal night for my leader and for my party and to all the members and supporters out there. You have my thanks and support. We've been down before. We will rebuild. We will come back. We will hold the government to account. Our party is a strong party. We've got a good history of representing Australians. We've got to make sure we take stock of why we lost this election and have a serious review into those reasons and make sure that we come back strongly and fight Labor and win the next election.
And Jim Chalmers, a landslide, obviously. What does this mean for the next term of Parliament for you and your colleagues?
Well, first of all, I mean, we're very grateful to the people of Australia for this outcome tonight, a majority Labor government. To deal with the substantial challenges that we have as a country. And, we approach this second term with humility. We know that we weren't re-elected because we had solved every challenge, but because Australians thought we were better placed to meet the moment. And we appreciate the faith that people have shown in us, and we will repay that faith.
Let's come across this side of the desk. Annabelle, some thoughts from you at this point?
Well, the betting markets have had a very busy night this evening. I'm opening on a book on who's the first coalition figure who's going to ring up Josh Frydenberg and try and engineer some sort of emergency by-election to get him back into the Parliament.
Well, it's an interesting point, but there aren't many openings in Melbourne anywhere.
There really aren't. He's going to want to need to travel. Yeah, that's tomorrow's question, I guess, because it's been a tough night for the coalition. And congratulations to Jim and to your colleagues on what has been a remarkable victory. And if you'd asked me a year ago what tonight was going to look like, it was not anything like this.
No, I think many would be in that camp, Bridge.
We've spoken a lot about the campaign tonight, but I just want to reflect on what it's probably meant to Australian women to see a record number of Australian women in a cabinet. We've seen very big investments into women's health at the start of this year and the end of last year, and that meant a lot to people. We can see that younger Australian women are moving to more progressive sides of politics, and I think tonight it shows that Labor reckon with that much better than the Coalition did.
Yeah, well said, Laura.
I suppose summing up some of those threads, I mean, if we think about it, both the Coalition and the Greens were sort of pushing grievance platforms, if you like, in this campaign. And we focus a lot on the losers on a night like this, but the win is really in the government putting forward an incredibly positive agenda. You know, it's talking about the future, all those remarks that we heard from the Prime Minister in his speech. And the really interesting thing to me is who's going to be going back into culture wars after this election result? I really wonder whether that's the case. I mean, not just in politics. News Corp was in it, you know, up to their armpits. But, you know, this has been a vote for something very different. And I'm sort of interested to see whether the Labor can now transform politics, regardless of what happens in the Senate, in terms of the language of our politics, into a discussion that goes back to the issues that people want to know about, like the cost of living, like getting things to work better in the country.
Laura, thank you. We'll go over to Tony Barry for your final thoughts.
Just on Laura's point, grievance is a powerful force in the electorate. And there was a mood for change, you know, on the right track, wrong track. There was an overwhelming wrong track sentiment. So I don't think that was so much the problem. It was the Coalition's failure to put forward an agenda that the public felt was a solution to those grievances. You know, you can't sit there for 3 years critiquing your way to government and then turn around and sort of say, we'll give you a bit of cheaper petrol, because voters just sort of say, well, that's not real change. And at the end of the day, after the Trump share market crash, we were then inviting voters to take on added risk by, you know, a change of government when they sort of weren't convinced that risk was worth it. So I think it's the first point. But the greater problem here for Liberal Party is they're institutionally almost broken in every state division, with the exception of Queensland and Northern Territory. New South Wales is still a fairly competitive outfit, but in every other state division, they're utterly broken. We got the Victorian Liberal Party tearing itself apart still about court cases and defamation. In fact, on the day when the election was called, the front page of The Age was about the ongoing defamation case and legal fees and bankrupting the former leader. 2 days before pre-poll opened, the Victorian Liberal leader promoted Moira Deeming and gave her a platform to speak to the media about the court case and about bankrupting the leader. This is just before pre-polls open. So all those candidates who are out there waking up at 5 a.m, going down to the train stations and campaigning, open up the papers to that message. I mean, that's not a way to win over voters with those sort of narratives. And until those storylines are repaired, that is not going to change. And I think the great problem for the Liberal Party as a whole is to rebuilding such a broken institution now is no easy thing.
It's not an easy thing at all. I want to note that PK's raced off to record a podcast, so you'll be able to catch that as soon as that's done a little later tonight or early tomorrow morning when you wake up. Because your final thoughts.
20% of the voters that the Coalition has a problem with have state to us that they have a values alignment with conservative politics in this country. 35% of voters that we surveyed in the seats that were won by independents wanted to see a coalition government of some sort. So we're dealing with very, very small numbers now, and we're dealing with a political movement that actually has very, very small amounts of connection to a growing group of Australians who culturally do not understand this political party. So they've got a lot of work ahead of them. It isn't just about, you know, reviewing whether you did the right mail-out or not during an election campaign or whether you had the right policies. They actually do not want to vote for you because they think you do not represent them. That's right. It's fundamentally the problem.
Thanks very much indeed, Cos. And now to Anthony Green for his final summary.
Actually, I'll just start with an anecdote about luck in politics. Anthony Albanese became a leader after the 2019 election. I think it's fair to say the party members and the party caucus didn't necessarily embrace him as the one who was going to lead him to the promised land. In the middle of 2020, in the middle of COVID, they had a by-election in Eden Monaro, which Labor only just scraped over the line. The Liberals drew last spot on the ballot paper. The Labor Party had a much better spot. And if you go through the tickets, it was the donkey vote that got Labor over the line. Luck. And 65 years later, he got this. I mean, it's just shows you sometimes right place, right time. And he got through that challenge. And today, he's just got one of the biggest victories in Labor history. Right, Mike.
Yeah, so give us the final take. It's a very good point, though.
The Labor Party is still around 35%, the Coalition around 31%. The Greens on 12.6%, but it's not very strong in the seats they held. 12.2% for others, 6% for One Nation. It's been slipping.
So One
There's more
Nation
pre-polls and urban figures coming in.
Right.
The change in vote
In
there,
Western
the
Australia
Labor vote
is
up
higher
to
than
Coalition
elsewhere.
down 4.5%. Smattering to other parties, translating into a two-party preferred, 55.8 for Labor, 3.7. I do suspect that will come down. I've been looking at some of the pre-poll figures. They are a bit worse for Labor than last time, but nothing that's going to turn around those numbers. Let's have a look at the chamber. Fill in the seats, which were definitely won. Labor's on 87, 39 for the Coalition, and 12 others. As I said, the Greens haven't confirmed any of their victories yet, but I suspect they will win at least one seat and perhaps two. If we look at the seats which are leaning a bit further, we've got a few more leanings. Labor's up to 89, the Coalition on 39. I just wanted to have a quick look at, not changing, the members, defeated members. And it's a sea of blue. David Coleman, some front benches: David Coleman, Bridget Archer, Ross Vasta, Michael Sukkar, Peter Dutton, of course, Bert Van Manen. I mean, losing Ford is a disaster for the Liberal Party. Hughes, for the first time in 30 years, Labor's won. Hughes, Longman, the seat they've been trying to get back. Oh, good grief. Menzies. I'd less certain about that. Well, I've got to go through all the numbers after the election and have a good after tonight and do that. Both Russell Broadbent and Ian Goodenough. Russell Broadbent, I think he'll be defeated, but Ian Goodenough definitely. Luke Howarth, who's held on in Petrie for years, and James Stephens. And just on the other side, let's see what the other side of this looks like on the new members. It's all red. Ji Soon in Banks. I did practice that, but I can't remember it at 11:30. But she has one button. Sorry, it's a great victory for you. I'm sorry I've lost the action. Jess Teasdale in Bass. It's my last election, so you can all abuse me now. Cara Cook in Bonner. Anne Urquhart, who's transferred from the Senate. Nicolette Buller, I think, will win Bradfield again. Have a look at later figures. Bassam Adbo in Cornwall. Matt Gregg in Deakin. Ali France. Rowan Holzberger, after a number of tries, has won. Gordon, Alice Jordan-Brain, Tom Venning and David Batt have inherited seats from retiring members. David Moncrief in Hughes, who's the complete surprise to me. Matt Smith, possibly expected. Longman, Rhiannon Douglas. Alison Penfold is a new National in line. Rebecca White, Joe Brisky, a new Liberal in McPherson. And Monash, I'm not sure about, a lot more counting to come there. Labor's potentially winning Menzies, Tom French in Moore, and Julianne Campbell in Moreton, a seat which was marginal, has now got a margin above 15%. So, I mean, this is just, if I'm going out in an election, this is an extraordinary one to go out on.
I was going to say that. I was about to say that, Anthony. It's put on a show for you, Australian democracy, for your last hurrah. But don't run away just yet.
The computer's been a bit
It was a bit patchy earlier on.
My blood pressure would have been down.
Look, when you've got Anthony Green, who needs a computer, right? Now, Anthony, we couldn't leave you tonight without hearing from some significant Australians about your contribution to state, territory and federal elections for more than 30 years.
First of all, we'll just go across to Anthony Green.
Anthony Green has the first hour of counting there.
We have some breaking news. We're going to go to Anthony Green.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green.
Anthony Green is to election analysis and election results rather like Tina Turner to rugby league, simply the best.
Let's look at the overall votes.
Anthony Green is the Fibonacci of the tally round.
Anthony Green is the GOAT, the greatest of all time, in bringing election news and analysis to Australians.
I think we can probably call this election.
Anthony Green is probably the most factual and the most professional person covering elections. He has a total respect for facts and he's very careful about his judgments.
Oh, sorry, I was just distracted there. Oh, just someone making a wild prediction there.
Tell us.
Anthony Green is the democracy sausage of Australian broadcasting. You cannot imagine an election without him.
Anthony Green is an expert. When you look for expert analysis, well, you look to experts, and he's stood out as, I think, Australia's leading election expert in generations.
There's a 4 in front of us.
It's a good number to have.
His 5 is better.
Anthony Green is
a legend. To have 4 candidates under 32% of the vote, nightmare to pick a seat like that.
My best recollection of him was the 1998 election. The early returns showed that we were going to lose some of the miracle gains we'd made in '96. And I was pretty nervous, and we were at Kirribilli House, and I wandered out, and there was a couple of my friends, including Donald McDonald. And just as I arrived, I sort of, "How's it going, Donald?" And he said, "Anthony Green's about to say something." So we stopped talking, and Anthony Green said,
Let's factor in a couple of likely seats leaning that way. The Coalition are on 74, they are in government, and there are 9 seats in doubt. Let's make some sort of prediction on those other 9 seats. And the Coalition have 77 seats and a majority of 6.
I immediately reached for a double Scotch whisky and was assured and happy for the rest of the night. But that was the sort of effect he had, because I knew that he looked at it carefully. He wasn't getting carried away. He'd done his homework.
There is something very special in that moment when Anthony Green calls it, and I distinctly remember that in 2007.
They've got another 8 seats held by the Liberal Party, which the Labor Party is ahead in. I'm not seeing any Labor-held seat which the Coalition is ahead in.
I was in a room with just a few members of staff, and we had a very simple, crude, primitive whiteboard in our office as we went through seat by seat, as we thought we had the numbers in those seats to prevail. And we were being deliberately cautious about each of the numbers in each of the seats. Then 2 things happened in rapid sequence. One, Anthony Green called the election and that I'd been elected as Prime Minister.
And we're prepared to make a prediction at this stage, and that prediction is 85, 10, 53.
And about 15 seconds later, John Howard telephoned me before we'd reached the conclusion ourselves that we'd won.
For me, the sense that we'd absolutely won that election came in the moment that Anthony called it. The cheer from the tally room was absolutely magic.
So
when they used to do it at
and by the way, thank you, John Howard.
That was good television.
I wanted to come back to you on a couple of things. Are you guys done?
Yep.
Oh, Anthony's doing ooh.
Oh, yeah, I'm oohing a bit.
We noticed that you were oohing. We wondered what it was about.
I'll go through my Anthony Green handbook.
There are so many layers to what Anthony has brought to election coverage in Australia, and not just the coverage on the night, but conditioning and helping people understand how the system works.
It's going to be a potpourri. It's going to be a menagerie. Well, I won't call it a menagerie because most of these people are quite reasonable. Menageries are animals. But
because of his coverage, election after election, people understand a lot more about the system, the preferences, and that really is a huge legacy because democracy is an incredibly precious thing.
There is no one broadcasting on an election night that has their understanding of the data at the level that Anthony has had.
I've got a lot more figures here than I've got in my computer.
And importantly, he's trusted. He just comes at it from an objective point of view. People listen to Anthony and they wait for him on election night to declare the winner.
Anthony, I think you're a little bit concerned that it might be giving a false impression at this stage.
Yeah, I'm just concerned there might be a bit of a Don's party effect going out there on people watching.
Anthony, I always say to people, rule 1 is have more fun. So that's my advice to you.
I hope whatever you do with the rest of your life, it brings you satisfaction because you will depart the active political scene with, I'm sure, a rare gift, and that is respect across the board.
Thank you for your service. The ABC is a public broadcaster, and in that sense, he's a public servant. And I think he's done a great public service. My other message for him is life after politics, mate. Enjoy it.
Now that you've finished observing politics from the grandstand, mate, you should enter the field yourself. After all, you know how elections are won and lost.
I'm sorry to be losing you as the main ABC election analyst. You've probably made the right decision because it's always best to go when they want you to stay rather than to stay when they want you to go.
Have fun. Enjoy life in the inner west.
I will be absolutely intrigued to hear whether or not on the first election night after he retires, Anthony is glued to the ABC, or whether he's completely recovered and he's just out to dinner with mates and not paying it any attention. I think I'm hoping the second for him.
Oh, there you go. And the former Prime Minister, Paul Keating, says Anthony's made a thoughtful and earnest contribution in deciphering shifts in elements of the Australian polity. Anthony Green has much to be proud of, he says. After an exceptionally long innings, we wish him well, as we all do. Annabelle.
Yeah, well, first I'll take the tie off. I think this should go to the Australian Museum of Democracy. I mean, I think it's about 15 years old, but it's like, undo the button. Now I'm a retiree.
How many buttons are you going to stop at, Anthony?
I've got to work for a few hours yet.
Now, I know you are... The only thing you hate more than when the bloody computer goes wrong is being the centre of attention.
I'm as nervous as a duck in a log.
Oh my gosh, I get that reference. Peter Lewis, South Australian joke. But we've heard from the Prime Ministers, and it's time, I think, on behalf of the millions of Australians that have loved watching you, learned so much from you over the years, watched your brain when it's in a state of panic, and there is no more beautiful thing. Tonight we saw that your brain doesn't need anything to call an election. It could do it on papyrus. And we've all benefited from your abilities and skills over the years. There are people tonight wearing anti-green T-shirts and doing anti-green bingo cards. Thank you from all of them and from us, Anthony.
All right, there we go. Okay, folks, I'm going to pull the pin on the broadcast. I will... I'll be doing something tomorrow at some stage.
On a 6-month contract
I'll
in
probably get a bit
1989,
of politics
and to do research book for the
have a look at all
1990
the
federal
results,
election. And Ian Carroll, who hired me, just took a punt, 150 applicants, but there was only one with serious computer skills.
Get some thoughts together.
You can talk to the engineers. Which I did. We designed the computer system. Somehow ended up on camera.
Front and centre.
People like Kerry O'Brien, Paul
Because it's going to be a hard 3.5 years ahead.
All backed me over the years. Quentin Dempster, many other people. There's so many engineers, computer programs I've worked with. I've always had to be very cautious, and I'm prepared to work stupid hours, but I can't ask programmers to work ridiculous hours like me.
Tomorrow. Thanks for joining me.
It's been fabulous fun. I enjoyed developing websites.
The numbers
I've
fluctuate
enjoyed
as things
educating
have
people.
been going on. Really
I've
happy with how many people were joining us.
The work I did on reforming the Senate system. And I am a bit overwhelmed by all this. It's the biggest flowers I've ever had in my life. And thank you all. It's been fabulous fun.
And not just another podcast.
Yes. See how we go from here.
Ciao.
No, indeed. Look, Anthony, you've got the whole studio crew standing around here watching you, and we all thank you for what you've done. It has been a privilege.